alert level. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to immediately return to the previous alert level of its nuclear arsenal and to avoid any actions that could risk the safety or security of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, a non-nuclear weapon state under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Russia bears full responsibility for this aggression and the resulting destruction and loss of life. We demand from Russia to cease its military operations immediately and unconditionally and to withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We further call on Russia to engage in earnest in dialogue with a view to a political and diplomatic solution. Russia's actions grossly violate international law and are in clear breach of the UN Charter and the OSCE Helsinki Final Act, as well as Russia's specific commitments to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity under the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. This is arguably the biggest aggression in Europe since the end of the Second World War. It follows similar Russian aggression against its neighbors in 2008 and 2014. We underscore our firm support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia and of the Republic of Moldova, and we are closely monitoring the situation in the region. This Assembly has a responsibility immediately and effectively to acknowledge and address Russia's actions. Failing to do so will erode trust to the rules-based global order with the UN at its core and the UN Charter itself. It would send the wrong message to perpetrators of such aggression and aggravate similar risks to other UN member states in the region and beyond. We stand firmly by Ukraine and its people. We deplore the loss of life and human suffering. This is a dire humanitarian catastrophe, and humanitarian needs are rapidly increasing. With the toll of IDPs and refugees rising, humanitarian support is a priority in the wider package of EU support offered to Ukraine in these trying days. The EU and its member states are providing urgently needed humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian population. Ukraine has activated the Union's civil protection mechanism and is receiving urgently needed supplies from EU member states. In addition, the Republic of Moldova, to which more than 60,000 Ukrainians have fled, has requested and received EU humanitarian support in dealing with the human catastrophe caused deliberately by the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to respect international law, including international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian infrastructures must be protected and humanitarian access should be secured. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and stop their disinformation campaign and cyber attacks. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine and call on it to immediately stop action and to abide by its international obligations. We recall our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and we call on all UN members not to recognize the two self-proclaimed separatist entities. The EU has reacted swiftly and decisively to Russia's recognition of Ukraine's self-proclaimed separatist entities and the invasion of Ukraine. By adopting restrictive measures, we intend to take such measures against Belarus. Mr. President, let us be clear on this. We firmly believe that the use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Let us recall that the UN Charter prohibits both the threat and the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Tensions and conflict should be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. The EU, together with like-minded partners, have been united in making unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation. With this one-sided step, Russia is further isolating itself. We are today at a crucial and historical moment. Too many times in the past, the international community has been blind or too slow in front of unfolding tragedies. Entire generations in many places around the world, many of you representing them, have paid and are still paying the price of inaction. We cannot make the same mistake again. We have to take action. After Russia's veto in the Security Council last week, the General Assembly has the responsibility to send a strong and united message on the need for Russia to immediately and unconditionally cease its military operations, withdraw its troops, and opt for genuine dialogue. We call on Russia to avoid, in particular, any action that places the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear and radioactive waste installations at risk. The people of Ukraine and the whole world are watching us and counting on us, and will judge us on the decisions that we will take here in this special emergency session. And it's our duty and responsibility for all of us to do our utmost to defend the UN Charter and the international order. We therefore hope that this Assembly will massively support the resolution tabled by Ukraine and its partners. The EU and its member states will continue to do their utmost to protect the integrity of the rules-based international system, which is key to our collective security, and we call on all UN member states to do the same. On our side, we will continue to stand by Ukraine, support its democratically elected institutions and representatives and its people, including through additional political, financial, humanitarian and logistical support. I thank you very much, colleagues. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries.
I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries: Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Denmark. Mr. President, on the night of 24th February, the Russian leadership decided to attack Ukraine. And let me be clear, we condemn in the strongest terms possible the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. People around the world are watching with horror the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine. A member state of this organization, a member of this community of nations. We are struck with a profound sense of injustice and a profound sympathy with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for their country, their cities, their homes, their families, their lives, their freedom and their future. The Russian leadership's aggression and brutal armed attack is in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. The Russian leadership's actions gravely violate international law and the principles of the UN Charter. They are an attack on this organization, and this cannot stand. Last week, the Russian leadership decided it will erase Ukraine's right to determine its own future. This cannot stand. Mr. President, Russia counted on the world to remain silent, but we are acting. And on this day, and until peace prevails and every Ukrainian can safely return to their homes, we stand with Ukraine. The devastating consequences of this aggression, not only for Europe but globally, cannot be overstated. Russian aggression against Ukraine will have global and long-term negative consequences, challenging the rules-based international order if we let it go unanswered. In the time ahead, we fear increased suffering, with potentially large number of casualties and extensive destruction of civilian infrastructure. We see fighting unfolding in and around urban areas, and we are deeply concerned about the long-term cumulative and protracted harm to the civilian population. Mr. President, we will continue to look at every single instrument in our toolbox as a matter of urgency. Sanctions have already been enacted to cripple Putin's ability to finance his war machine. And likewise, the role of the Lukashenko regime in Belarus in enabling the attack on Ukraine also demands a firm response. Nordic Baltic countries have been delivering financial, humanitarian, and military assistance to the people of Ukraine. And many of our partners and friends around the globe have joined us. Every nation must look at how to further support Ukraine. Mr. President, during the days we have watched with horror broadcasted images of families separated, children sheltering in the safety of the Kiev subway system, kindergartens destroyed by Russian ordnances, and the ruins of bombarded residential buildings in the center of the capital of Ukraine. We are outraged by indiscriminate attacks on civilians in this unlawful and immoral war of conquest that serves no purpose and no principle but the naked quest for power and territory. This cannot stand. Russia must respect international humanitarian law and human rights law. Full and unhindered humanitarian access must be guaranteed. Civilians must be protected. We call on Russia to stop this senseless war, and we echo the plea of the Secretary General. We demand an immediate ceasefire, and we urge Russia to withdraw all its forces from Ukraine and return genuinely to the path of dialogue and negotiation. Mr. President, let me be clear. Every civilian death, every war crime will be recorded, and we will ensure that the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are held accountable and brought to justice. History has its eyes on us. Every legal avenue available will be used to hold the aggressor to account. Ukraine has sent a request to the International Court of Justice on Russia's erroneous and absurd allegations of genocide in Ukraine, which the Russian Federation has cynically used as a false pretext for its invasion. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor has also noted that he is monitoring Russia's invasion of Ukraine and has jurisdiction to prosecute war crimes and crimes against humanity. The prosecutor's office may and will exercise its jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine, as Ukraine has accepted the court's jurisdiction. We fully support the ICC's monitoring of the situation. Colleagues, the rules-based international order, which governs how states interact with one another, was put in place drawing from the horrible lessons of 2 world wars, promising one another that future generations would be saved from the scourge of war. The attack on Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is a direct assault on the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. This cannot stand. The matter is now in the hands of the General Assembly, where one veto cannot overrule the UN membership, where the power and legitimacy is manifested in numbers. Russia's shameful use of the veto on a matter it bears full responsibility for is completely unacceptable. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia has a special responsibility for maintaining peace and security, not to violate the very principles of the UN Charter. The latest meetings of the Council demonstrated the need for reform. It demonstrated who had the firmness and valor to defend the UN Charter. No country can grow and thrive in isolation. Russia knows this. The General Assembly has the power to send a firm message to Putin. And what we say today and how we vote on the resolution presented will make a difference on the ground in Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people. They will be watching us, hoping that the world will come in on the side of the UN Charter and our promise of never again. Colleagues, Russia's unlawful and brutal armed attack on Ukraine will affect and impact everyone. And if we do not join our forces to turn back this tide today, we will be even less equipped to deal with similar crises and crimes in the future, wherever, on whichever continent they occur. Over the last week, we have heard powerful statements from representatives of every continent on this planet, from Africa to Asia, from Europe to the Americas, that Russia's behavior towards a fellow member of the United Nations cannot stand. And we will hear more today. And to those who still refer to 2 parties to a conflict, we echo the words of a protester who had written on her sign, "If Russia stops fighting, there will be no more war. If Ukrainians stop fighting, there will be no more Ukraine." That is the simple reality before us. That is the simple truth. The world will hold Russia and Belarus accountable for their actions. Russia as the main aggressor, Belarus as the enabler. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Monsieur le Président, la Russie poursuit jour après jour son œuvre de destruction en Ukraine. À ces actes brutaux et criminels s'ajoute une rhétorique dangereuse qui alimente davantage les tensions. La Russie conduit cette agression armée en violation des principes les plus fondamentaux de la Charte des Nations Unies que tous les membres de cette Assemblée sont dans l'obligation de respecter. Vendredi, elle s'est opposée seule à une résolution du Conseil de sécurité co-parrainée par 82 États. L'Assemblée générale porte aujourd'hui une responsabilité historique, celle de relayer haut et fort la voix des citoyens qui, sur tous les continents, et y compris en Russie, demandent l'arrêt immédiat de cette guerre et le retrait de l'armée russe du territoire ukrainien. La France soutient les efforts en cours au sein de cette Assemblée pour préparer une résolution demandant à la Russie de mettre un terme à l'agression et de respecter la souveraineté et l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine. Elle appelle tous les États membres de cette Assemblée à voter pour ce texte. Au-delà de l'Ukraine, il s'agit de défendre la charte et la raison d'être des Nations Unies. Soyons clairs, face à l'agression armée contre un peuple, face aux victimes civiles, chaque jour plus nombreuses, face au flot de ceux contraints de tout quitter pour chercher un refuge, nul ne peut détourner le regard. L'abstention n'est pas une option. S'abstenir, c'est consentir à la loi du plus fort. Nous appelons tous les États membres à voter pour la primauté du droit sur la force. Monsieur le Président, la saisine de cette Assemblée en session extraordinaire d'urgence ne signifie pas que le Conseil de sécurité renonce à exercer ses responsabilités. Il se réunira cet après-midi sur la situation humanitaire en Ukraine. La France y portera avec le Mexique un projet de résolution afin de garantir la protection des civils et un accès humanitaire sûr et sans entrave pour répondre aux besoins urgents de la population ukrainienne. La France et ses partenaires de l'Union européenne se tiennent fermement aux côtés du peuple ukrainien. L'Union européenne a déjà annoncé 90 millions d'euros d'aide humanitaire. La France prendra également sa part. Avec ses partenaires, la France est mobilisée pour que la réponse internationale soit à la hauteur de l'agression commise par la Russie. L'Union européenne, dont la France assume la présidence ce semestre, a notamment adopté des mesures visant à bloquer l'accès de la Banque centrale russe à ses réserves. Elle a également annoncé le financement de matériel de défense au profit de l'Ukraine. Monsieur le Président, la France salue le courage dont fait preuve le peuple d'Ukraine. Nous appelons cette Assemblée à lui exprimer sans tarder son soutien par l'adoption d'une résolution. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of France. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Mr. Secretary-General, Mr. President, colleagues. On Friday, 81 member states supported a resolution in the Security Council to stop the war in Ukraine. Russia was completely isolated in opposing that resolution. Today, we gather in the General Assembly to stand against Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine and its assault on the principles of the UN Charter. The facts are clear. Russia has invaded Ukraine without provocation and without justification. Russia has rained missiles and rockets down on Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, and other cities. The brave men and women of Ukraine are enduring the barrage and have held their cities from Russian invaders. They are fighting for their country, for their continued future as a free and independent nation. But the humanitarian consequences are already immense. We hear of babies born in air raid shelters, children with bomb craters in their kindergartens, and today, news of the shelling of residential areas in Kharkiv. These are indiscriminate attacks on Ukrainian civilians. 7 million Ukrainians are displaced. In short, the scourge of war that our United Nations was created to prevent has been unleashed by Russia on Ukraine. The international response to Russia's aggression has been united and swift. Around the world and here in this building, we must stand together to defend the rules and enforce the accountability that we have built together. If we do not stand up for them now, then the safety of every nation's borders and independence are at risk. That is why we also condemn Belarusian support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As the Secretary-General said last week, Russia's actions are violations of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and conflict directly with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And as he said today, the only answer is peace. So our message today is simple. We offer our unequivocal support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. We call on President Putin to stop this senseless war. And we urge all fellow members of the United Nations to speak up for Ukraine and to defend the Charter. Slava Ukraini!
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by the representative of the European Union, and in my national capacity, I would like to add the following comment. Excellencies, we have gathered today in an emergency session because the Security Council once again failed us in acting as a guardian of peace and security. So now it is upon us, the General Assembly, where we all have equal rights to vote, to stand up and make it certain that the United Nations delivers on the purpose it was created for. The use of armed force by a UN member against sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another member state violates Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and constitutes an act of aggression as defined by the Resolution 3314 of this very body, adopted by consensus. What we see in Ukraine is an act of aggression on the part of Russia, and we condemn it. Last week, I spoke from this very rostrum about Russia's pattern of behavior against its neighbors. Russia's full-scale military aggression against my country should have served as a wake-up call for all. But alas, it has not been possible to prevent the similar scenario unfolding few years later in Ukraine. Not to repeat myself, let me just say that we in Georgia do know what the toll of war is. We do know what it is this disastrous consequences. And that is people, innocent civilians, women and children who pay the highest price. It is devastating not only for those who live through it, but passes down to generations. Let me be clear. Core principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, the Charter of Paris for New Europe, and the commitments taken under the Budapest Memorandum are non-negotiable nor subject to revision by any country, no matter how large or powerful it may be. Territorial acquisition through use of force or a threat to do so is illegal and impermissible. Georgia calls on the Russian Federation to immediately cease its military activities and withdraw all its forces and armaments from Ukraine. Allow immediate access to all international humanitarian and human rights mechanisms wherever is needed on the entire territory of Ukraine. Reverse the decisions related to the status of integral parts of Ukraine's Donetsk and Luhansk regions and Crimea, and to do so the same with regard to Georgia. Withdraw forces, allow humanitarian access, reverse the status-related decision with regard to the occupied territories. Georgia was among the co-sponsors of the draft Security Council resolution that got vetoed. And we are the co-sponsors of the draft General Assembly resolution that is soon to be considered. This resolution, although it concerns Ukraine, is a watershed moment for all of us. And I would dare say for the future of the rules-based order and our United Nations. So I call on you to vote in favor of the proposed draft, to vote to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to vote for the United Nations. And in conclusion, we welcome the Secretary General's decision to scale up the United Nations humanitarian operations in and around Ukraine. And let me once again reiterate Georgia's unwavering support of independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and Donbass, and Ukraine's navigational rights in its territorial waters. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, Poland fully supports the resolution just tabled by Ukraine and calls on each member state to stand firmly behind it. We deeply believe that through this act, we will demonstrate our adherence to the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Only by upholding those fundamental principles, we can see the truly peaceful and long-term solution to the conflict caused by the Russian aggression in Ukraine. In that sense, the resolution we are about to vote paves the way to a meaningful diplomatic effort to end the atrocities of this war. To achieve peace, Poland, as the current chairmanship in office of the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, called yesterday for the immediate ceasefire in Ukraine to let humanitarian organizations deliver assistance. But these appeals for peace are even more urgent when you look at the events in Ukraine from a close distance perspective. Let me tell you how we, Poles, see and respond to the horrors of this war as neighbors and friends of Ukraine. There is no doubt that we are confronted with one of the biggest humanitarian crises in Europe since World War II. In the first 3 days of Russian aggression, facilitated by the complicity of the Belarusian regime of Alexander Lukashenko, we witnessed more than 500,000 people fleeing Ukraine, 300,000 of which found refuge in my home country. We keep our borders open. Our diplomatic missions help those who seek refuge in Poland. The nationals of all countries who suffered from Russian aggression or whose life is at risk can seek shelter in my country. And I can tell you, only for the first half of today, we welcome people of 125 nationalities fleeing Ukraine to Poland. So that means it concerns us all. The list of these nationalities are too long to read to you, so I just read the first, those with more than 100 nationals fleeing to Poland only today in the morning. Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Nigeria, India, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Poland, Belarus, Iran, Turkey, Algeria, and Russia. This refuge applies also to the students, which I understand is a serious concern of some colleagues here in the chamber. The students are also welcome to Poland, and they are offered to continue their studies in Poland. We know that some of the missions here in New York were targeted by the disinformation suggesting discriminatory practices at the Polish-Ukrainian border based on race and religion. I can tell you this is a complete lie and a terrible insult to us. Besides giving refuge, Poland delivers to those who suffer a very practical and tangible help. My government organized special trains for the elderly and mothers with small babies, as well as convoys with supplies and medical aid. There are 7,000 beds in 20 hospitals ready for those wounded and sick, and I want to announce that the first Ukrainian refugee babies were born in Poland in the last 24 hours, and the first life-saving operations were carried out for the elderly in our hospitals. Poland stands ready to cooperate closely with you and OCHA, International Committee of the Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations to ease the burden of the civilians targeted by the Russian aggression. But what I am most proud of is the outpour of spontaneous readiness to help by individuals. Polish families are opening their homes to refugees. They offer clothes, food, and accommodation. Thousands of private cars are coming from all over Poland to pick up those who cross the border. On the first 2 days, we experienced long traffic jams because of the number of cars coming from all corners of Poland. Polish people stand in lines for hours to donate blood for Ukraine. The scale of help was offered was so big that the government opened a special website, Helping Ukraine, where volunteers can register and get guidance on those in need. While diplomats in my mission are fulfilling our diplomatic duties here in New York, our family members and friends are welcoming refugees coming directly from the war zone. In this conflict, Poland may not be a geopolitical superpower, but we want to be a solidarity superpower. And this is how we want to change the grim reality for better. At the same time, I would like to pay a tribute to those Ukrainians who defend their motherland and continue to stand for their country's freedom. Those are not only soldiers, but also people like Vasilina, a 30-year-old mother of two small daughters, living in a village near the Polish-Ukrainian border. When offered a trip to Poland by my family, She answered, "I cannot leave Ukraine now. This is my country. I have to stay and take care of it." And now she is cooking food for soldiers and refugees at the border. A similar answer was given by our diplomats in Ukraine. We keep our embassies and consulates open, and they keep fulfilling their diplomatic and consular duties. Let me share, you colleagues, the message to you I received today in the morning from our ambassador, Bartosz Cichocki, in Kyiv. I quote, "I am the Polish ambassador to Ukraine. I work in Kyiv, a city the size of Berlin, inhabited by over 4 million people. From Thursday morning, I have to hide from the bombing in my basement several times a day. I wake to exchanges of machine gun fire. Windows are shaking from the missile detonations. I am convinced that right now, when you are deciding in New York, hundreds of thousands of terrified residents of Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zhytomyr, Mariupol, Lviv, and Kiev look at you with hope and faith in the power of international law." End of quote. And I wish to conclude by a reference to the warning expressed by a 19th century Russian novelist, Fyodor Dostoevsky, in his book with a meaningful title, Crime and Punishment. The message of the book is following. When someone, just like Raskolnikov, thinks he is exceptional and free from moral obligations, and therefore feels entitled to committing a crime of murder, in the end, he faces the punishment from the crime itself, because committing a crime is already one's biggest punishment. There is no crime without the punishment. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as usual, Austria aligns itself with the statement by the European Union. However, we also want to add our voice in our national capacity, because what is currently being deliberately inflicted upon Ukraine does not allow us to remain silent. Excellencies, colleagues, fellow Ukrainians, let me start by thanking you, Mr. Secretary General, for your clear words this morning and these past days. We are grateful to see that the United Nations is there to help those suffering and in dire need for help. We meet here today to discuss the Russian aggression against Ukraine, to discuss the violation of Article 2.4 of our UN Charter. That we meet here today in this room is a good thing and a bad thing. It's bad because it means, after several days since Russia launched its aggression against the sovereign territory of Ukraine, we are still witnessing military attacks, terrible human suffering, and loss of life. It's also bad because questions of peace and security should be addressed by the Security Council. As primary responsible for upholding international peace and security, the Security Council cannot remain silent when basic principles of our international rules-based order are trampled by military boots and squashed by tanks. Last Friday, however, the Security Council decision was blocked by the veto of a permanent member, the Russian Federation, even though 81 members of the international community supported the draft resolution of the co-pen holders. Yes, the veto power is foreseen in the UN Charter, but so is the obligation to uphold UN principles. If in the 21st century the Security Council is blocked in a situation that constitutes a blatant breach of international law, we should ask ourselves if this system of veto powers is still able to regulate our international relations. Yet, colleagues, our meeting here today is also good. It's good that the General Assembly is there to step in if the Security Council cannot fulfill its mandate. And it's good that we now have the opportunity here in this General Assembly hall to raise our voices, to recall the principles of the UN Charter, our Charter, and to state clearly that we will not stay silent if the Charter is violated in the most serious way. This is our right. This is our obligation as members of the organization. Colleagues, at the end of this debate, we will vote on a resolution condemning the aggression of Russia against Ukraine and showing solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Austria will vote yes on the resolution and urges all of you to do so also. By voting yes, we show the world that the UN is able to take its responsibility to defend the rule of law, international law, and the UN Charter. By voting yes, we show that these acts and similar horrifying acts are not tolerated by the international community. And most importantly, by voting yes, we show the Ukrainian people that they are not alone. I know that for many of us, such votes can be difficult. Some say this is a regional issue, a European problem. Colleagues, an attack against one of our members, one of the members of this organization, is an attack on us all. In our interconnected world, our world is one region. Cyber weapons strike everywhere. Missiles have global reach. The world is not only regional, it has become local. Some say we must respect security concerns. Yes, colleagues, we must. Everyone has security concerns. Ukraine had them and gave up nuclear weapons and trusted that others would not harm them. But clearly, if you have security concerns, solve them with dialogue, not tanks. If a country with one of the largest armies and nuclear arsenals feels insecure, it should seek cooperation, dialogue, disarmament, and not force against others. Some say, well, look at others, look at these other instances that we have had. What about past violations? Colleagues, we know this whataboutism well. Trying to justify evil with past evil. Trying to excuse yourself by pointing to the faults of others. But just because we did not stand up in the past to injustice and evil, that should not prevent us from standing up now. Yes, it's true, others have committed aggressions, crimes, and faults. Yes, the international community has sometimes shown a lack of unity to act. And yes, the international community has sometimes been too hesitant. But let us not continue to make that same mistake now. Let us start a new era when we work together and stand up united for our common principles. Let's defend the rule of law. Let's not give in to the reign of the powerful. Let us vote yes on that resolution. Mr. President, Austria is not part of any military alliance. We rely for our security on the respect and implementation of international law, of treaties, of custom, including humanitarian law. Reports about Russian attacks on civilians and civilian objects in urban areas are extremely worrying. Rockets or missiles hitting apartment buildings in Kiev cannot be accepted. These attacks constitute war crimes under international humanitarian law. We urge Russia to strictly adhere to international humanitarian law, in particular regarding the protection of civilians in urban warfare, and immediately cease these attacks and refrain from using explosive weapons in populated areas. We strongly condemn the use of cluster munitions, which is incompatible with international humanitarian law and outlawed under the Convention on Cluster Munitions. And colleagues, the threat of use of nuclear weapons Any nuclear threat of this kind is a violation of the principles of the UN Charter. The implied catastrophic humanitarian consequences do not respect borders and pose a threat to all of humanity. This is completely unacceptable. Perpetrators and those responsible ordering these crimes need to be held accountable. The International Criminal Court may exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any acts of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crimes committed within the territory of Ukraine. In this regard, we welcome the statement of ICC Prosecutor Khan, reminding us all that his office can exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine since February 2014. Mr. President, in the last couple of days, Ukrainians have endured incredible human suffering. In order to help ease the humanitarian catastrophe, Austria contributed 2.5 million euros to the ICRC and NGOs, and additional humanitarian assistance will be decided soon. Those organizations' valuable work must be ensured by guaranteeing humanitarian access. Colleagues, in sum, Austria condemns the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Austria calls on Russia to reverse its decision to recognize the self-proclaimed Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which represents a grave violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Austria urges Russia to immediately withdraw its troops and stop any further bloodshed and return to the path of peaceful dialogue, like any member of the UN is obliged to do. Vienna is ready to host and facilitate such dialogue. We hope that today's start of bilateral discussions between delegations from Ukraine and Russia can serve as a first step towards an urgently needed ceasefire. And colleagues, we call on you to vote yes on today's resolution. I know it's not always easy. Many of us have good relations with Russia. We love the culture, admire the traditions, and have good Russian friends. But a good friend, an honest friend, will speak up and say what needs to be said to do and what needs to be done when a friend commits an illegal, an evil act. This is what this resolution is for. Imagine for one moment that you are in Ukraine's shoes. What would you expect from the UN, from this General Assembly, if you were in Ukraine's place? In this dark hour, it is our moral, our legal obligation to condemn the violations of the Charter and show solidarity with the victim of an aggression. Austria.
Зачем?
Не знаю, я думаю. Привет. Ну так не выйду.
В соответствии со статьями 18, 19, 20, 21 Федерального закона от 10 февраля 2011 года номер 32 полиция.
Игорь, ты едешь в распоряжении Коли Дмитрия. Что на ручку? Осторожно, не сиди на пути у меня, осторожно.
The President of the General Assembly's call that all member states must uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law. Further, we, the international community, must act now to prevent further pointless loss of innocent life and to support those who now find themselves displaced through no fault of their own. We commend Ukraine's neighbours for their selfless acts of taking in large numbers of Ukrainians and other nationalities who seek refuge from this conflict. We acknowledge with a grim sense of horror, but sadly, little surprise, the role of accomplice and facilitator that Belarus has played in support of Russia's invasion. New Zealand has also extended its travel bans to key members of the Belarusian government. New Zealand is contributing financially to the humanitarian response and will consider all humanitarian options available to support the international humanitarian response. We welcome France and Mexico's tabling of a humanitarian resolution in the United Nations Security Council today. Finally, Aotearoa New Zealand is a proponent of peace and reconciliation. In this vein, we say to Russia, act consistently with your international obligations. Cease military operations in Ukraine. Permanently withdraw to avoid a catastrophic and pointless loss of innocent life. Take all possible steps to protect civilians in line with international humanitarian law and return to diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolve this conflict. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Panama on behalf of the Alliance for Development and Democracy.
Señor Presidente y señor Secretario General, la República de Panamá, en nombre de la República de Costa Rica y República Dominicana, como países miembros de la Alianza para el Desarrollo en Democracia, tiene el honor de dirigirse a esta 11ª sesión especial de emergencia con el fin de expresar su posición de esta convocatoria y al proyecto de resolución la agresión armada no provocada por la Federación Rusa contra Ucrania. Las delegaciones de Panamá, Costa Rica y República Dominicana, sobre la base de valores compartidos y el respeto a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y al derecho internacional, condenamos el uso de la fuerza y la violación de la soberanía y la integridad territorial de Ucrania por parte de la Federación Rusa. La Alianza respalda al Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres, en su llamado a que cesen las hostilidades y se potencie la aplicación de la moderación y la razón y que se respete el derecho internacional humanitario y la protección de los civiles. Reiteramos que todos los esfuerzos deben encaminarse también en posibilitar el acceso rápido, seguro y sin obstáculos de la asistencia humanitaria a quienes lo necesitan en Ucrania, para proteger a los civiles, incluido personal humanitario y las personas en situaciones vulnerables, en especial los niños y niñas. La grave situación que plantea el desplazamiento de miles de ucranianos en busca de un refugio seguro en los países vecinos supone un desafío adicional a la compleja crisis global que ya nos había planteado la pandemia. Por ello, los países latinoamericanos, incluidos los miembros de la Alianza, hemos emprendido esfuerzos conjuntos para que se facilite un tránsito seguro de nuestros connacionales que crucen la frontera de Ucrania. El diálogo, y la negociación, acompañados del respeto a la letra y al espíritu de la Carta de Naciones Unidas, las resoluciones de la Asamblea General y el derecho internacional constituyen la única garantía para una solución duradera al conflicto que hoy aqueja a Europa del Este. Finalmente, hacemos un llamado firme para que se retomen las vías de la negociación y el diálogo diplomático, que la promoción de la paz y el respeto al multilateralismo sean el eje de las acciones en esta coyuntura. Muchísimas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Panama. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Mr. President,
乌克兰局势发生急剧变化，中方对此高度关注。局势发展到这一步，是中方不愿看到的，也不符合任何一方的利益。当务之急是，有关各方要保持必要克制，防止局势进一步恶化，同时要加大推动政治解决的外交努力。中方欢迎乌克兰同俄罗斯已经开始直接对话谈判。乌克兰应当成为东西方沟通的桥梁，而不应成为大国对抗的前沿。我们呼吁为当事方直接谈判创造有利氛围和条件，因为这是解决问题的根本出路。联合国和国际社会有关各方采取的任何行动，都要以地区和平稳定为重，以各方普遍安全为重，应当有利于紧张局势降温，有利于推动外交解决。中方不赞成任何可能激化矛盾的做法。中方支持联合国有关机构继续在乌克兰开展人道救援工作。我们认为，平民的生命财产安全和人道主义需求应当得到有效的保障。主席先生，中国作为联合国安理会常任理事国，始终认真履行维护国际和平与安全的责任。中方关于尊重国家主权和领土完整、遵守联合国宪章宗旨和原则的基本立场是一贯的、明确的。我们将继续为寻求和平、实现和平发挥建设性作用。主席先生，冷战早已结束。基于集团对抗的冷战思维应当摒弃，挑起新的冷战更是有百害而无一利。一国的安全不能以损害他国安全为代价，地区安全更不能以强化甚至扩张军事集团来保障。中方支持欧盟、北约与俄罗斯重启对话，秉持安全不可分割理念，妥善解决包括俄罗斯在内各方正当的安全诉求，寻求构建均衡、有效、可持续的欧洲安全机制，实现欧洲大陆的长治久安。我谢谢你，主席先生。
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union, and I would like to highlight a few points in my national capacity. Mr. President, we have gathered here today under extraordinary circumstances that defy reason, but unfortunately are reality. And that reality is that the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, is executing an act of aggression against Ukraine, a founding member of the UN. Bulgaria condemns in the strongest possible terms this unprovoked and unjustified military aggression, which is in gross violation of international law and of the principles of the UN Charter. The illegal military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine not only undermines global security and stability, but also puts the international rules-based order in jeopardy. It is deplorable that the Russian Federation used its veto power to prevent the Security Council from exercising its primary responsibility for maintenance of international peace and security. However, the decision of the Security Council to urgently refer the matter to the General Assembly by calling an emergency special session demonstrates the resolve of the rest of the Council to do everything possible to address this serious act of aggression. The fact that for the first time in 40 years, the Security Council takes such a decision speaks of the gravity of the situation. We commend the decision by the Security Council, and now it is up to all of us to live up to the responsibility to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and international law and to send a strong and unequivocal message by condemning the act of aggression and the illegal actions by the Kremlin. Bulgaria demands that the Russian Federation immediately cease its military actions, unconditionally withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its internationally recognized borders. The use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Tensions and conflicts should be resolved exclusively through dialogue and diplomacy. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression, including by providing its territory to be used as a launching ground for the Russian aggression, and call on it to refrain from such action and to abide by its international obligations. The reports of civilian casualties, including of children, and the destructions of civilian infrastructure, including critical infrastructure, are deeply concerning. We are particularly outraged by the use of weapons that have indiscriminate effect in residential areas and against the civilian population. This is unacceptable and must stop immediately. We call on the Russian Federation to fully respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law and to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and assistance to all persons in need. The Russian Federation bears full responsibility for this aggression and all the destruction and loss of life, and the leadership of the Russian Federation should and will be held accountable in accordance with international law. Mr. President, colleagues, it is our duty to do the right thing. We need to stand together against any act of aggression and against any violation of the UN Charter. We need to fiercely defend the principles of the UN Charter, international law, and the rules-based order because they are our only guarantee for peace. We cannot turn a blind eye when a blatant act of aggression is being executed against a sovereign, peace-loving nation. Today, it is against Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be against any one of us. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate Bulgaria's unwavering support for the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I would also like to thank the Ukrainian people for their extraordinary courage and resilience. You're not alone. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, Italy aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and wishes to add the following remarks in its national capacity. We do welcome the convening of this special emergency session. Following the impossibility for the Security Council to discharge its duties and adopt its own resolution on the matter, due to the veto of the Russian Federation, the General Assembly had an obligation to make its voice heard in front of such a grave threat to international peace and security. We are thankful to those members of the Security Council that made this possible. Italy, together with its EU partners and allies, has made its position clear all along throughout this entire crisis, with statements and consistent acts, standing firmly in support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and in full solidarity with the Ukrainian people. The unprovoked aggression decided by the Russian leadership is a blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter, and as such, it has to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The involvement of Belarus as a facilitator of the Russian aggression is also to be condemned. In close coordination with the EU partners and allies, we have implemented unprecedented economic and financial sanctions, including on Belarus. As already stated, further steps will have to be taken if the assault against Ukraine continues. We call upon the Russian Federation to stop immediately its action and to withdraw its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders extending to territorial waters. We urge the Russian Federation to respect the principles set in the UN Charter and in the Declaration of Friendly Relations, to abide by the Minsk Agreement and to redirect urgently its action towards a peaceful solution. We trust that the General Assembly will, through the adoption of the tabled draft resolution, show cohesion and determination in dealing with a situation that is threatening the existence of a member state, causing a growing number of casualties, including civilians and children, and ultimately is undermining the very essence of multilateral relations. Mr. President, Russia's actions are causing enormous human suffering and triggering a humanitarian disaster. We express our heartfelt solidarity with Ukraine and its people, and we mourn all the victims of this безмысленная война, of this senseless war. Together with our partners and building on the support it has to be provided since 2014, Italy is scaling up its financial and material support to strengthen the capabilities and resilience of Ukraine, with an amount of around 110 million euros in aid, credit and grants and additional contributions. We are also determined to provide increased humanitarian support to assist the people of Ukraine in these dramatic circumstances. In this context, international humanitarian law must be upheld. Safe and unhindered humanitarian access must be granted. The humanitarian staff must be protected. We welcome the convening of a meeting of the Security Council on the humanitarian dimension of this crisis later today, and we hope that the discussions will lead to the adoption of a concrete deliverable. Lastly, we acknowledge and support the statements of the Secretary General in defense of the principles of the UN Charter and his action in support of the humanitarian needs in Ukraine. Italy will remain actively engaged in close coordination with its European partners and allies, and reaching out to the broader UN membership in favor of the immediate halt of this aggression and in support of the urgent return to a peaceful path. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, this is a defining moment for our organization and for the world. When the drafters of the Charter envisaged our collective security system back in 1945, they probably thought they had seen the worst in terms of tragedy and human suffering. If they were here today, they would doubt that assessment. We are under a swift escalation of tensions that could put all of humanity at risk, but we still have time to stop it. Brazil voted in favor of the draft resolution before the Security Council on the situation in Ukraine. We regret that the draft was not adopted, but firmly believe that the Security Council has not yet exhausted the instruments at its disposal to contribute to a negotiated and diplomatic solution towards peace. The urgency of the situation convinced us of the need to add the voice of the General Assembly to that of the Security Council in seeking solutions to the crisis in and around Ukraine.
Да не пихай меня! Дистанция, блядь! Ну что снимали? Что? Ну да, снимали. Я снимал, я снимал. Жива, здорово. Скажите, пожалуйста, где вы поедете? Берем конвой, уезжаем в воду.
девушка, которая в сознании вот так села, она представь себе, ну... Я не понимал, что я немножко стукнул головой. А все они вот, они ушли буквально вот эти ушли. Да, смотри, они сюда все встали, часть побежала на таблистах, часть побежала на
голову.
Что?
Голову бьют.
Не, мы ее не били, она побежала без сознания.
It is about rebuilding bridges and regaining trust. And it is about respect. Respect for each other's legitimate security concerns, for civilian lives, for all countries that do not want a war, for international law, and for the most basic principles that have guided this organization since its inception. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général,
Mr. Secretary General,
chers délégués,
distinguished delegates,
nous nous réunissons à une heure très grave.
the hour is grave.
La Fédération de
The
Russie,
Russian Federation,
membre permanent
a
du
permanent
Conseil de
member of
sécurité,
the Security Council,
a lancé une
has
guerre
unleashed
d'agression illégale
an illegal
et
and
injustifiable
unjustifiable
contre
war of
la
aggression
souveraineté,
against the sovereignty,
l'intégrité
the territorial
territoriale
integrity,
et l'indépendance
and the
politique
political independence
de notre
of
État
another
membre de
member
l'ONU,
state of the United Nations,
l'Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Les notions de la Russie constituent une violation. Les actions de la Russie constituent une violation flagrante de la Charte des Nations Unies, de ses objectifs et de ses principes. L'égalité souveraine de tous les États, le droit de tous les peuples à l'autodétermination, le règlement pacifique des différends et l'interdiction du recours à la force. En lançant cette guerre, la Russie cherche à détruire la liberté d'un peuple et d'une nation qui est souveraine, indépendante et intégrale. C'est une guerre qui est basée sur le désir du président Poutine d'un retour à l'impérialisme colonial. Ce sont des jours contre lesquels les membres des Nations Unies luttent depuis des générations. Et encore, la Russie a empêché le Conseil de sécurité de s'acquitter de son devoir fondamental, protéger la paix et la sécurité du monde. Nous sommes ici parce que la Russie a une fois de plus utilisé son droit de veto, que nous pensons est toujours illégitime, comme elle l'a fait de nombreuses autres occasions. Et la Russie menace maintenant l'Ukraine, l'Europe et le monde entier d'utiliser des armes nucléaires en violation directe de la déclaration commune des dirigeants des 5 membres permanents du Conseil ce janvier.
This past January.
Mr. President, it was in January of this year that members of the P5 agreed that a recourse to the nuclear option, to the nuclear threat, to the nuclear possibility was wrong. They admitted that no one could win this kind of confrontation. Just a few days later, President Putin announced that he was going to resort to this threat, directly contrary to what he had promised, signed, sealed, and delivered 6 weeks before. And so here we are, with a war that is a threat to each and every one of us. Through this resolution before us today, we as members of the United Nations have the chance to stand up in defense of a free people and to rebuke the evil notion that might makes right. And now we must all step up and stand up. Canada urges all member states to unequivocally condemn Russia's actions and to vote in favor of the resolution that is now before the Assembly. Russia has not been alone in undermining these foundational norms and rules, Mr. President. Belarus has also violated its obligations under the UN Charter and under international law. By allowing Russia to use its territory to invade and launch attacks against Ukraine, Belarus is aiding and abetting Russia's illegal war of aggression. Belarus's decision to send its force into Ukraine and to revoke its non-nuclear status are all completely unacceptable to us and completely incompatible with its obligations under the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, there must be accountability for these actions. As Russia has escalated its unjustifiable attack on Ukraine, its forces have encircled and shelled Ukrainian cities, targeting, killing, and maiming innocent Ukrainian civilians, children, women, and men. They are bombing civilian objects, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, apartments, and homes. They're looting and forcibly displacing civilians. Many hundreds of thousands have fled in freezing temperatures, seeking shelter across Ukraine's borders. There are credible reports that Russian forces are using prohibited weapons, including cluster bombs, and imposing siege warfare on Ukrainian cities. This is not news that comes in last week, news that comes in this morning. Pictures one can see visibly on social media as to what is taking place. Very different from the wars that have been waged in the past. We know what is happening in real time, and it is completely abhorrent. Let me be very clear, Mr. President. These are violations of international law, and they are acts that could amount to war crimes under international humanitarian law. Those acts flow directly from decisions that were made by President Putin and his inner circle, that were enabled by Belarus and their leaders, and carried out by Russia's armed forces and its proxies. These crimes began with an idea. What was the idea? We don't have to invent it. All we have to do is read President Putin's speeches and watch his declarations. The idea that a group of people are lesser, unequal, and unworthy unworthy of the protection of the law. The idea that a people, in fact, do not exist as a people, that they don't have a right to be themselves, that they don't have a right to their own nation, to their own country, that they have no right to the protection of the Charter. The way Vladimir Putin describes the Ukrainian nation and its supporters over many generations fits the description of the idea that I have described. And it's that idea that lies at the heart of the acts that follow, because actions don't come out of the blue. They don't come out of nothing. It all starts with an idea. And yet, with a terrible sense of irony, President Putin has perverted the very notion of genocide by alleging that genocide has been committed in Ukraine. I must stress, there has been no such finding substantiated by any UN or independent organization. And as my colleague from Brazil said, just speaking before me,
If there are complaints, and obviously there have been in this chamber and in the Security Council, with respect to the treatment of the Russian minority in Ukraine, even if those complaints were fully justified, they are not an excuse for war, and they are not an excuse for the aggression that we have seen. Ukraine has filed its own application under the Genocide Convention to the International Court of Justice. Canada takes the allegations filed by Ukraine with the greatest seriousness, as it does the decision of the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to begin an investigation into potential crimes against humanity. These decisions are not taken lightly, and they have the most serious of consequences. But I want to stress, it is the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court that are the places for these allegations to be dealt with, not the battlefield, and never by unilateral aggression. That's why we signed up to the Charter. We signed up to the Charter because we agreed that we would subject our disputes to processes created by us over many, many arduous years and debates, what would be done in the event of a profound difference of opinion between states. We don't go to war. We go to the negotiating table. We go to court. We go to mediators. That's how we resolve disputes. The other way lies madness. Canada and the international community will spare no effort to ensure that violations of international law in Ukraine are in fact investigated, that evidence is gathered, and that the perpetrators are held to account. We do so not only out of our conviction that the use of history, that the arc of history tends towards justice. We do so because what Ukrainians are being subjected to is horrific, and they deserve better, and they deserve more. Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to speak directly to the brave people and the government of Ukraine. We are quite simply inspired by you. We are standing with you, and you are not alone. Our support for Ukraine, your country, for your Ukrainian democracy, and for your right to choose your own future in Ukraine remains unwavering, steadfast, and resolute. Canada will do everything in its power to help you as you hold strong and defend your homeland against this terrible Russian aggression. Together with our partners, we will ensure that President Putin and those who ordered, implemented, and enabled this reckless war will continue to face significant costs and to be held accountable for their actions. Your struggle is now our struggle, and we are with you. Mr. President, if I could speak directly to the people of Russia. To the Russian protesters who are bravely demonstrating against the war, who have been met with brutal force and arbitrary arrests by riot police. To the thousands of Russian citizens who have written letters, had the courage to put their name on a letter to the President of Russia, condemning this reckless decision. To all those Russians at home and abroad who are opposed to this senseless war, and you are in the millions. Canada and the world, we see you and we hear you. Your President, Vladimir Putin, has sorely miscalculated. He has ignored the democratic and law-abiding spirit of the Russian people. He has underestimated the brave Ukrainians defending their country from aggression, with whom you have no cause for war, no cause for hatred, no cause for violence. And he has severely misjudged the resolve of the world to stand against him. Whatever lies are spoken here today, trying to justify the unjustifiable or to explain the inexplicable, It is President Putin's war of choice that is making your lives much more difficult. But there is always time for de-escalation. There is always time for dialogue. And your president must choose this path. Should he not, I believe it will show just how much contempt he has for you and for the future of your country and the planet that we live on and share together. Mr. President, we should all say together, directly to President Putin, stop this war. Stop this war. Stop it before there is more death, more pain, and more hardship. Stop the use of threats. Take your finger away from the nuclear button and never put it back for as long as you live. Come to grips with the reality of our time, as in more serious and rational moments you have done. Mr. President, it is never too late to stop. It's never too late to make a turn to diplomacy, to dialogue, and to negotiation. The alternative cannot happen. So now it falls to all of us, as equal members of the United Nations, whose equality and sovereignty, as I've said before, is what we signed up to when we became members of this organization. We need to stand up to the principles, for the principles of the Charter, for the purposes of the Charter, and to heal the hurt and pain that has been caused by this terrible war of aggression. This responsibility belongs to us and to no others. We sit here, we have to make decisions. We have to take every step we can, the human footsteps to peace, to reconciliation, and to justice. That is now our job in the General Assembly, and we must seize this moment of accountability, this moment of justice, this moment of democracy. We must seize it together. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are meeting today in a historic emergency special session because the UN Security Council was unfortunately unable to discharge its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security as a result of the veto cast by the Russian Federation, which is regrettable. We welcome the convening of this emergency special session as it allows all countries, especially the small countries, to raise their voice, to state their views, and to register their concerns in this universal organ of the United Nations. Mr. President, Singapore has always taken a consistent position on the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. Singapore is a staunch supporter of the rules-based multilateral system and of the United Nations. The unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation is a clear and gross violation of the fundamental norms and of the fundamental norms of international law and of the UN Charter. The UN Charter prohibits the use of force and acts of aggression against another sovereign state. This is a matter of principle for all small states and a matter of fundamental importance to all members of the General Assembly. For a tiny city-state like Singapore, this is an existential issue. A world order where might is right, or the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must, would be profoundly inimical to the security and survival of small states. We cannot accept one country attacking another without justification, arguing that its independence was the result of, and I quote, historical errors and crazy decisions, unquote. We simply cannot accept such an argument. Such an argument and rationale would go against the internationally recognized legitimacy and territorial integrity of many countries, including Singapore. This is why Singapore condemns, in the strongest terms possible, any unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country under any pretext. We deplore the Russian Federation's special military operation against Ukraine, both its operation in the Donbas region and the broader land, air, and sea attacks across Ukraine, including on Kyiv, the capital city. We also note with great sadness and regret reports of the growing number of casualties and the loss of many innocent lives as a result of this unjustified attack and act of war. We have taken note of the UN Humanitarian and Emergency Relief Coordinator's comments about the scale of the humanitarian assistance required to help those affected, and we call for safe and unhindered access for humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and all those in need. Mr. President, we reiterate that the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of all countries, including Ukraine, must be respected within its internationally recognized borders. The Secretary General of the United Nations has stated that he considers the actions of the Russian Federation to be a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. We agree with the Secretary General entirely. Let me repeat, we agree with the Secretary General entirely, and we support his call for the Russian Federation to withdraw all its troops from the territory of Ukraine and for the responsible actors to immediately cease all hostilities and prioritize diplomacy to address all issues peacefully in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. We also support the good offices of the UN Secretary General to be deployed in any way possible to facilitate diplomatic contacts and negotiations. Mr. President, let me conclude by saying that the world is watching us as we meet today in the General Assembly. As members of the General Assembly, we have to act swiftly, firmly, and with unity of purpose. Singapore is one of the main co-sponsors of the draft resolution that has been tabled for adoption in this General Assembly. Singapore will not hesitate to vote yes on this draft resolution. Singapore will always vote to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold international law. And I would like to urge all members of the General Assembly to vote yes for this resolution. And distinguished delegates, this resolution is not about taking sides. It is about upholding international law and the principles of the UN Charter. The United Nations, distinguished delegates, is being tested today. It is important that all countries, especially the small states, send a clear signal that we are united for peace and we are united to defend the principles of the Charter and that we are united to uphold international law. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon. I would like to inform members that at 3 p.m. today, the General Assembly will first hold the 60th plenary meeting of the 76th regular session, as announced in the journal. This will be followed by the second plenary meeting of the 11th emergency special session, at which the debate on agenda item 5 will continue. The General Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 5. The meeting is adjourned.
dont pourront se saisir les États membres pour renforcer la protection des consommateurs selon des modalités adaptées à toutes les conséquences possibles d'un accroissement des prix de l'énergie. Voilà. Je vais donc proposer à Kadri de prendre la parole.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and good evening to everyone. Today's Energy Council took place in extraordinary, tragic circumstances as war is raging in Europe and the people of Ukraine are fighting for their lives, their country and their freedom. This is a moment when Europe must stand by them. So let me begin with the most important topic on our agenda, supporting Ukraine. I have always worked closely with Ukraine to support market reforms and the modernization of their energy system. In recent months, I have stepped up the contacts to reinforce the country's security of supply. In these last days, I have been in constant contact with Ukraine's Energy Minister, German Galushenko. One project that has been our joint priority for a long time is synchronizing the Ukraine power grid with a European continental grid instead of Russia. This is a strategic initiative for increasing Ukraine's energy independence. The same day that Ukraine began conducting an isolation mode test, the first step in preparation for the future synchronization with the EU grid, the Russian military forces attacked the country. I spoke with Minister Galushenko again yesterday, and he has informed me that in the current situation, they have decided not to reconnect their grid back to Russia. As a result, Ukraine is asking for emergency synchronization with the European grid as soon as possible. This is technically challenging, but as Europe, this is something tangible we can do for our partners. I spoke today with President and the Chair of the Board of ENTSO-E, our electricity grid operators, and expressed my strong support for the emergency synchronization. Today at the Council, I have asked the ministers for their support as well, and there was a broad agreement around the table. Based on this, we will move forward with ENTSO-E to connect Ukraine's electricity system as quickly as possible. This step would also link Moldova to the EU creed, another country that wants to be able to choose its energy future. We also continue to work on delivering gas to Ukraine through physical reverse gas flow capacity from west to east. The first such deliveries from Hungary took place this winter. The physical reverse flow capacity between Slovakia and Ukraine has been increased, and the discussions are ongoing to extend this to the next heating seasons. Ukraine also needs our very practical, immediate help. Today I presented to the Member States a list of requests from Ukraine with urgent needs in the energy sector. The list covers things like diesel, petrol, jet fuel and generators, and I'm happy to report that concrete deliveries are already scheduled from Poland, Lithuania and Czechia, and many other Member States have pledged their help. Finally, we have agreed to keep under close monitoring the safety of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, and expressed support to yesterday's statement from NSREG, Europe's body of nuclear safety regulators. We are doing and will continue to do our utmost to help Ukraine in their struggle against lethal aggression. At the same time, this war will have deep repercussions, one way or another, on our own energy system. We have been conducting a preparedness exercise to make sure that the EU can withstand the impact of potential supply disruptions due to the war. I briefed the ministers today on our risk assessment work and contingency planning. It is our current assessment that the EU can get through this winter safely. At the moment, gas flows from east to west continue. LNG deliveries to the EU have increased significantly, and the weather forecast is favourable. The use of gas from storage has slowed down, and we are still around 30% of storage capacity filled. Ministers have confirmed that their national and regional preparedness plans are ready and updated. That said, risks remain. Following the measures taken by the EU and the international community to sanction Russia, we cannot exclude that Russia will take retaliatory steps that will impact energy trade. A full disruption would be a challenge for us, but we have tools in place to handle the implications. We discussed the potential for additional or alternative gas supplies. Ministers have asked to continue the work President von der Leyen and I have been doing, reaching out to pipeline and LNG suppliers. We have already seen a steep increase of LNG to Europe in January and February, with LNG imports now around 10 BCM per month, the highest level ever in the EU. Increasing the amount of LNG further requires EU-level coordination to maximise the use of infrastructure and make sure that gas ends up where it's mostly needed. To make this happen, I have announced that the Commission will set up a platform and contact group with the relevant Member States and LNG operators. In any case, we will reach the end of this winter with an exceptionally low level of gas storage. If current trends continue, our latest projection of storage for April is 18% compared to 30% the previous years. It is imperative that we start already now to plan for a sufficient level of gas storage ahead of the next heating season. In December last year, we proposed targeted measures to better integrate storage into regional and national risk assessments and enable joint procurement of strategic gas stocks, as well as strengthening solidarity between Member States. I have asked the ministers to speed up the adoption of these proposals. Meanwhile, Member States in the risk coordination groups should already now assess how to collectively ensure a certain level of gas storage in the region. As not all Member States have storage capacities available on their territory, regional coordination will be crucial. Some Member States have also announced that they are fast-tracking legislation that imposes minimum filling obligations at national level, which is already possible under EU law. It is also very important that Member States conclude outstanding solidarity arrangements with their neighbours without delay. We only have very few of them finalised, which means that an element of our security architecture is still missing. We cannot afford that. The war against Ukraine is not only a watershed moment for the security architecture in Europe. but for our energy system as well. It has made our vulnerability painfully clear. We cannot let any third country destabilize our energy markets or influence our energy choices. In the shorter term, we need to further diversify our gas supplies away from Russia and ensure that all market participants play by the rules of the game. But ultimately, the best and the only lasting solution is the Green Deal, boosting renewables and energy efficiency as fast as technically possible. On all those issues, we need a clear political roadmap. For this, the Commission is working on a follow-up to the October Toolbox communication to reinforce both short and mid-term measures against price volatility and security of supply risks. I have listened to the Minister's views on these issues. Today's discussion will inform our work in the coming days, and I expect we will be ready to present our new communication next week in Strasbourg. Our meeting also touched on the oil market situation. The rise of oil prices caused concerns across the world, and this has created a discussion whether a coordinated release by IEA members of part of the existing strategic reserve would be necessary to stabilize the market. All 27 EU member states are required to have emergency oil stock of at least 90 days. Currently, most of our member states have reserves larger than that. Releasing a part of these stocks is a powerful tool that member states can use, but the right conditions have to be in place. Today, ministers expressed their readiness to act at the appropriate moment based on further analysis, and I have offered to coordinate the member state position on this. I have spoken today with US Secretary Granholm, and I will attend the IEA board tomorrow, where this topic will be on the table. I want to end by thanking Barbara for convening today's meeting. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is in the current situation to work closely together, to remain united and to put our collective power behind policies that are on the right side of the history. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Commissaire. Nous allons prendre vos questions s'il y en a. Merci de bien vouloir préciser le média pour lequel vous travaillez et à qui s'adresse votre question. J'en prie.
Hi, this is Laura Dubois from the German press agency DPA. Commissioner, could you clarify, has a decision been made about the incorporation of the Ukrainian grid into the European one, or are still some technical tests needed? Thank you.
This is not a political decision. The synchronization process has been ongoing for several years, and there are necessary technical steps that must be taken. So right now, on parallel of our ministerial meeting, there was a NSOE, our regulators, our transmission system operators organization meeting, and they will map all the necessary preconditions that we have to fill so that emergency synchronization can happen. Under the normal circumstances, it would have happened next year, but right now, Ukraine, together with Moldova, is continuing at island mode. And that means that we need to step up our action from our side. And today, around the table, there was a strong political support to do so.
Oui, je veux être très claire là-dessus. Les États membres ont clairement donné le signal pour que nous entamions cette synchronisation. Il y a des aspects techniques effectivement à revérifier et à approfondir sur notamment les aspects de sécurité du réseau. Mais bien évidemment, nous sommes là pour aider nos alliés ukrainiens et donc nous voulons arriver à cette synchronisation. Nous sommes juste en train de travailler à le faire de la manière la plus sûre possible.
Peut-être peut-on prendre une question en ligne. Yuri Sheiko. On ne vous entend pas. Bon, je crois qu'il y a un petit problème technique. On reviendra vers vous un peu plus tard, peut-être. Je vous en prie. Allez-y.
Good evening. Lorenzo Consoli, Asca News, Italy. I would like to ask about the discussion concerning the price, the electricity price, and this issue of the marginal price for gas. Is it true that the initial opposition by the Commission and some member states to review the whole structure of the market and to decouple the price of gas from the price of energy and to have a real price that reflects the price of renewable, for instance, is now easier? Is that a reflection that the Commission is developing? Is the Commission more available to review this structure of the market? Thanks.
Well, there is still very clear support to current market design among several member states who do see that our common electricity market has served Europe well, ensuring the electricity demand is met at all times. But it also incentivizes the investments in renewable energy. So, as you know, we tasked ACER, the regulator, to conduct a study how we can address unwanted volatility, and this study will soon be at our disposal so that we can address this issue. Well, we are analyzing potential short and longer-term measures in the context of the upcoming energy communication that we are presenting next week. And yes, our priority is and will be to maintain the benefits of current framework, market integration, competition and incentives for renewable deployment, and at the same time help retail consumers to directly benefit from the greening of our energy system. Thank you.
Le principe, ce n'est pas de remettre en cause le marché de l'énergie. Mais il y a indéniablement une question de volatilité des prix qui doit être traitée et donc les travaux se poursuivent évidemment en lien avec la Commission.
Isabelle Smets pour Contexte, une question en français. Madame la Ministre, vous avez évoqué la possibilité de mettre en place des mécanismes volontaires de réduction de la consommation. Est-ce que vous pouvez un peu élaborer à quel type de mécanisme vous pensez? D'autre part, la Belgique a proposé de geler, plafonner les prix du gaz au niveau européen. Est-ce que ça a été discuté? Est-ce qu'il y a un support pour ce type de mesure? Et est-ce que vous avez évoqué la possibilité d'une obligation de stockage au niveau européen?
Alors, sur la question de la maîtrise de la consommation, c'est un travail qui doit bien évidemment être fait au sein de chaque État membre. On est déjà en réflexion sur ce sujet-là, puisque ça fait partie des mesures que nous pouvons mettre en œuvre à moyen et long terme pour lutter justement contre notre dépendance à la Russie et à d'autres pays. Donc, pour améliorer la résilience européenne, nous avons besoin de travailler sur des énergies bas carbone, le développement des énergies bas carbone, les renouvelables notamment, pour ne plus dépendre du gaz, mais bien évidemment, nous devons aussi maîtriser notre consommation. Donc, il y a des mesures qui sont déjà prises aujourd'hui, qui sont des mesures, par exemple, d'efficacité énergétique dans les bâtiments, de décarbonation de notre industrie, mais il y a aussi des messages à envoyer, que ce soit là dans le court terme vis-à-vis des consommateurs, que ce soit des consommateurs particuliers ou des entreprises, pour faire ce travail d'essayer d'économiser de l'énergie. Donc ça va être évidemment fait au niveau de chaque État membre. Ensuite, quand vous parlez de la question des prix du gaz, là c'est un sujet sur lequel je laisserai Kadri répondre. Et votre troisième, c'était sur les obligations de stockage, oui. Oui, alors vous le savez, il y a des réglementations différentes selon les pays membres. Il y a des États membres qui ont déjà une réglementation là-dessus. Nous voyons que cette nécessité de réglementer le stockage est en train de se faire de plus en plus criante au regard de la crise que nous subissons. Donc il a été question en tout cas là déjà, dans le temps court, de remplir les stockages, d'avoir une solidarité entre nous, puisque tout le monde, comme le disait Kadri, n'a pas les mêmes capacités de stockage, mais aussi, je crois que nous devons avoir une réflexion pour essayer d'harmoniser un petit peu notre réglementation sur les stockages. Mais pour l'instant, c'est vraiment en cours de réflexion.
Well, if I can add on this, indeed, several member states have already put in place a legislation that introduces obligation to fill storage before the heating season starts. And as I was mentioning in my introductory remarks, several ministers announced that they will plan to introduce a similar obligation and they will propose a national legislation on that. Of course, we have to be prepared for next heating season, and one of the necessary preconditions is that our storage will be filled and that we will not start the next season in the same way as we started this season. Now, the question about gas prices. As you know, LNG is globally traded commodity. We have to find alternative distributors that help us to replace the lost volumes from Russia. Already in past months, we saw lower volumes from East than previous years. We have to be prepared for even that this trend will continue. And that means that, that those LNG traders who will have a possibility to route their cargoes to Asia, where its demand is significantly higher than expected, will expect that, that the price is competitive. So in this regard, well, our market power will be our demand for LNG is not as big as the same demand from Asia, and our share on the LNG global LNG market is not in such a level that we will dictate the price. But of course, we are discussing how to minimize the impact to our retail consumers and how to help our industry at this moment where the extreme price volatility might be one of the scenarios. Thank you.
Peut-être peut-on essayer de redonner la parole à Yuri si la connexion fonctionne.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, oh, great. So I have two questions on the issue of the synchronization of Ukrainian grid with the continental grid of Europe. First one, can you maybe comment on the performance of Ukraine during this isolated mode, because it was a test how Ukraine can balance, and Ukraine was balancing the system not only in isolated mode, but also in the condition of war. So could you comment how was the performance? And the second question, you said that there was a support among ministers that for the emergency synchronization of Ukrainian grid with the continental grid of Europe. So can you give us maybe some timing, when can we expect this? And also, could you explain a little bit more, what does this emergency connection mean? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the question. Indeed, this isolation mode, the test, was long planned. This was one of the necessary preconditions to proceed with Ukrainian and Moldovan grid synchronization with European grid. And in this regard, they informed their Russian counterparts months ahead, and it was agreed with Russian grid operator. They started isolation mode test at the night of 24th of February, and they successfully passed all the necessary steps until the last one that was supposed to be the reconnection to the Russian grid. But this was decided yesterday that they will not finalize this test mode with reconnection, because then they would have been dependent on the Russian side. Now, what are the technical steps that we still need to help them with emergency synchronization? Well, our ENTSO-E indicated in the beginning of this year several technical works that were necessary to avoid disturbance in EU grid at theoretical level. Now we know that under the war circumstances we can't ask Ukrainians who are fighting to keep the lights on and to repair the distribution grids that were destroyed during the military activities to do these works in the upcoming weeks. So we have to map what are the risks for our grid, for our grid in the respect that in worst case scenario might also put into the risk our grid stability. I had a meeting with ENTSO-E this morning. They do believe that technically the emergency synchronization is possible, because this doesn't mean that there will be trade. This just means that we will help them to keep their synchronous area and avoid possible risk of blackouts. Right now, when they are continuing at the isolation mode, this is very difficult even for neighboring countries to provide them any kind of help to keep their synchronous area operational. This is only on their current this during the isolation mode is responsibility of Ukrainians. And again, I have to mention that Moldova is together with Ukraine at isolation mode right now. So on timing, this is not a matter of hours. It is more like days, might be several weeks. Thank you.
Bonjour, Damien Génicaud d'Agence Europe. Une petite question technique pour être sûr d'avoir bien compris. Par rapport à la synchronisation, il n'y aura donc pas de vote des États membres là-dessus?
This will be decided by the organization who takes care of our EU grid, and this organization is ENTSO-E. So our electricity transmission system operators organization, who has members, who has also member organizations who are not coming from EU, but for example, there are 38 members. So I will not start naming them one by one. Thank you.
Si je peux ajouter un mot là-dessus, c'est évidemment une question technique. Donc on a besoin que les réseaux se mettent d'accord entre eux pour pouvoir réussir à faire cette connexion. Mais la volonté politique est claire. il faut qu'on puisse aider l'Ukraine, il faut qu'on prenne la mesure des risques, et c'est ce qui est en train d'être regardé, mais nous devons faire la balance entre les risques, mais aussi le besoin de l'Ukraine de se connecter pour éviter un blackout qui pourrait lui aussi avoir des conséquences très lourdes. Donc c'est tout ce travail que sont en train de faire nos gestionnaires de réseau.
On va peut-être prendre une dernière question en ligne de Monica.
Hi, good evening. This is Monica with the New York Times. Thanks for taking my question. I have a question on the strategic oil reserves. So, Commissioner, you said that ministers today expressed their readiness to release some of the oil reserves when the appropriate moment comes. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? When would the appropriate moment be? Thank you.
Well, indeed, compared to our situation and our dependency on gas, on area of oil, we do have a robust system of strategic oil reserves in place. So member states do have at least 90 days oil stock. And this is the same for all the International Energy Agency member states. In this regard, according to our legislation, we can release this strategic stock partially or we can release it when there is disruption of supply. This has happened in the history 3 times. So Gulf War, Hurricane Catherine, and Libya War. So clear disruptions. Now we do have war in Ukraine. Well, there are major pipelines coming through the Ukraine, so we have to be every hour ready for this release. And on top of that, many member states already announced that they are already sending support, sending some of their oil that is on top of 90 days obligation to Ukraine to support them. So tomorrow we will have IEA board meeting where we will coordinate our action with other IEA members who are not European countries.
Pendant le Conseil, beaucoup d'États membres se sont exprimés pour dire qu'ils étaient disposés à libérer une partie des stocks en cas de besoin. Donc dire qu'ils sont prêts à le faire en cas de besoin, que ce soit en termes d'approvisionnement ou que ce soit en cas de trop forte perturbation des marchés. Donc voilà où on en est là-dessus, sachant qu'après, au board de l'Agence internationale de l'énergie, ce seront les États qui s'exprimeront chacun en leur nom.
Parfait. Eh bien, nous allons finir ici cette conférence de presse. Merci beaucoup de l'avoir suivie.
Merci à tous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Thank you.
Okay.
You could ask questions from here.
Yes. Yeah. You think so? Okay.
I would think so.
I'll try.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States and Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Joe Biden, accompanied by Kateo Hilton.
Good afternoon. Wow, there is just so much love in this room. Gosh, Joe, Kamala, Doug, and I are honored to be with you for our very first in-person White House Black History Month celebration. You know, it's great to see so many good friends here with us in the residence. And thank you to DJ D-Nice. Where is he? Ah, there you go. You know, your club quarantine brought us so much joy during the dark moments, and we are so grateful to have you with us today. So thank you for being here. I know before we came out, Kamala and Doug were saying how many times they were in their apartment and they were dancing together, you know, party of two. I can't say the same of Joe, but party of one. The history of our nation, the history of African Americans who helped build our nation, is cataloged in the tangible milestones and moments and trials and triumphs. We remember the names of those who shaped the course of our country and whose hands have written the story of America. Many of those hands belong to you. Yes. Those who have crafted our laws and dismantled injustice, who have penned our poetry and painted our dreams, who have taught the children who will lead us into the future and flown to the heavens to touch our stars. And yet there are threads stitching our history together that can't be captured by books. The laughter that gives us strength when the world feels hard or hopeless. the joy we find in shared purpose and acts of kindness, and the friendships that restore our faith in the world. That's what we celebrate today. A history as beautiful and diverse as our nation, as strong as the voices who continue to demand justice, a legacy driven by love for one another and hope for a brighter future, a heritage cemented by faith, friendship, and joy. Friends, we are honored to welcome you to the White House today. We are honored to share in the happiness of this celebration, and we are humbled to stand with you as we all work for a better future together. Thank you. As many of you know, our Vice President's historic path to the White House began before she could even walk, marching with her parents in the civil rights movement, or at least being pushed in a stroller. Since then, she has dedicated her life to pursuing justice and opportunity for all. She is a partner to Joe, especially on issues like voting rights, and is proud to be the first but not the last. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the I just said that to make you laugh. The Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. Please have a seat, everybody. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It is so good to meet so many folks and to see so many folks. It's nice to be together under one roof together, isn't it? And of course, it is an honor to be here with our incredible President, Joe Biden. First Lady, Dr. Joe Biden, and the second gentleman of the United States, my husband, Doug Emhoff. It is wonderful to be here this afternoon, joined by the most esteemed members of the Congressional Black Caucus. And as a former member of the CBC, I know firsthand that the members of the CBC are truly the conscience, not only of the Congress, but of our country. Thank you. Thank you also to all the clergy joining us today who continue to lift the spirits and the condition of so many people in our country. And to the community organizers who work day in and day out to make a difference in the lives of all people in our nation. We are so grateful for you. And we are gathered then at a critical moment in the history of our nation and our world. A moment in which our democratic principles have come under threat. Today, the eyes of the world are on Ukraine and the brave people who are fighting to protect their country and their democracy. And their bravery is a reminder, a most recent reminder, that justice, equality, and freedom must never be taken for granted by any of us. So, friends, Black History Month was established to teach the history that too often has not been taught. The history of Black excellence and leadership in America. and also the history of resistance and resilience in America. And we are clear, Black history is American history. It is living, breathing history. History we create every day. And today, of course, our nation faces many great challenges. Among the greatest is the assault on the freedom to vote, the freedom from which all others flow. It will take an all-hands-on-deck approach to safeguard and strengthen the freedom to vote, and the President and I are committed to securing that freedom, as is everyone here. And that is why I felt such pride and such hope understanding how votes lead to action through elections. It is why I felt such pride and such hope this past Friday when President Joe Biden nominated Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson nominated her to sit on the United States Supreme Court. Because as we all know, elections matter. And when folks vote, they order what they want, and in this case, they got what they asked for. I went off script a little bit. And Judge Jackson, of course, will make a phenomenal justice. She is brilliant. She has a brilliant mind and a record of excellence. A record that proves she will administer equal justice. And I don't have to tell everybody here, she has been confirmed on a bipartisan basis 3 times. And deserves, therefore, a swift confirmation now. And Judge Jackson will be the first Black woman to sit on our nation's highest court. And as Dr. Jill Biden mentioned, it is with that spirit also that we know she will not be the last. So there is a lot to celebrate. There's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to work toward. And in remembering our history, we remember those great American heroes who continue to inspire and motivate us, who continue to remind us through our memory of them and their contribution and sacrifice what our role and responsibility is at this moment in history. And speaking of that, then, when everyone walked into the White House today, I'm sure that you may have seen an exhibit celebrating great Black Americans. On display is a campaign poster from Shirley Chisholm. Barbara Lee, I saw you here today. Books by Toni Morrison, Zora Neale Hurston, and Maya Angelou. And a display honoring Dr. Mae Jemison, who I just talked with last week. You know, I'm the head of the Space Council. About her life and her work and her enduring commitment to helping young people find their own path to the stars. In the exhibit, there is also an Ella Fitzgerald vinyl, we used to call it an album, and a Jacob Lawrence painting, which hangs right here in this White House on a permanent basis. And especially significant in this moment, a judicial oath signed by Justice Thurgood Marshall, whose life's work influenced my own. In fact, his portrait hangs currently in the official office of the Vice President of the United States. And a bust of his figure sits in my ceremonial office as well. So as we gather here today and as we prepare to confirm another historic first to our nation's highest court, let us always remember, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Giants in our history, giants in American history, and giants right here in this room. This Black History Month, let us recommit to honoring their legacy with action. Let us continue their fight and our fight for justice and equality and opportunity for all, so that generations to come may stand on our shoulders and reach even greater heights. And history, as I've said many times before, I do believe it to be a relay race. We have been each passed a baton with which we run our part in our pursuit of progress, and we will then pass the baton to the next generation. And in that spirit, it is now my pleasure to introduce a young, brilliant leader who is leading our nation forward with bravery, creativity, and grace and excellence. Please welcome Kateo Hilton.
Lines of communication are in some ways even more important. So we have continued to engage the Russian Federation. There are issues that are of bilateral interest to us. Our staffing posture in Moscow is one such issue. Delivering notices, demarches, is something we continue to have the ability to do. It is something we're able to do out of our embassy in Moscow. I'm not aware of any high-level engagement since the Secretary informed Foreign Minister Lavrov last week that we did not deem this context to be appropriate or conducive for diplomacy, for the meeting that was to have taken place in Geneva last Thursday. But again, if we need to convey a high-level message to the Russian Federation or a lower-level message to the Russian Federation, we have the ability to do that.
Was that done over after President Putin's statement on his nuclear posture?
Has there been engagement in the past 24 hours? I couldn't speak to whether there has been direct contact within the past 24 hours, but there has been recent engagement on areas that are of in our national interest, and that includes issues of our bilateral, of our staffing presence in Moscow.
Okay, one follow-up. The Ukrainians have been asking for months and months for even better weaponry than the U.S. has been supplying them, and especially for Stinger rockets which can take down aircraft. Is the U.S. supplying Stinger missiles to Ukraine?
So, Paul, we have over the past year committed more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. That includes the $350 million that Secretary Blinken signed out over the weekend. It includes the $200 million that President Biden authorized and was signed out in December. It includes the $60 million that was signed out and committed with the visit of President Zelensky last year. I'm not in a position to detail every element of that security assistance, but what I can say is that it includes supplies that are effective when it comes to anti-armor, anti-aircraft, small arms, munitions. This is a discussion we have had at many levels on a consistent basis with our Ukrainian partners to determine precisely what their defensive security needs are. The provision of our defensive security assistance is calibrated precisely to those needs. I should add that the $200 million that was authorized by President Biden in December, that we have not yet spent all that money, and so there was never a pause in the delivery of our security assistance. Secretary Blinken authorized this additional $350 million, knowing and consistent with what President Biden said prior to the Russian invasion, that if Russia were to invade Ukraine, not only would our security assistance continue, but we would double down on it. We have made good on that pledge as well.
Just on the
breaking. Russia's UN envoy says 12 Russian UN diplomats ordered by United States to leave by March 7th. Can you confirm and talk about it?
I don't have anything to offer there. Obviously, I haven't seen these headlines.
Were you not aware of this plan?
I haven't seen a headline that just came out before I took the podium.
Just one more.
Again, I can't speak to something I haven't seen the full details of.
But also one more thing on the recent engagement. You just said there wasn't any high-level one, but Russia's foreign minister today said Russia complained to the U.S. ambassador to Moscow over what it described as hostile protests near its diplomatic facilities. And from their readout, I understand that John Sullivan was in a meeting with the Russians in Moscow, and it says they also discussed other bilateral issues. Can you talk a little bit about what was discussed, and did you guys get any indication from this meeting that Russians may want to talk about any diplomatic path or anything like that?
So I indicated before that our embassy in Moscow continues to have the ability to engage with our Russian counterparts on issues that are of interest to us. Ambassador Sullivan has continued to engage at his level. We have not had high-level engagements from Secretary Blinken, Deputy Secretary Sherman from the department here. But of course, even with the announcement of today's authorized departure of non-emergency employees and eligible family members, we still have Americans on the ground in Moscow. Their safety, their security is of paramount importance to us. The ambassador often does engage with his Russian counterparts on issues pertaining to that, and will continue to. Yes.
Just to be absolutely clear, the Russians in New York are saying that you have expelled or asked 12 UN diplomats, Russian diplomats, to leave the United States. Are you saying you can't comment on that? You don't know about it?
I don't have those details in front of me. This apparently just came out since the time I've been up here.
But can you react to it? Is it accurate? Have you asked 12 Russians to leave?
I'm not going to react to something that has just come out while as I've been up here.
It is suggested that this is part of the ongoing, that is not related to Ukraine, that this is part of the ongoing spat over diplomatic staffing, in which you have said that you have told Russians who have been here, diplomats in the U.S. who've been here longer than 3 years.
We have been clear about the 3-year visa validity. What we've also been clear about is that the watchword for us is parity. We want to see diplomatic parity between our mission in Moscow and what the Russians maintain here.
So my question, I'm not just saying that to say it. My question is, does that parity include Russia? Obviously, the Russians have more people here because they have a mission, because you are the host of the UN, and they have a mission up there, whereas, you have a mission in New York too, but they're Americans. So, are the diplomats the Russian diplomats who are posted to New York considered part of? When you talk about parity, are they considered part of that?
When we talk about our bilateral missions, typically we refer to our embassy in Moscow, and their embassy
in New York, and not the mission.
Typically, when we talk about it, we talk about our respective bilateral missions.
So that would then suggest that this is something different than the parity.
I'm sure we'll have more to say on this later today. Anything else? Yes.
You and other officials have remarked lately how bizarre the Russian president's speeches have been, and his and now we see him issuing nuclear threats, and so I wonder, do you still consider him a rational actor? And on sanctions that were announced today, do you have any parameters for when you can climb down from those?
So I don't think it's useful, productive, or even possible for me to try to get into President Putin's head. It's certainly not something I would want to do from here. Again, what matters to us are the actions of the Russian Federation. And again, if rhetoric materializes into action that directly threatens our allies or the United States, as you've heard from the president, we will respond resolutely. We will respond decisively. Our commitment to Article 5 is sacrosanct. Our commitment to our allies is unwavering, and that will remain the case. When it comes to the sanctions, your question was, how do we climb down from this? Yeah. Well, first, our goal has been to climb up because of what the Russian Federation has done. We were clear that if Russia were to pursue this path, the costs would be profound, and I think you have seen that. Everyone is familiar, or everyone, I assume just about everyone is familiar with the steps that we've taken as recently as this morning, as recently as the weekend, on Friday, so I won't go through that entire litany. What might be more productive is to speak to the implications of some of those measures. And we have seen the Russian economy and the Russian financial system react as we might have expected to the severity and scale of these measures. The ruble has fallen about 20%, and it's trading at its weakest level ever. The Russian stock market was kept closed today. I understand it will be kept closed tomorrow, likely due to fear of capital flight. If it were to open, that is a very precarious situation to be in, having to keep your stock market closed for fear of what would otherwise transpire. The Central Bank of Russia more than doubled their key interest rate to 20%. A 20% interest rate is not something that a country can sustain. This is the highest level in almost 20 years. And the central bank also instituted capital controls by ordering domestic brokers to reject foreign bids to sell Russian securities. Russian authorities are also forcing exporters to sell at least 80% of their foreign currency that they receive in order to prop up the rapidly weakening currency. The S&P late last week on Friday downgraded Russia's credit rating to junk status with the measures that we've announced against the Russian central bank, this slush fund, supposedly sanction-proofing depository for President Putin, amassing hundreds of billions of dollars over the years in an effort to evade Western sanctions. We have essentially cut off his ability to weather the sanction storm that together we have imposed with our partners and allies. But your question was really in the other direction. And what would it take to climb down from here? And I would make a couple points. One, sanctions are not an end in and of themselves. Sanctions are a means to an end. And the end we are seeking to achieve in this case is an end to this conflict, an end to this brutal war, an end to the loss of life that Russia is inflicting needlessly on an unprovoked basis to its neighbor. So we want to see de-escalation. We believe, as we do in this case, as we do in other cases, that these economic measures will apply pressure on the Russian Federation to ultimately do the right thing, and that is to bring an end to this conflict. Were that to happen, these measures would be calibrated accordingly. If that does not happen, if Russia continues to escalate, these measures will be calibrated accordingly. We are prepared to escalate further. We are also prepared to calibrate in the other direction if these measures have their intended effect.
But the conflict can end, on different terms. So, is that a simple? The conflict ends, the sanctions ends, and because what their and Russians' end goal is. They want to end this conflict, but on their terms, right?
So I wouldn't want to be quite so categorical. Obviously, there will need to be accountability for what the Russian Federation has done. The fact that it has launched this needless, unprovoked, unjustified war against its neighbor. That is something that the United States, together with the international community, we will need to wrestle with. How best to hold the Russian Federation accountable for that, just as we have continued to hold the Russian Federation accountable for its attempted annexation of Crimea, for its incursion and invasion into the Donbass in 2014, some 8 years ago. What we have seen, and I'll make this point, is that this conflict has already displaced hundreds of thousands of individuals, of people, and resulted in significant civilian casualties. This is a war that threatens to explode even further on urban areas, rendering even more displacement, casualties, loss of civilian life. And civilians, we know, will bear the brunt, especially as this conflict encroaches on civilian population centers and civilian cities. We consider reports of civilian casualties to be credible and in line with Russia's past operations, both in Russia-controlled areas of Ukraine and in conflict areas elsewhere in the world where Russia has been belligerent. The government of Russia and all Russian personnel involved in these operations should know that the United States is supporting an international multilateral effort to detect and document potential human rights abuses or violations of international humanitarian law. And as I was saying before, we are equally committed to supporting the pursuit of accountability for human rights violations, for abuses of international humanitarian law, for potential war crimes, for other potential atrocities, using every tool available, including criminal prosecutions where appropriate. Will?
Yeah, what's the leverage to do anything about the humanitarian situation, or to stop this kind of thing? We've talked about making comments in the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly, or the Security Council, where Russia has a veto. If Russia is willing to escalate this conflict further, do you agree with that, first of all? And second of all, what is the real leverage if Russia can veto these measures and can simply proceed?
Well, I'll make a couple points there. One, Russia cannot veto our efforts, international efforts, multilateral efforts to document and to hold accountable those responsible for violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. This could be at the political level, it could be at the operational level. And together with our partners, we will assemble everything we can to hold these individuals to account, whether that form is criminal or in any other context. What I will also say on the humanitarian front is that the United States continues to be the single largest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. This was one of the many measures that you heard from us in recent hours. It was yesterday that we announced $54 million in additional humanitarian assistance to Ukraine to help the people of Ukraine. That is in addition to $52 million that we have provided to Ukrainians in Ukraine over the past year. And as the humanitarian needs of our Ukrainian partners increase, we will be prepared to work with the international community to do more. We're working closely with the UN, we're working closely with NGOs and aid organizations on the ground. As you know, our humanitarian assistance goes to our partners who are on the ground, and we've been in regular contact with our humanitarian partner providers. Many of them are still able to conduct their life-saving work inside of Ukraine, and we're continuing to fund them, as are so many of our allies and partners around the world. So Moscow can be obstructionist in some ways. Moscow can politically stand in the way, but Moscow would have a hard time standing in the way of this work, and Moscow won't be able to stand in the way of the accountability to which we're committed.
What specific things are you worried about? There have been reports of cluster munitions, but I guess neither Russia nor U.S. are full signatories to that. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield has mentioned possible atrocities. What specific things are you looking at or worried about? What reports concern you the most?
We are concerned about the entire gamut. We have seen reports that civilians have been killed. We have seen reports that children have been killed. I'm sure all of us have seen the images of kindergarten that was destroyed, tales that have emanated from Ukraine of innocent civilians who have been maimed, injured, or even killed in the conduct of this senseless war. We've seen residential buildings with giant pockmarks in them, smoke billowing from civilian population centers. All of this is cause for profound concern, even if and when civilian infrastructure and civilian locations aren't intentionally targeted. As we know, there is no weapon in the world that can be as precise as any belligerent would like. And so when another country seeks to take civilian population centers, encircles a city of 2.9 million people like Kyiv, apparently has an interest in forcibly taking Kyiv, that has the potential to result in significant civilian harm and civilian loss of life. That's something we're going to be watching very closely. Paul.
On sanctions and oligarchs, Britain has just expanded its list of people they're sanctioning, including the tycoon Usmanov. Is the U.S. going to expand its sanctions of oligarchs, or did what we had today, is that the last of U.S. sanctions?
We will do more, assuming the Russian Federation continues to escalate. And we have seen no indication at this point that the Russian Federation is prepared to do otherwise. You're right that the oligarchs and cronies that we've sanctioned, the lists are symmetrical, but they are not identical. Just as we have done with our allies and partners with our other economic and financial means, we will increasingly bring those two things closer together. They may not be identical at the end of the day, just given different authorities and our different systems, but they will ultimately be symmetrical and mutually reinforcing. And yes, we will do more. Beyond additional targets, what we are launching and what you heard about recently is the task force that together with our allies and partners, we are going to identify, we are going to hunt down and freeze the assets of Russian companies and oligarchs. We are going to hunt down their yachts. We are going to hunt down their mansions. Any other ill-gotten gains that we can find and freeze under the law. No longer will they be able to operate with impunity in the West. No longer will they be able to invest their ill-gotten gains in other jurisdictions. Their ability to send their children to boarding schools around the world. These are all things that we are going to go after very aggressively together with our allies and partners.
Two follow-ups. One is one of the most powerful oligarchs is Roman Abramovich, who is an Israeli citizen, yet he seems to have a sweeping influence in Russia. Why hasn't he been targeted?
Again, our sanctions, they are statutory, and every target has to meet the statutory definition, statutory requirements. So I wouldn't want to rule any entity or person in or out, but as appropriate, we will continue to go after additional oligarchs and cronies.
Okay, and the final one is, do any of these oligarchs, billionaires, actually have currently significant assets in the United States?
I think we have all heard and know there are certain jurisdictions, including in this country, where Russian oligarchs have attempted to hide their ill-gotten gains. We will, working with our allies and partners, do everything we can to identify those, to root them out, and to close their ability to hide those gains.
Well, will we know if anything is seized or blocked? Is a home, a yacht in the United States?
Any of that would take place in a law enforcement context, I would presume, so I would need to refer to my law enforcement counterparts.
I'm a little curious about this task force. Presumably you guys already know.
Right?
I mean, I'll give you yachts and aircraft. They can move and might go out of U.S. jurisdictions. But if some guy's got a massive mansion in Palm Beach, it's not like he can, you know about it already, right? No?
This is an effort to share information with, to work with, to coordinate with our allies and partners. You're right. Some of this is about assets that can move between jurisdictions, but clearly there is a determination on the part of the United States and the part of our allies and partners, including some partners who previously have sought to maintain some degree of neutrality. The fact is that no responsible country around the world can be neutral when it comes to Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, needless invasion of Ukraine. And we've seen any number of countries demonstrate very clearly, very vividly, that they are standing on the side of Ukraine, they're standing on the side of the rules-based international order.
Fair to say then the U.S. contribution to this task force, since you most likely already have identified assets, immovable assets, like property and maybe money, and that mainly what you're going to be doing with this task force is assisting other countries in finding these properties or whatever in their jurisdictions?
Well, clearly anything that's in the United States would be under the purview of domestic authorities here, and it would be under the purview of law enforcement to take any appropriate action. But yes, we have intelligence, we have information, we have an ability to identify and to pinpoint some of these assets that other countries might not.
I have two non-Ukraine ones.
Okay, I didn't hear you say very quick, but I'll assume very quick non-Ukraine ones.
Quick.
Great.
Does anyone else want to go, though? I don't want to.
It's all you.
Okay. One, today is the day. Today is the anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the Shanghai Communique. Did you guys make a conscious decision to snub the Chinese or to just let this one go by?
Matt, there are many anniversaries that go by
I know,
without a statement from the State Department. It doesn't in any way mean that we are trying to diminish the historical meaning or importance of an anniversary. I know you look forward to our statements on every occasion, but sometimes.
Well, okay, but it just seems.
Have a statement on every occasion.
You do. I mean, you know, the National Day of Narnia, you guys put out a statement on, you know. But this is a pretty big deal, you know, or at least it was 50 years ago. So I just want to make sure that you're intentionally not recognizing the anniversary.
I am not aware of us having any plans to issue a statement, but I wouldn't read more into it than that.
Okay, second one. You had the secretary was at, and then presumably he left to go do other things, but the Bahrain strategic dialogue happened this morning. Or whenever it was this afternoon. I just want to ask about political prisoners in Bahrain, and if that issue was raised, in particularly the case that I've raised before about Professor Alcingate.
I know that we've engaged Bahraini authorities on that specific case previously. I couldn't say whether it was raised today. I wasn't in that meeting, but if we have anything to share, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Last thing, can you say where we are on Iran talks?
Where we are in Iran talks, clearly, and you heard me say this last week, there has been significant progress in recent days that I think it is fair to say, and you've heard this from our allies and partners, that we are at a decisive moment. And I think you all saw the reports that the Iranian negotiator went back to Tehran, only recently returned to Vienna. So I would expect we will have additional clarity in the coming days. And we will need to have additional clarity in the coming days, given that we are at this decisive, consequential moment, knowing that Tehran's nuclear advancements will soon render the non-proliferation benefits that the JCPOA conveyed essentially meaningless before too long.
So just one thing on that, since we're going to Iran. Iran also said there are 3 main unresolved issues and they're still really important. So you're saying this week is critical. You guys have said that for a while now, but are you prepared to walk away if those issues are not resolved by the end of the week?
We are prepared to walk away if Iran displays an intransigence to making progress. But let me be clear that walking away won't mean leaving the status quo. We have talked about the alternatives, at least in general terms, the alternatives that we have developed and we are prepared to pursue together with our allies and partners if the Iranians are unwilling to engage in good faith, in a constructive way, on the remaining outstanding issues. Thank you all very much.
Not too expensive. $100. I'd have to know. I mean, that's good price for sure. Yeah, you can stand it. I would have to know. I would know.
All those eggs clumped together. There were people doing like side by side, like images like that. Well, there was like the Macron thing where I feel like they made part. The Macron, or this one?
You did. Oh, sorry to get credit. I couldn't see the whole sound alike. No. You don't want to see that. That's terrible. But oh, it's okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, you know, if I can't find them, then I just go wild. Boy, that's the question. Right, right, right. I'm an artist, man. I wish you would have came out here. What? What? I wish you would have came out while you got in there. What are you, salt? I wish you would have came out. Okay, man. Yeah, that's what you've been doing too. And I know
Good afternoon. We have a 2-minute warning to the press briefing. A 2-minute warning to the press briefing. See you soon.
Hi, everyone. Okay, happy Monday, State of the Union Eve, shall we say. Okay, I just wanted to start off and highlight some of the ongoing assistance. Obviously, we made a number of announcements over the weekend to get everybody up to speed. We have some charts to give you all the specifics in case that is helpful. The United States is the largest provider of assistance to Ukraine, and President Biden has committed more security assistance to Ukraine over the past year than the United States has provided at any other time in history. On Friday night, the President authorized an additional $350 million of military assistance in support of Ukraine's frontline defenders as they faced armored, airborne, and other threats. He did so hours after speaking with President Zelensky to ask him what support he needed. We are working to expedite deliveries from the latest package the President approved. I would note that the prior package that we had already announced has been ongoing and has been delivered even in the last few days, parts of that package. We expect equipment to start arriving within the next couple of days from this package. That brought the total security assistance we've approved for Ukraine to $1 billion over the past year. It is the third time the President has expedited emergency security assistance for Ukraine's defense in recent months using the Presidential Drawdown Authority. We're also working with NATO allies to facilitate the transfer of U.S.-made equipment from their inventories to Ukraine. The United States is also the single largest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, and recently deployed a disaster assistance response team to the region to lead the U.S. humanitarian response and support the Ukrainian people as they bear the brunt of Russian aggression. You may have seen that our USAID, head of USAID, Samantha Power, is on the ground in Poland and has been there as well, providing guidance and assistance there. We've provided over $106 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year, including an additional $54 million we announced this weekend to cover critical needs such as safe drinking water, sanitation, hygiene supplies, and critical emergency health supplies to meet the needs of hundreds of thousands of people, as well as emergency food assistance to meet the immediate needs of 125,000 people. I will stop there. I know there's lots to talk about, so Amr, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. In light of President Putin putting Russia's nuclear forces into special combat readiness, has the United States changed its nuclear posture?
Well, let me first start by saying that throughout the crisis, Russia and President Putin have falsely alleged that it is under threat, including from Ukraine, including from NATO. Neither the United States nor NATO has any desire or intention for conflict with Russia. And we think provocative rhetoric like this regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous, adds to the risk of miscalculation, should be avoided, and will not indulge in it. We are assessing President Putin's directive, and at this time we see no reason to change our own alert levels. But it's also important to remember that even over the course of the last several months and years, when we have had significant disagreements with Russia over a range of issues, Russia and the United States have long agreed that nuclear use would have devastating consequences, and have stated many times, including earlier this year, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. So we have not had seen reason to change our alert levels, and we are see obvious significant danger in escalatory rhetoric.
Can I ask, there's been a great deal of movement of unity, and it comes after no shortage of angst about the Western alliance, I think, in recent years, particularly going back to the last administration. Is the president going to use this moment, though, to push NATO members to get on track with that 2% of GDP on defense spending?
Well, President Putin has been one of the greatest unifiers of NATO in modern history. So I guess that is one thing we can thank him for. But I would just look at, Amr, some of the announcements that have been made even over the last couple of days. One, the president has always been an advocate and a supporter of countries abiding by the 2% component. He was a supporter of that back when he was vice president, where, for history's sake, there was a great deal of progress made before the last president even took office and talked about it. But as we look even over the course of the past weekend, not only did you see a NATO alliance that was incredibly unified, and agreement among Europeans that there needed to be additional assistance provided in the form of security assistance to Ukraine. but you saw a number of countries take steps that they had not taken in recent history. Germany has historically not sent weapons to conflict zones. This weekend they changed course. Sweden also has not sent arms to countries in active conflict. That changed this weekend. Finland also changed course. Not all NATO members, of course, but the point is what you're looking at here is a unified Europe, a unified West, a unified NATO who are standing up to the aggression and the invasion led by President Putin.
If I could just quickly follow up on that, we've also seen some signs and responses beyond sanctions to isolate Russia. I think FIFA and I'm sorry, I'm not a soccer fan, I think it's FIFA, how you pronounce it, and the IOC have taken action to put pressure. Can that type of pressure, is it sustainable in the long term, given the economic pressures, the longer this crisis goes on? Can you maintain that sort of unity and those sort of collective actions, can they continue beyond this early moment?
Well, and you're referring to the IOC as in the International Olympic Committee, and I don't know if it's FIFA or FIFA. FIFA. Okay, I tried to be soft there. Okay, FIFA. Look, I think, Almer, obviously the preference of everybody is for President Putin to take de-escalatory steps. That is everybody's preference. But as it relates to unity among international organizations, among the West, among countries, among many leaders in the United States even, I think what we've seen over the last few days is a commitment to remain united and to send a strong message to President Putin that these actions, this rhetoric is unacceptable and the world is building a wall against it. Go ahead.
I think the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia had a call with Emmanuel Macron yesterday where he's reiterated the commitment for OPEC Plus's production agreement. Has there been an explicit U.S. request to Saudi or to members of OPEC Plus to increase production given what's happening right now?
Well, without getting into specific details from here, just because it wouldn't be constructive to our overarching objectives, we have been in touch. I think you may remember that Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein made a trip to the region just a few weeks ago to have conversations with the Saudis and others about a range of topics, including the conflict in Yemen, but also to have a conversation about the need to address any impact on the global markets, global oil markets that we expect at the time could happen and could continue to happen as a result of President Putin's invasion.
Was any request made for a specific production increase?
Again, there has been an ongoing discussion about steps that we can all take as a global community to address any volatility in the market.
And then given, I think, the speed and scale of the ramp up on the sanction side of things over the course of the last 72 hours, does the U.S., European allies have a threshold for which they view if you cross this, it would be viewed as an act of war by President Putin? As in, how do you calibrate your actions in terms of response and what may be coming back?
Well, he's already in a war, committed an act of war, invaded a sovereign country.
For NATO countries or EU?
Oh, you mean for NATO countries to act further in terms of further military steps or further sanctions?
If you game out, game out what a response would be, given the scale of the sanctions package that was unveiled, is there a line that if we do this sanction or if we go this far, then that would for sure draw a response directly towards the U.S. or towards the EU from Russia?
Well, if you look at the significance of the steps we've taken to date, including the announcements over the weekend about cutting off major financial banks in Russia from the SWIFT banking system, we have continued to escalate and build in close coordination and alignment with the Europeans. Unity is a top principle for President Biden as we take steps forward. That doesn't happen on its own. It doesn't happen by accident. It happens as a result of a lot of conversations, diplomacy, and hours by the president and others on his national security team behind the scenes. But the other piece, just to get to the core of your question, that we very much weigh is maximizing the impact on President Putin, the Russian elite, the economy, while minimizing it on the global markets and the American people. So as we look at steps to take, I mean, even if you look at the impact on the energy sector, you know, we have taken steps. We have not taken some steps on energy sanctions. in part because we weigh that. That doesn't mean they're off the table. They remain on the table. But Europeans, for example, are very concerned about further price spikes on gas in particular. Their prices have gone up 335% over the last year and 26% over the last 5 days. So sanctioning energy would affect Russia's income stream. Certainly that would be a reason to do it, but it would also have extreme consequences on the world energy markets, particularly for our allies in Europe. So I use that as an example because we have to weigh all of the factors as we weigh whether to take additional steps. We have additional steps we could take, but we consider all of those factors as we make determinations.
And the last one, just real quick, is the Biden administration considering following what the EU and Canada did and barring Russian flights from the U.S. at any point?
I don't have anything to update you on that front at this point in time. There are obviously a range of options that remain on the table. So it's not off the table, but I don't have anything to announce and no decision made. Good.
You spoke about a little bit about the sanctions that were announced over the weekend on Russia's central bank. How long does the U.S. Anticipate keeping them in place? I mean, is there sort of a time frame there? Perhaps you spoke about, Russia considering de-escalatory tactics, or maybe announcing a ceasefire, or is there sort of a broad time frame that the U.S. is thinking about?
Well, let's hope that's the discussion we're having. Obviously, right now, President Putin is continuing to take escalatory steps. So we're not at that point of having that discussion. We hope that's one that we will be a part of.
Okay, so for the time being, there is sort of no discussion on perhaps putting an end to the sanctions that have been put in place.
Well, I mean, President Putin and the Russian military is moving toward the capital of Ukraine. And there are hundreds of thousands of refugees leaving the country because he has invaded a sovereign country. So, no, I would not say we're talking about reducing sanctions at this point in time.
And sorry, one quick question on President Zelensky saying he wants to be a member of the European Union. We did see some comments come in from the EU over the weekend saying they are a part of us. However, this morning there were some conflicting comments again from the EU saying, there are sort of discussions among EU members about, whether such a decision can be made. What is the U.S. Position on Ukraine joining the EU?
It's up to the European Union. We're not a member of the European Union, as you know.
If they did consider taking Ukraine in, would you support that?
It's up to the European Union to make that decision. There's a process, and of course we support the aspirations of any country to join any organization and the decision of that organization to make a decision.
President Zelensky is urging President Biden and NATO to impose this no-fly zone. You've said that this would significantly escalate the situation. So just to be clear, is this a no-go for right now, or is this completely off the table, something that you would not consider?
Well, the president has been very clear that he is not intending to send U.S. troops to fight a war with Russia. And I think what's important to note here is that is essentially what this would be a step toward, because a no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require deploying U.S. military to enforce which would be a direct conflict, potentially a direct conflict, and potentially a war with Russia, which is something we are not planning to be a part of.
And on Vladimir Putin, you've said you're not going to assess his mental state, but the president has said he knows Putin well. They've talked a few times over the last several weeks and months. Has the president himself noticed or commented on any change that he's picked up on in Putin's demeanor or tone?
I don't have anything, any more assessment about the president's view of President Putin's mental acuity to state from here. There's no question outside of that, we'll leave that to others, that what we've seen from President Putin, whether it is escalatory rhetoric as it relates to nuclear capabilities and nuclear intentions, something that is in direct conflict with something President Putin himself and the Russians committed to, had an alternate, committed to something else just a year ago, or whether it is the speech he gave last week where he questioned the sovereignty of the country of Ukraine at all, or the actions he's taking right now. Those are not actions of a global leader that should be treated with respect on the global stage.
Given the behavior that you have seen, some of the things that you just noted, and the very severe consequences that he is now facing, these severe sanctions, is there any concern that instead of retreating, that Putin will feel so squeezed and so pressured that he will lash out even more, intensify his attacks, that any of this could backfire, essentially?
Well, I think that it is our responsibility, the United States, President Biden, as a leader in the world, to rally the world and making clear how unacceptable his behavior is and to put in place severe consequences. Now, what he is feeling on the ground, there are protests. There have been oligarchs in his own cozy circle who have been outspoken. And obviously, the pinch is being felt significantly in the Russian economy. Even if you just look at the fact that the market was closed today, the ruble has been plummeting. So those are the ways that he is feeling this. He has a decision he can make to de-escalate, and certainly we would welcome that decision. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Does the White House believe it is possible to say whether Ukraine or Russia are winning this war right now?
I don't think we're going to make an assessment of that from here, but what I will reiterate is something we have said in the past, is that President Putin and Russian military have made clear that they have every intention of taking over the capital city. While there has been a greater pushback in the country than they may have assessed to begin with, and I know my colleagues at the Department of Defense have spoken to this, the Ukrainian military, President Zelensky and others have fought courageously, have fought boldly in this moment. They are continuing to proceed, continuing to move towards the capital. So I don't think their ambitions have changed.
What would Putin have to do to get these sanctions lifted? Would he have to agree to a ceasefire? Would he have to pull all of his troops out of Ukraine?
I'm not going to make a prediction or assessment of that from here. If he starts to take de-escalatory steps, I'm sure we can have that conversation.
How great is the concern, this is sort of building on Mary's question, how great is the concern that these sanctions are so punishing that essentially Putin will have nothing left to lose and no off-ramp?
Well, the sanctions are punishing so that they will inflict significant consequences and change the outcome at the end of the day and de-escalate at the end of the day. That is what they are intended to do.
And then you were talking about a no-fly zone over Ukraine, but I know officials have been discussing the possibility of imposing a no-fly zone for Russia over the U.S. Where do those talks stand right now, and what are the pros and cons to doing something like that?
Well, no option is off the table. I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of a decision or anything along those lines. I would note that there are a lot of flights that go over that U.S. airlines fly over Russia to go to Asia and other parts of the world, and we factor in a range of factors.
And then finally, what's the U.S. doing to reduce the possibility of nuclear war?
Well, I think, one, we are not escalating our own rhetoric. Two, we are certainly assessing what President Putin's comments mean. But as I noted a little bit earlier, we have not changed our own posture. What we are trying to do is reduce the tension, take the tenor of the rhetoric down, and make clear that we have seen this pattern in the past, which is posing threats or suggesting through misinformation of sorts that there are threats posed to President Putin in Russia that don't exist.
Thanks, Jen. There are reports of illegal cluster bombs and vacuum bombs being used by the Russians. If that's true, what is the next step of this administration, and is there a red line for how much violence will be tolerated against civilians in this manner that's illegal and potentially a war crime?
It would be. I don't have any confirmation of that. We have seen the reports. If that were true, it would potentially be a war crime. Obviously, there are a range of international fora that would assess that. So certainly we would look to that to be a part of that conversation.
And then the new aid that you just laid out at the beginning here, the Post reported over the weekend that this aid will not include stingers, that it would likely come in a future batch of aid. What is the reason for that?
I'm not going to get into specifics of what is in the military package. It is a combination of ground and airborne defense capabilities, and obviously we have provided those in the past, but I'm not going to have more details to outline for you from here.
You mentioned that this next batch is going to be coming in the next few days. Why so long? I mean, days doesn't sound like a long time to us. But
the package that we had already announced continues to be delivered. So we have expedited the plans for delivery of this new package.
And then on the nuclear rhetoric we've been hearing from Putin, does this influence at all the upcoming nuclear policy review?
In terms of how our relationship with, look, I would think it's a good question, Jackie, but I would say what's important for people to note, and this is why I noted it a little bit earlier, is that even at moments where we had huge tension with President Putin and Russia around the 2016 election, around invasion of Georgia, around their prior invasion of Ukraine, it was agreed that escalatory rhetoric around nuclear ambitions was dangerous. And that was something we committed to with Russia not to pursue. So, I think for right now, we're going to remind the global community of those commitments.
And on that same note, does this administration trust Russia to be an honest broker in the talks with Iran right now?
Well, I think it's not about trust in any of these negotiations or discussions. It's about verifying and then trusting later, including with the Iranians. But the Russians have been in the past a part of the P5+1 negotiations. They're a part of it now. I would just convey that it is in everyone's interest to have an understanding and visibility into Iran's capacity to acquire a nuclear weapon. There's no question about that. So at this point, we're just continuing to hope to make progress on that agreement.
And then after all of this, what is the stance of the U.S. and buying Russian gas at this point? At this point, are we ready to pledge not to buy any more Russian gas?
Well, as you know, it's really. Let me give you actually kind of an update on this because I think there's been a little confusion. One moment. So as it relates to Russian gas, U.S. government doesn't dictate where the U.S. market sells our own oil and gas products, nor where it acquires crude or refined products for domestic consumption. This is all up to the private sector, other than exceptions like countries under sanctions. So the U.S. refiners currently importing Russian products are largely legacy refinery operations tooled in Hawaii and Alaska for certain supplies because of geography, and imports to the Gulf, both of certain refined products and of crude, as refiners in the Gulf mix crude supplies to meet the needs of their particular refinery designs. There have been companies, obviously private sector companies, who have made decisions and announcements, and we certainly applaud that.
So, can you just explain, though, what you laid out at the beginning? 'Cause I'm a little bit unclear. You just in layman's terms, we are not going to be making any policy from the U.S. government that would prohibit the sale or the purchase of Russian gas, then, because it's not something that we already do?
We haven't ruled out that, but I think what I wanted to convey is what is accurate about what happens now and how it currently works.
Go ahead. Jen, thank you. Staying on that topic for a moment of oil and gas, you have said nothing is off the table when it comes to releasing more reserves, more barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Where are those negotiations right now? Is the administration closer to moving forward with that, given the sanctions and what we're seeing?
I don't have anything to preview for you on that front. It remains an option on the table, and obviously it would help meet any supply issues in the marketplace. There are conversations that we've been having with global partners, and obviously we have our own Strategic Petroleum Reserve stockpile to tap into.
Can you characterize if you're closer to making a decision on that front, though, given what we are seeing and obviously the global impact of these very harsh sanctions?
It has remained on the table. I just don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
Okay. Just a short time ago, the president was asked by our colleague here if Americans should be concerned about a nuclear threat. He said very firmly no. Can you explain what gives him that confidence?
Because, as I said a little bit earlier, while we think provocative rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous and adds to the risk of miscalculation and should be avoided, which we're not going to indulge in, we are continuing to assess President Putin's directive, and at this time we see no reason to change our own alert levels. We've also seen throughout this crisis, President Putin falsely allege that they are under threat and use that as a predicate for taking more aggressive action. So we assess, we have our own capacities and capabilities here, but nuclear war cannot be won. And what everybody should be doing around the world is taking steps to reduce the rhetoric, reduce the tension, and that's certainly what our objective is.
One breaking news development that I wanted to ask you about, the U.S. has expelled 12 diplomats, 12 Russian diplomats. The Russian ambassador just said a short time ago that that move was a hostile step toward Russia. Can you give us the thinking behind the decision? And again, following up on some of the lines of questioning that you've already gotten, could there be a backlash to this step? Is this escalatory?
Well, let me first say that today's action has been in the works for several months. The United States informed the United Nations and the Russian mission to the United Nations that we were beginning the process of expelling 12 intelligence operatives from the Russian mission who had abused their privileges of residency in the United States by engaging in espionage activities that are adverse to our national security. So it takes some time to make those evaluations, and that, again, those actions were in the works for months.
And your response to the Russian ambassador who called this a hostile act?
I think the hostile act is committing espionage activities on our own soil.
And Jen, just finally, on the issue of refugees.
Yeah.
You have also said, you were asked by my colleague earlier today, whether the administration would move to give refugees from Ukraine protective status. Can you give us a timeline for that? These are people who are suffering, and they want to know what the answer is.
Well, I think, to be clear, temporary protected status applies to people currently living in the United States, right? So that, I think, is one of the questions, a good question that has been asked. I don't have any update on that. That's a process that's run by the Department of Homeland Security. They evaluate through an interagency process both what everybody's recommendations are and obviously the conditions on the ground in Ukraine. The second piece is whether we would accept refugees. Yes, we would. But I think it's important to note that the vast majority of refugees are going to want, in our assessment and through discussion with refugee agencies, with other countries in the region, will want to be in Europe, in neighboring countries, many of whom have already conveyed very clearly that they will welcome refugees in. Many of them have family members there, many have work there, so we are also coordinating and supporting those efforts as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The U.S. has authorized the departure of non-emergency employees and diplomats relatives from the embassy in Moscow. How confident is the administration that the U.S. embassy in Moscow can remain open in the long term?
Well, I can't make an assessment of that. That's something the State Department looks at and assesses. Obviously, our embassies and consulates around the world play an incredibly important role in communicating with American citizens who are in a country, but also with the Russian people. And so that is something, that's why we have diplomatic, consulates and around the world, including in Russia. There are also decisions that are made for a range of reasons. The State Department could outline it more specifically for you, including temporary departure. It's something that has happened around the world for many, many decades for a variety of reasons. I would, give you an example of just a couple of years ago in Turkey, there was ordered departure, right? Then diplomats return. That's obviously the objective, but it really depends on the conditions on the ground.
What level of concern is there for the safety of American citizens who are living in Russia? Is there concern that they could face retaliation in light of this conflict?
Again, I would point you to the State Department. They do assessments and they give clear guidance to people who are on the ground and what their recommendations are for their security. I would note that one difficulty right now in Russia because of these sanctions is of gaining access to U.S. currency and using banking cards, and that is a hindrance for many people who are living there right now.
Just lastly, you've been very clear that the president does not have any intention to deploy U.S. troops to engage militarily in this conflict. But would you say that there is any particular red line that this administration has that would necessitate military action?
As in sending our U.S. military into Ukraine? The president has no plans to send U.S. military to fight a war in Ukraine against Russia. Go ahead.
Can you share any details about what came out of the president's secure call with other allied nations this afternoon?
Sure. I know we were working on a readout, which we will get to you shortly after the briefing. It's been a bit of a busy day, so let me venture to get that to you. The purpose of this call was for the president to have an opportunity to continue to engage with other leaders about what we're seeing on the ground, the range of assistance we're providing, the financial sanctions and economic consequences steps we're taking, and ensure we remain closely coordinated. But I will see if there's more details we can get you.
And then administration officials earlier today had a background briefing with reporters about the State of the Union coming up. Can you you tell us a little bit more? We understood from the call that the president will be addressing elements of the Build Back Better plan when it comes to things like childcare and paid family leave. And officials talked about how those things, if implemented, will lower costs for families, but they were hesitant to use the word inflation or say whether that would be addressed directly in the president's speech. So can you say whether the president will be addressing any new policies, not necessarily new domestic programs, but policies that would address inflation directly?
Well, first let me say the president will absolutely use the word inflation tomorrow, and he will talk about inflation in his speech. Of course, that is a huge issue on the minds of Americans. Now, one thing to note is one of the best, most important steps that the Senate could take is to confirm his slate of eminently qualified nominees to fill out the Federal Reserve Board, given they have a very important role as it relates to inflation. But I think what you will hear the president talk about, and I think this is what they were talking about on this call, is how we're going to address costs for the American people and lower costs. And we talk a lot about inflation in here. Economists talk about inflation. The Federal Reserve talks about inflation. Hugely important. How people experience it is what it means for their pocketbooks, for their budgets, for their bank accounts, and how they're paying for things. And that's why a lot of what you're going to hear about tomorrow as he talks about it is how he's going to reduce costs. Now, the Build Back, parts of his agenda that he has talked about significantly a lot over the course of the last several months, lowering costs for child care, lowering costs for elder care, lowering costs for prescription drugs, those are not done yet. So he will reiterate his call for Congress to move forward on those. But I would also note that in the speech, he's going to make clear that one of the best ways to lower costs over the long run is to increase the productive capacity of our economy, to make more things in America with more American workers contributing and earning a good living. He's going to describe the emerging manufacturing comeback with American companies betting on America again because of the administration's commitment to domestic industrial revitalization and technological development. He will also explain that we can also lower costs by promoting fair competition in the U.S. economy. And there are new steps to lower, and he will talk about steps to lower consumer prices and level the playing field for American businesses and ocean shipping, and new steps to protect seniors and other nursing home residents by cracking down on unsafe nursing homes. And he's also going to talk about, reflect on one of the strongest labor market recoveries in American history, and make clear that it's important to continue to take steps to eliminate barriers to good paying jobs for workers across America. So I would expect that you will hear a lot, the American people will hear a lot about how he's going to lower their costs, how he's going to continue to build a strong economy over the long term.
Follow up on what you were saying about addressing lowering costs for families. The president has been encouraging Congress to pass at least elements or his entire Build Back Better agenda for months. Congress has been negotiating for months. What gives the president any confidence that this time around things would be more likely to pass, given that we are just months out from midterm elections?
Because there is strong support across the country for lowering costs for prescription drugs. It's incredibly popular. Who wants to pay more for prescription drugs? I don't know why that gets to be a Democratic idea, but we're happy to own that one. Or for lowering the cost of child care, for lowering the cost of elder care and health care. There's also strong support for those items and those priorities and those good ideas in the Senate among Senate Democrats. So he's going to keep pressing to get it done, and he thinks the American people want us to get it done. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Sure.
First, just on Ukraine.
Yeah.
Over the past 72 hours or so, there have been a series of announcements that have come on aiding Ukraine or punishing Russia. But it has appeared that Europe has taken the lead on many of these announcements, and I can go through a few of them if you want. But the brunt of my question is, I know whether you can explain whether there's a deliberate strategy right now in this moment to have Europeans and European nations and European leaders being the ones out front on punishing Russia or supporting Ukraine.
Well, I would say first that the SWIFT banking system is a European system. So in terms of the steps that would be taken, it would be only natural for those steps to be taken or announced by them. It is something we have clearly been long open to, but I just wanted to state that from the beginning. I would also say that the president in the United States has been leading this effort around the world and building this coalition, which includes many countries in Europe, but also many from other parts of the world, in standing up to President Putin and standing up to the aggression and the invasion of Ukraine. And so all of this coordinated action did not happen by accident. It wouldn't have happened without the president's efforts, the president's time he spent on diplomacy, the time of our national security team, the order of announcements, and how that has gone. I would not overread into that, because we would not be here had the president not been leading this effort around the world for months.
I think you just saw, over the weekend in particular, this sort of onslaught of news and sort of changing posture in Europe, and the president was not present at all in the sort of, living rooms of the American people. We were seeing newscasts of these vacuum bombs and whatnot, but no sort of visual image of the president doing the kind of behind-the-scenes leadership that you just described. And I do wonder if that is on purpose or if that just happens to be the way the schedule worked.
Well, the president was at a memorial service for a family member yesterday, and he was with the family on Saturday. And so that was his priority this weekend, or one of his priorities this weekend. He also, though, engaged in a meeting with his national security team, and I think you saw him quite visible last week and again today. Well, I guess you know about his call he had today, and you will continue to, in the days ahead, lead the world, and not only building the coalition, but pushing for agreement and a coordinated effort to hold Russia accountable. So I would say this weekend he had some personal family reasons, an important one, memorial service for a family member, as to why he was not giving a speech yesterday, but he is somebody who has been leading this effort behind the scenes for months.
And on that front, if you could just preview for a minute, the call earlier today was very focused on the president's economic agenda. But if you could talk a little bit about what the president may say and how he will frame this moment in sort of this international crisis, and the extent to which he sees this as a global audience, more so than it normally would be in a State of the Union.
Sure. Well, first I would say that there's no question that this speech is a little different than it would have been just a few months ago. And there's always national security in every State of the Union speech, but every State of the Union speech also reflects a moment of time. And so the president will lay out the efforts he has led on to rally the world to stand up for democracy and against Russian aggression. He will talk about the steps we've taken to not only support the Ukrainian people with military and economic assistance, but also the steps he's taken to build a global coalition imposing crippling financial sanctions on President Putin, his inner circle, and the Russian economy. And he will talk about the steps he's taking to mitigate the impact of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine on the global economy and the American people. And certainly, I think people can expect to hear him, position that as the importance of the United States as a leader in the world, standing up for values, standing up for global norms, but also, the efforts that he has undertaken to mitigate how it will impact people here.
I just have one other quick one. Again, based on the background briefing earlier today about the State of the Union, focused on the economy and various programs that the president wants Congress to push. Could you characterize what percentage of the programs that the president will talk about are just sort of repackaged parts of Build Back Better, like chunks that he wants to see the Congress pass, versus like brand new ideas that he's introducing for the first time tomorrow night?
Well, here's what I will tell you, having been through a few State of the Unions in the past, and I know you have as well. They don't get longer, they get shorter. Nobody wants a 2 or 3 hour State of the Union. I don't think anyone in here does. So I just don't want to preview more at this point in time. You can certainly expect to hear him talk about some call on Congress to send bills to his desk that deliver progress on ideas that have historically been supported by Democrats and Republicans. Some of those are economic, and some of those are in other areas that could just impact and help communities across the country. And you will certainly hear him call, as you touched on, for a continued effort, a redoubling of the effort to move forward on steps that will reduce costs for the American people in these key areas of childcare, healthcare, prescription drugs. So stay tuned for tomorrow night, but we have a lot of hours differs between the speech, and I'm sure we'll have more previews between now and then.
Thanks, Jen. Just staying on the State of the Union
Yeah.
topic, can you talk a little bit about what it would look like in terms of masking, or what you expect it could look like in terms of masking? Specifically, is the president, will he walk in, shake hands, will he be wearing a mask when he walks in?
Well, he will certainly not be wearing a mask when he's speaking. I have not talked to him yet about whether he's going to wear a mask when he's walking down the aisle, but it has been announced, I think, that it's not required, and certainly he will abide by that, but I will see if there's more we can report out to you on that later today.
Was it important to the president that masks come off before the State of the Union? Is there a message that he hopes to send with that news?
Well, I would say the president is very powerful, but he couldn't make us be in the green zone that we're in right now in D.C. That's why we are not required. We're not going to be required to wear masks starting tomorrow. So I would say that for him, it had nothing to do with the timing around the State of the Union. He wanted to give the CDC the time to assess and make recommendations that would be clear to the American public about what their recommendations would be for mask wearing moving forward.
Can I ask one question about the Ukraine, on Belarus?
Yeah.
Can you talk about the Belarus situation and aiding Russia? Are there additional actions that the United States is considering? Just speaking of SWIFT, there's been some reports that Europe is considering or looking at kicking Belarus out of SWIFT. Is that something, is the United States part of those discussions? Does it support that type of action against Belarus?
I don't have anything to predict on that front at this point in time, but what I will say is we've already taken steps to put in place sanctions on some leaders in Belarus, some of the military components. Certainly we could build on that, but I don't have anything to predict at this point in time, but we certainly are a part of those discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks. One of the topics, I know you don't want to get into stuff that might be cut, but you guys have said many times that the Chinese have at least tacitly supported Putin's moves into Ukraine. Is the president going to call out the Chinese for that behavior, or President Xi Jinping, or what you guys have been trying to get the Chinese to do on helping with Ukraine or helping with Russia on this crisis? Is he going to mention that at all?
I would say this speech is more about the unity of the vast majority of the global community in standing up against President Putin. It's more about American leadership in this moment. And it's more about even unity here and standing up against the aggression of President Putin into Ukraine. I would say on the Chinese, what we've said generally is that it's important at this moment for any country to be vocal and speaking out against the actions of President Putin and Russian leaders in this moment. What we have seen from the Chinese last weekend, or I guess the weekend before that, at the Munich Security Conference, they reiterated their support for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We saw them abstain from the UN Security Council vote. But this is not a moment to be on the sidelines. This is a moment to be vocal, and this is a moment to think about where you are in history. But I think the speech for everyone's and to expectation for tomorrow is more about laying out efforts to the American people that the United States has undertaken to rally the world for democracy and against Russian aggression.
But you are in general pushing the Chinese to be less on the sidelines and not trying to have it both ways, basically by being vocal.
Again, they have implemented the sanctions. If they don't do that, then we obviously have steps we can take. We are encouraging every country to continue to be vocal and more vocal as it relates to Russia's aggression and invasion of Ukraine. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Go.
One more, just breaking news.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, just announced that the Canadians would unilaterally ban Russian crude oil imports. I know you just talked a lot about how you're taking into account how this will impact the Europeans, but is there something you would just do unilaterally, not as a coordinated effort?
From the beginning, again, all options remain on the table. You have seen us take a number of actions over the last several days that play that out, but I don't have anything to predict at this point other than to reiterate that we have really worked to take steps in lockstep with the Europeans and a number of our NATO partners. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. On Friday, you said this is not a moment where diplomacy feels appropriate. The French president talked with Putin hours ago. So have the discussions between the Russian and Ukrainian delegations changed, or how are they influencing President Biden's stance on having leader-to-leader discussions? We're a few days out from that.
Nothing has changed in terms of this president's assessment of having a conversation or engagement with President Putin. As we've said before, we're not ruling it out ever. It just is not the appropriate moment or the moment for the United States president to have a conversation with the president of a country invading a sovereign country. That's our view. Other countries make their own decisions. In terms of the engagements or discussion between the Ukrainians and the Russians, I'd really point you to the Ukrainians to get more of a readout from that. There have been reports that those will continue. I would point you to them to confirm whether that is the case, and I expect we will be in touch with the Ukrainians as we are nearly every day.
At the beginning, you kind of outlined all of the support being given, not just by the United States, but other countries who typically have not done so. But I wonder if the administration has any concerns about how President Putin will use that as an excuse to escalate and possibly attack NATO allies, considering his warnings about the West getting involved in this crisis.
Well, I think it's important to step back and remember who the aggressor is here. The aggressor is President Putin. The aggressor is the Russian military at the direction of President Putin into a sovereign country. The world is standing up against this aggression, and he is feeling the impact already of the financial sanctions and consequences. If you just look purely at the impact on the Russian economy, even today, the ruble fell 20 to 25% and is trading at its weakest level ever. The Russian stock market was kept closed today, likely due to a fear of capital flight once it opens. The Russian central bank more than doubled their key interest rate to 20%, the highest in almost 20 years. This is the world saying this is not acceptable. It is now up to President Putin, if he wants those circumstances to change his own behavior.
Last one, the UN Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change released kind of a major unprecedented report with lots of warnings today, and said some places in the world have basically maxed out their capacity to adapt to climate change, while others soon will. I'm curious, Joe Manchin offered kind of a slimmed down BBB version with $555 billion for climate. Will the administration be pressing Democrats to at least move on that portion of climate change in light of the recent developments in this recent report?
Well, I would say first the president agrees absolutely that we need to do more. That is why that he has been such an advocate for historic levels of investment in addressing our climate crisis. And if we had had 50 votes to move that forward, we would have done that, right? So there are ongoing discussions, of course. They are happening a lot on the Hill between members on the Hill. The president remains committed to moving that forward. I would also note that part of what was in that report was the need to bolster adaptation efforts that increase our resilience to the impacts of climate change. And a couple of pieces that the president has already done, he launched an emergency plan for adaptation and resilience, a whole of government response to help more than 500 million people in developing countries adapt to and manage the impacts of climate change. And he also, the bipartisan infrastructure law, we often forget, not you maybe, but some of us, that it will strengthen our nation's resilience. That's a big part of it, to extreme weather and climate change while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So we absolutely need to do more. We want to do more, but he has already taken some steps to help address, because we recognize that resilience is something that there needs to be more work and effort on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The administration has been studying for months the impact of the sanctions that were rolled out over the weekend and their potential impact on financial markets in the West. You just detailed what happened in the Russian markets, but I'm wondering if there's been any fallout that's been seen that would warrant government intervention by central banks in Western countries.
In Europe or in the United States?
In either.
Well, I can only speak to the United States. I mean, I think that our effort, and as you noted, we have been preparing and studying and analyzing for months now. As you know, Russia is, I think, our 26th largest trading partner. It's not an enormous trading partner of ours, and we've obviously been taking steps to mitigate any impacts on our markets. We're not trying to tank our markets, to state kind of the obvious here. We're trying to maximize the impact on the Russian economy and squeeze around President Putin. In terms of analysis, otherwise, I would point you to the Treasury Department and European officials.
The Pentagon has also said that President Putin and Russian forces continue to advance on Kyiv, that is still the ultimate goal of President Putin. So I'm wondering, with all of the sanctions that have already been rolled out, what else can the U.S. do besides wait?
Well, one, we have provided an additional enormous package of security assistance the president announced over the weekend. We have provided an enormous package of humanitarian assistance, and we're continuing to plus up support for our neighbors in the region. We continue to be the largest provider of all of those, and we continue to have the backs of the Ukrainian leadership and the Ukrainian people.
President Zelensky has said the next 24 hours are critical, though, so is there a risk that all of that equipment ends up in Russian hands? How do you prevent that?
There's always steps the Department of Defense takes to mitigate that, and we take them in coordination with our partners. I would have you speak with them about more specifics. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Oh, go ahead. Thank you. I wanted to ask for more specifics on refugees. I know that you told Kristen just now that the U.S. will accept refugees from Ukraine. Do you have a specific number of refugees, and how would you determine that?
Well, I would first note that we continue to believe that the vast majority will go to Europe. And so this is different from other conflicts where that has not been the likely outcome. In terms of specific numbers, we do not have that. There are refugee programs that they would have to, of course, apply for. There's a question about temporary protected status, although that applies to people who are not refugees, but people who are in the United States right now. But again, what our focus is on, because we think it will impact the vast majority of refugees, is working in close coordination with our European partners and plussing up our humanitarian assistance and assistance in these countries where they are receiving refugees.
I also wanted to ask about voting. Texas has an election coming up, and they're beginning to have people who vote by mail, their ballots being rejected. I know this administration has been very vocal about new voting laws that it disagrees with. Can you talk about what you as an administration are doing to leverage the resources of the White House and of the executive branch to help people get access to voting in the coming weeks, not just in Texas, but around the country as elections get going?
So we absolutely can get you a readout of that. I would say, though, that the vast majority of this is going to come from the Democratic National Committee and the political arm, right? So I would really point you to them for more specifics. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just have two quickies on Ukraine. First of all, with the upcoming ASEAN summit, does President Biden hope to use this summit to shore up support, I guess you could say, in opposition to Ukraine, in opposition to Russia, or however you want to put it? And how does the administration feel about Myanmar's support of Russia?
Well, I think for any country, what our message is that it's important to think about where you want to stand on the side of history. And that is how you'll be judged moving forward. And obviously, we are encouraging every country who has not been condemning the actions of Russia to change course. As it relates to the ASEAN summit, which is in a couple of weeks, I don't have anything about the agenda at this point in time, and we're certainly not waiting to communicate. The president's not waiting to communicate with, or our national security team is not waiting to communicate with ASEAN countries about steps they can take to help be a part of the solution here, whether it is providing, we've seen a lot of progress on this front, LNG gas access to European countries that they don't need, or condemning the actions or putting in place sanctions and steps themselves.
And then quickly, just on sanctions, every round of sanctions the administration describes as the harshest yet, the strictest yet, but President Putin is not responding to these so far. And so what happens next? Do you have anything else in your tool belt? Because, I mean, these all seem very severe, and it boggles the mind as to what more you can do. So what else do you
always have more we can do. But I would say that what we're seeing in terms of the impact on the financial markets in Russia is significant. And I outlined some of the impacts, of course, on the ruble, on inflation, on central bank lending there in Russia. All of these steps squeeze not just President Putin, but squeeze the people around him and have a huge devastating impact on the economy. And they are more significant. We've built them more significant over time. And that's what they're intended to do, is to have those consequences that build over the course of time. Thanks, everyone.
Jen, do you have any
I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, very much.
Thank you. this statement again in the same General Assembly hall on the same subject matter under grimmer circumstances. However, I must stand here to reiterate that Russia's aggression of Ukraine seriously infringes upon the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. This unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force shakes the very foundation of the international order in Europe and in every corner of the globe. The series of decisions and acts of Russia are clear and flagrant violations of international law and the United Nations Charter. Japan condemns in the strongest terms Russia's act of aggression. Russia must immediately stop the aggression, withdraw its forces back to Russia, and come back to the path of diplomacy. In order to achieve this, we should cooperate with each other for the maintenance of international peace and security, pursuant to the duty to take joint and separate action in cooperation with the United Nations in accordance with the Charter. On the 27th of February, Prime Minister Kishida announced sanction measures such as freezing assets of designated individuals related to the Russian government, including President Putin. Also, Japan strongly supports the international effort to remove selected Russian banks from the SWIFT messaging system. And Belarus has allowed Russian troops to pass through its territory and is clearly involved in Russian aggression. Japan strongly condemns this. Mr. President, let us all remind ourselves, we, the people of the United Nations, are at a critical juncture of upholding the rule of law and the purposes and principles of the Charter. And the first thing we can do here is to vote for the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Señor Presidente, señor Secretario General, Excelencias, acudimos a esta sesión extraordinaria de emergencia convencidos del importante papel que le toca desempeñar ahora a la Asamblea General, confiados en empezar a construir entre todos los Estados miembros los baluartes de la paz en Ucrania y con el ánimo de detener el sufrimiento de su población. El Consejo de Seguridad no pudo cumplir con su mandato y adoptar las medidas necesarias que permitieran poner fin a los actos de agresión en contra de Ucrania y restablecer la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Por eso, México reitera hoy su rechazo al llamado derecho de veto. En la conferencia de San Francisco, los estados que se convertirían en miembros permanentes del Consejo de Seguridad hicieron una declaración conjunta por la que manifestaron que su estatus no implicaba privilegios, que tenían la responsabilidad primordial de mantener la paz y la seguridad internacionales y que no debía asumirse que usarían el veto con la intención de obstaculizar la operación del Consejo de Seguridad. La realidad ha sido otra. México demanda una vez más que los miembros permanentes del Consejo de Seguridad se abstengan de hacer uso del veto ante situaciones en las que estén directamente involucrados o frente a situaciones de atrocidades masivas. Es necesario restringir el recurso al veto en tales circunstancias. Creemos también, en aras de la rendición de cuentas, que la Asamblea General debe disponer de un mecanismo que permita que sea convocada en forma automática, sin mediar voto alguno, cuando se produzca un veto en el Consejo de Seguridad. El objetivo sería que él o los miembros permanentes responsables del veto acudan a exponer las razones de su actuación ante este foro y den la oportunidad a la Asamblea de examinar oportunamente las opciones a partir de tal situación. Señor Presidente, México reitera su respeto a la soberanía, la unidad y la integridad territorial de Ucrania dentro de sus fronteras reconocidas internacionalmente y condena los actos de agresión de los que ha sido objeto, en flagrante violación al derecho internacional, a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y a las resoluciones 2625 y 3314 de la Asamblea General. Los acuerdos celebrados entre las partes, como el Memorando de Budapest en 1994 y los acuerdos de Minsk en 2014, deben ser cumplidos de buena fe, toda vez que se trata de instrumentos que vinculan a las partes. A la luz de las consideraciones anteriores, México plantea lo siguiente. Primero, que cesen de inmediato las hostilidades y que se canalice con la urgencia debida la ayuda humanitaria que está siendo cada día más necesaria a favor de la población civil afectada, sin discriminación alguna. México y Francia presentarán un proyecto de resolución al respecto ante el Consejo de Seguridad. Segundo, que se respalde a los organismos regionales que puedan contribuir a la distensión, como la Organización para la Seguridad y la Cooperación en Europa, así como aquellos espacios de negociación que propician el diálogo entre las partes, tales como el Grupo Trilateral de Contacto y el formato de Normandía. Tercero, que la diplomacia recobre sus derechos. Las Naciones Unidas cuentan con un amplio andamiaje de mecanismos de solución pacífica, incluidos desde luego los buenos oficios que ha ofrecido el secretario general, a quien expresamos nuestro pleno respaldo. Pero al respecto, también recordamos la Declaración de Manila sobre el arreglo pacífico de controversias internacionales, adoptada mediante la Resolución 37/10 por parte de todos los Estados miembros de las Naciones Unidas, que fue promovida por México y que refrendamos en diciembre del año pasado en esta Asamblea General. Señor Presidente, toca a la Asamblea General hacer las recomendaciones pertinentes para que se tomen las medidas colectivas necesarias que permitan restablecer la paz y la seguridad internacionales, como lo establece la Resolución 377, Unión Pro Paz. Cientos de miles de personas afectadas por el conflicto, desplazadas internas, y aproximadamente medio millón más que han tenido que buscar refugio en otros países, necesitan que actuemos con el único propósito de aliviar su sufrimiento. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General. Colleagues, as a member of the Security Council, I am very sorry that we were unable, in the case of the conflict in Ukraine, to carry out the responsibility to maintain international peace and security. In the meantime, we must here in the General Assembly make our stand clear. That stand, according to Kenya, is to affirm the sovereign equality of Ukraine, to recognize the right of Ukraine to its political independence and territorial integrity, not being forcefully violated by the Russian Federation. We have spoken repeatedly on how important it is that we stand united in defense of the United Nations Charter on this occasion, and so we will not belabor the point again this afternoon. There are further considerations we would like to bring to your attention that may strengthen our collective response. Mr. President, yesterday afternoon, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation spoke of his delegation's veto on the 25th of February. He described it as, and I quote him, a tool for ensuring the balance of interests, which the world needs so badly, and ensuring global stability through this balance, end of quote. He recalled that the United Nations was created following a great war to avoid its repeat. And as he put it, and I quote him, the world's powers consented to make agreements, ideally find consensus, but in any case, never attempt imposing their decisions upon each other or to try to ignore the interests of any of the P5 members, close quote. Seeing the world from the lens of 1945, I believe that he is at least partially correct. And he is also right to argue that the world badly needs a balance of interests. But we strongly disagree that interests belong solely to the world's powers, or that we must live today with the benefit of this United Nations as Thucydides described when he stated that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. It is time that this General Assembly took seriously the challenge of security sector reform, or rather Security Council reform, We can only wonder what a reformed Security Council would have achieved for the people of Ukraine. We urge delegations to insert fresh urgency to negotiations on reform. And in line with Africa's Ezulwini consensus, to improve on the balance of competence between the General Assembly and the Security Council. Mr. President, we are greatly concerned by the dire humanitarian situation in Ukraine. We commend the Secretary General and all states and institutions for acting so promptly to offer relief to Ukrainians. It is also clear to us that our duty of care should include all people. Many countries have leveled unprecedented unilateral economic sanctions against the Russian Federation. Their implementation will likely lead to severe economic consequences, including a massive rise in inflation, the destruction of the hard-won savings of Russians, and widespread unemployment. We must also add the caution that such considerable sanctions, rather than opening the path to peace, may lead to an escalation and broadening of the conflict. The foremost need today is for bold statesmanship to redouble diplomatic efforts to steer us away from the rocky precipice we are being swept towards. Mr. President, finally, but no less importantly, and persisting in our call for non-discrimination in our humanitarian responses, we believe that we come together because we share a a common humanity. For this reason, it has been deeply disturbing to observe the racialism that has characterized the expressions of solidarity in parts of Europe. Prominent figures in multiple media channels are expressing their solidarity in shockingly racist terms. Rather than join hands with the world, they are pushing the demeaning and inaccurate view that violent conflict only belongs to the global South. There is credible news of African students being made to stand in the back of the queue when getting on trains and buses to safety. At some border crossings, they have been treated in a racist and undignified manner. I do not doubt that there is a lot of deliberate and cynical misinformation driving this message to split our solidarity with Ukraine. However, the evidence of racist treatment is widely available and has been confirmed by several states in Africa and the Caribbean who are in contact with their citizens. We wholeheartedly condemn such racism against Africans and people of African descent. We resist any view that expressing these concerns is a distraction because the safety and dignity of African people will never be secondary to us. We reject racism at all times and in all places for its inhumanity, at the very same time as we denounce the illegal and inhumane nature of the war in Ukraine. Has racism not cost Europe tens of millions of lives? Has racism not led to catastrophes across the world? Why must it interfere with our solidarity today? I thank those countries neighboring Ukraine that are assisting Kenyan students make the border crossings. I urge them to redouble their effort to crack down on individual officials or units that may be reflecting attitudes and behaviors that are unacceptable. There is also a tide of sophisticated misinformation circulating that appears to seek to spark a broader conflict, including between nuclear-armed states. We urge all relevant organizations, including media houses and social media companies, to exercise caution in the management of information. I conclude on calling on the Russian Federation and all regional and international actors to settle this conflict by peaceful means in accordance with the United Nations Charter. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kenya. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Barbados.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the events of the last few days in and around Ukraine have been deeply disturbing both to the people of that sovereign United Nations member state and for all states members of this international community. These events have fractured the international order upon which all of our states depend for their safety and their security. Barbados aligns itself with the position set out by the Caribbean community on the 24th of February 2022. In that statement, the Caribbean community reaffirmed its commitment to respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, the prohibition on the threat or use of force, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. These principles are recognized by all as the central pillars of a peaceful and equitable international order. They are in keeping with the principled stance that Barbados steadfastly maintains in all of its international engagements, whether these are distant or within our own region. In this regard, the government of Barbados is gravely concerned by the actions taken by the authorities of the Russian Federation, especially those that have occurred since the 21st of February 2022. The actions of the Russian Federation are a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and of the rule of non-interference in the internal affairs of another state. They are a violation of the prohibition on the threat or use of force and of the rule that disputes between states should be resolved peacefully. The government of Barbados underscores the importance of the United Nations Charter and in particular Article 2.4, according to which UN member states agree to refrain from the threat or use of force against another state. Mr. President, these principles to which I have referred, to which all of us here have referred today, have an especial meaning for small states like my own, whose own existence depends not on our military might or our hard power, but on the respect and upholding of those principles. Barbados therefore calls upon the Russian Federation immediately to cease its hostilities and respect the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We reaffirm the essential role of diplomacy and multilateralism in de-escalating this spiraling crisis. And we completely support the efforts of the Secretary General of the United Nations and other legitimate mediators to find a peaceful solution. The government of Barbados firmly believes that a peaceful, negotiated, diplomatic approach which results in the restoration of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is the only approach consistent with the values of the United Nations and with international law. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Barbados.
Now is the key intervention.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General. I would like to begin by thanking you for convening this special session under the Uniting for Peace resolution on this urgent issue. As we meet here today, Ukraine is under attack by a military offensive of the Russian Federation. This is a deeply concerning situation that we all sought to avoid. We join others in calling for the respect of Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Mr. President, as a small state, the Maldives has always taken a principled stand on violation of territorial integrity of a sovereign country. We are firm that the respect for rule of law and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter are paramount and should be respected by all states, irrespective of their size or might. Mr. President, in 1989, the Maldives proposed and advocated for General Assembly Resolution 46/43 on the protection and security of small states. Our position stemmed from our bedrock belief in the equality of all states and unconditional respect to all the principles of the United Nations Charter, including the principles of sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the internal affairs of the other countries, and peaceful settlement of disputes and their consistent application. The Maldives knows that in the face of a mightier adversary, we cannot rely on force, but instead must rely on international law, the UN Charter, and our multilateral system to protect us. We know we do not possess powerful weapons of destruction. Instead, we rely on our principles and the solidarity of nations that comes from unwavering adherence to these principles. Mr. President, in Ukraine, we have already witnessed death and destruction. The humanitarian situation is worsening, and we, like others, are concerned for the safety of all impacted civilians, including foreign nationals. In this regard, we seek support of the safe passage of Maldivian students from the region, and we welcome Ukraine's stepped-up efforts to assist foreign citizens wishing to return home. Mr. President, the prospects of an escalation of military conflict are troubling and will certainly bring about greater human suffering, destruction, and damage. At this time, we must exercise extreme restraint and caution and take constructive steps to diffuse tensions through dialogue. I would like to highlight that the government of Maldives has granted a special visa to Ukrainian tourists who intend to extend their stay in the Maldives to ensure their safety. Mr. President, the UN Charter places an obligation on all its member states to settle international disputes by peaceful means, without the threat or use of force. The Maldives encourages increased diplomatic efforts and confidence-building measures from all parties, including the United Nations, to resolve the current situation expeditiously and peacefully. Mr. President, looking back to the Maldives' very membership to the United Nations was being considered, looking back to when the Maldives' very membership to United Nations was being considered by the Security Council, a question was raised whether a mini-state could fulfill their obligations to uphold the Charter. Mr. President, today, the Maldives proudly stands to demonstrate its ability to fulfill its obligations to uphold the Charter as it has done since we became a member state. Mr. President, the Maldives will support the resolution before us. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Maldives. I now give the floor to the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President,
Señor Secretario General,
Secretary General,
Excelencias,
Excellencies,
nos reunimos hoy
we are meeting
en esta
today
sala
in this hall,
una vez más
once again,
preocupados por lo que está
concerned by
ocurriendo
what
en
is
Ucrania.
occurring in Ukraine.
Los tambores de guerra
The drums of war
resuenan
are once
nuevamente
again
en
echoing
un continente que
in a
sufrió mucho,
continent which has
producto
suffered
de
a
las
great
ambiciones
deal, a
geopolíticas.
result of geopolitical ambitions.
Tuvieron que ocurrir dos guerras mundiales y más de 70 millones de muertes para que nos diéramos cuenta de la necesidad de una organización multilateral que busque preservar la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Estamos en momentos en que ese principio básico se quiebre totalmente y pasemos la línea de no retorno hacia la pérdida de cientos de vidas inocentes nuevamente. Señor Presidente, Bolivia es un Estado constitucionalmente pacifista y rechaza toda guerra de agresión o amenaza de agresión como instrumento de solución a los diferendos y conflictos entre Estados. En ese marco constitucional, mi país rechazó con firmeza y rechaza todas las invasiones y acciones unilaterales realizadas por varias potencias a lo largo de la historia reciente, vulnerando el derecho internacional y la misma Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Ejemplo de ello es Afganistán, Irak,
Examples of
Libia,
such
Siria,
phenomena can be
Palestina
found in
y hoy
Afghanistan, Iraq,
Ucrania.
Libya, Syria,
Por otra
Palestine,
parte,
and today
no podemos
Ukraine.
dejar de mencionar
Moreover, we would
que en
be
el conflicto
remiss
que hoy
if we did not
preocupa a
mention
la humanidad
that
en su
in the
conjunto,
conflict that
hay
is today of concern to
responsabilidades
humankind as
no
a
solo
whole.
del país que ha
There
decidido
are
realizar una operación militar
responsibilities on the
unilateralmente,
shoulders, not only of
sino
the country that
también
has
de
decided
las
to
potencias
unilaterally
occidentales
undertake a military
que a través de
operation.
la
There are
OTAN
also
ponen en
responsibilities
riesgo
on the
la
shoulders
seguridad
of
y la
Western
paz
powers who,
de
through
otros estados,
NATO, jeopardize the security
usando
and peace of other
estados
states. They do
intermediarios
so
que
by
favorecen
using states,
las
other
ambiciones
states, as middlemen
expansionistas
to
de estas
favor the
potencias de
expansionist
Occidente
ambitions
y
of
amenazan la
them as
seguridad
Western
de sus
powers,
vecinos.
and as such they threaten the
La
security of their
OTAN
neighbors.
no es
NATO
garantía de
is
seguridad.
not a guarantee
Al
of
contrario,
security. On
es
the
una
contrary,
amenaza para
it
la
is a
seguridad
threat
internacional,
to international security.
sino solamente recordar
We only
el
have to
bombardeo a
remember
Yugoslavia
the bombing of
sin la
Yugoslavia, which
autorización del
occurred
Consejo de
without the
Seguridad.
authorization of the
El
Security
resultado,
Council.
luego de atroces crímenes en la región de los Balcanes,
After the
un
atrocious
país
crimes in the
totalmente
Balkan
desintegrado.
region, is a
Hoy
was
observamos
a
con
completely
sorpresa
disintegrated
la
country.
doble moral de
Today,
ciertas
we observe with
potencias,
surprise the
que más allá de buscar
moral
la
double
paz,
standards shown
las
by
usan a la
certain powers.
confrontación.
Rather than
Las
seeking peace,
invasiones
they fan the
y la
flames of
guerra
confrontation.
siempre deben ser
Invasions and war
rechazadas,
must always
porque
be
ellas solo
rejected
traen
because
muerte y
all these
destrucción para la
invasions and
humanidad
war bring
y para la
is
vida de los
death and
pueblos.
destruction for humankind
En este
and for the
contexto,
lives of people.
comprometidos
Against
con el
this
derecho
backdrop,
internacional
committed to
y la
international
Carta de las
law
Naciones
and the
Unidas,
United Nations Charter,
saludamos el
we
inicio
welcome the
de las
beginning
discusiones en la
of
frontera con
discussions
Bielorrusia
on the border
entre
with
las
Belarus
delegaciones de
between
Ucrania y
delegations of
Rusia.
Ukraine and Russia.
Es una luz
This
de
is
esperanza
light,
al
a
final del
glimmer
túnel,
of hope indeed at
y
the end of
hacemos
the
votos
tunnel,
para que estas
and we hope that
discusiones
these discussions
puedan
will
continuar de
continue
manera constructiva
constructively
y de buena
and
fe.
in good faith.
Instamos
We
a las partes
urge
a agotar
parties to
todos los
exhaust
mecanismos
all
político-diplomáticos
political and
disponibles,
diplomatic mechanisms
como la
available,
mediación y
including
negociación, a
mediation
fin de
and
encontrar
negotiation in
una solución
order to
pacífica
find a peaceful
a este
solution
conflicto.
to this conflict.
Señor presidente,
Mr. President,
estamos conscientes
we are aware
de que la actual
that the
situación
current
es
situation
producto de diversos
is the
factores
result of
a lo largo
several
del tiempo
factors that have
y
played out over
comprendemos
time,
que existen
and we
preocupaciones
understand that there are
legítimas de
legitimate
seguridad
security
de las
concerns
partes
on the
involucradas que
part
deben ser
of those
atendidas y
involved
gestionadas
that must
de la
be
mejor
heard
manera
and managed
para evitar una
as
mayor
best
crisis
as
en la
possible.
región.
And this in order to avoid a
No se
more
trata de
serious
garantizar la
crisis in the
seguridad de algunos
region.
estados
We
a
can't
costo de la
simply
inseguridad de
guarantee the
otros.
security of some
La
states
comunidad
to the
internacional
detriment of the
tiene que ser
security of
capaz de
others. The
construir
international
una seguridad
community
colectiva.
has to be capable of building
En ese contexto,
collective security.
hacemos un llamado
With that in
a
mind,
evitar declaraciones o acciones como sanciones unilaterales que en lugar de promover el diálogo socavan cualquier oportunidad de solución pacífica. Consideramos que todos los actores relevantes deben concentrar sus esfuerzos para asegurar un inmediato cese de hostilidades, protección de civiles e infraestructura civil, y solicitamos se permita el acceso seguro e irrestricto a la asistencia humanitaria cuando ésta así lo requiera. Finalmente, destacamos los esfuerzos del secretario general para que esta situación no derive en una mayor escalada de violencia, y coincidimos en que esta no es una acción irreversible. No debemos ni podemos rendirnos ante las armas. Debe primar el respeto a la vida, el respeto al derecho internacional y los principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas deben guiarnos para alcanzar una paz sostenible y duradera en la región. Muchas gracias, presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of plurinational state of Bolivia. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
Señor presidente,
Mr. President,
ayer El presidente ruso ordenó que las armas nucleares de su país se pusieran en estado de alerta. Ello es una clara escalada de una crisis que él mismo inició al lanzar una invasión ilegal contra un Estado vecino. Esta acción innecesaria genera de nuevo el espectro del uso de armas nucleares. Esa amenaza de utilizar armas nucleares es una violación de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y del Tratado sobre la Prohibición de las Armas Nucleares. Pero más allá de la violación del derecho internacional y más allá del fracaso absoluto de la llamada teoría de la disuasión nuclear, están las vidas de millones de civiles inocentes que están siendo directamente amenazadas por esta atroz estrategia. Volvemos a la idea de la destrucción mutua asegurada y de una devastadora catástrofe global. En Ucrania, las fuerzas rusas han incurrido en graves violaciones del derecho internacional humanitario y del derecho internacional de los derechos humanos. Han utilizado armas explosivas en zonas pobladas, bombardeando zonas residenciales, escuelas y un hospital. Han utilizado municiones en racimo, prohibidas por el derecho internacional. Civiles están siendo asesinados y heridos. Las infraestructuras civiles están siendo destruidas. Miles de personas huyen a pie buscando ayuda humanitaria y refugio en las estaciones de metro. Los ciberataques también han formado parte de la agresión contra Ucrania, incluso mediante el ataque a infraestructuras civiles y la interrupción de esa vida civil. Son continuas las violaciones y los abusos de los derechos humanos en zonas de las regiones ucranianas de Donetsk y Luhansk y en la península de Crimea, tales como ejecuciones extrajudiciales, secuestros, desapariciones forzadas, procedimientos por motivos políticos, discriminación, acoso, intimidación, violencia, incluyendo la violencia sexual, detenciones y arrestos arbitrarios, tortura y malos tratos, entre otros abusos denunciados contra libertades fundamentales. Las repercusiones de estos abusos se sentirán por mucho tiempo. La comunidad internacional habrá de mantener un registro diligente de todas las violaciones del derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y del derecho internacional humanitario por parte de la Federación de Rusia y de cualquiera que incurra en estas conductas. Señor presidente, Costa Rica condena la decisión de la Federación de Rusia de poner sus fuerzas nucleares en estado de alerta para el combate y su amenaza de utilizar dichas armas, así como insta a todas las fuerzas nucleares que todas las fuerzas nucleares sean retiradas del estado de alerta. Costa Rica pide una vez más a los estados con armas nucleares que cumplan con sus obligaciones bajo el Tratado de No Proliferación, de buscar el desarme nuclear de buena fe e insta a todos los estados a unirse al Tratado sobre la prohibición de las armas nucleares que prohíbe el desarrollo, la posesión, las amenazas de uso y el uso de armas nucleares y que contiene un marco para el desarme nuclear verificable. Costa Rica exhorta a garantizar el acceso humanitario y pide al presidente de la Asamblea General designar un enviado especial que actúe como representante de este organismo en la asistencia humanitaria a Ucrania y a los refugiados ucranianos, en apoyo a la labor que ya están realizando las agencias de
UN
Naciones Unidas.
agencies are already undertaking.
Costa Rica espera la evacuación
This
segura y
assembly-
ordenada de Ucrania de
Costa
todas
Rica
las
hopes to
personas
see,
que
rather,
huyen
the
del
safe
conflicto,
evacuation of
incluidos
all
los
those
ciudadanos
fleeing
extranjeros, los
the conflict,
trabajadores
including
y
foreign
los
nationals,
estudiantes que
workers,
tratan de
and
salir.
students.
Y condena a Costa Rica en los
Costa
términos
Rica
más enérgicos
condemns in the
posibles
strongest
las violaciones
possible
y los abusos
the
del derecho
violations and
internacional
abuses of
humanitario y de los
international
derechos humanos
humanitarian law
resultantes de la
and
invasión
human rights
militar
violations and abuses
rusa de
resulting
Ucrania
from Russia's
y
military invasion
solicita a la
of
Federación de
Ukraine,
Rusia,
and we call
a la
upon the Russian
Federación de Rusia
Federation
que ponga
to end
fin a estos
these abuses
abusos de inmediato
immediately.
y brinde protección a los
And we
civiles,
call upon them
tenga
to
una
protect
estricta observancia de los
civilians
derechos
and
humanos
to
y del derecho
stringently
internacional
observe
humanitario.
international human rights
Todos
law
los
and
estados de
international
la Asamblea
humanitarian law.
General
All members
habremos
of the
de
General
condenar
Assembly
el uso de
must
armas
condemn
explosivas
the
en
use of
zonas
explosive
pobladas.
weapons in
Y
populated
habremos
areas.
también de apoyar el
And we
proceso
must also
diplomático en
support
curso
the ongoing
para una
diplomatic
declaración
process
y solución diplomática
seeking to
sobre este
achieve
asunto.
a diplomatic
Instamos a
solution
todos
to
los
this
estados
issue.
a mantener,
urge all
a todos los
states,
estados amantes de la paz
all
a
peace-loving
hacer.
states
Por
to
encima de
do
todo,
just that.
Costa Rica
Above all,
llama a
Costa
poner
Rica
fin
appeals
a esta
for an
invasión,
end to this
a un
invasion.
alto al fuego inmediato,
We call
al
for an
retiro
immediate
con
ceasefire.
celeridad
We
de
call for the
tropas y
swift
grupos
withdrawal
armados de
of
Ucrania
troops and armed
y
groups
cesar
from Ukraine.
todas las
And
actividades
we call for
militares
all military
en su
actions
contra.
against Ukraine to
Tal vez
cease.
con solo que se regresen y depongan su violenta actitud reciente,
Violent-
entraremos en el camino de la
If-
paz
if
y de la diplomacia.
Violence would only be put aside, we could return to
Señor
peace and
Presidente,
diplomacy.
Costa Rica
Mr.
votará a
President,
favor de
Costa
esta
Rica will
resolución.
vote in favor of this
Lo haremos
resolution.
porque
We will
debemos
do so
rechazar
because we must
una visión del
reject
mundo
a vision
en la
of
que
the
se
world
utiliza la
whereby
fuerza
force
para lograr
is used
objetivos
to
de política
achieve
exterior.
foreign
Una
policy
visión de mundo
goals.
en la que se
We
priorizan
reject a vision
las
of a world
armas
in
y
which
la violencia
arms are
mientras se
are
olvida el
prioritized
bienestar de las
along with
personas
violence.
y del planeta.
While lives of people
Es
and the very
imperativo
life of
poner
the earth
fin
is
a
lost, it is
esta
vital to
agresión
put
e
an
invasión.
end to this aggression
Pero
and
también
invasion.
debemos
But we
acabar
must
con la
also
mentalidad
put
que
an
nos ha
end to the
llevado
mentality
hasta aquí.
that has brought
No
us to
podemos
this point.
permitir
We
que se
cannot
desarrolle una actitud
allow
en la que,
an attitude
ante
to
ataques
develop whereby
fundamentales
in
contra
the
la
face
Carta de
of
Naciones
attacks
Unidas,
against the core
la
principles of the
comunidad
United Nations Charter,
internacional
the international
mire hacia
community
otro lado.
does nothing.
Votaremos a
We
favor de
will
esta
vote in
resolución
favor of this
para mostrar
resolution
unidad
to
por los
demonstrate
fundamentos del derecho
unity
internacional,
and
por la
commitment
acción
to the core
colectiva
principles of
y
international
amante
law,
de la paz,
to,
y para
to
rechazar
demonstrate our
la
commitment to peace
noción
and
de que los
collective action,
estados
and to
pueden
demonstrate that
redibujar el
states
mapa del
can
mundo a
redraw
punta de pistola.
a map of
Votaremos
the
a favor de
world,
los
and that we
principios de la
can
Carta,
reshape history.
ahora
We will vote
y en
in
el
favor
futuro,
of the principles
y
of the
por la
Charter
protección
now
de
and
la
in the
soberanía
future,
de
and we will
Ucrania,
vote for the
de su
protection of
integridad
Ukraine's sovereignty, for the
territorial
protection of
y
its
de sus
territorial
ciudadanos.
integrity, and for the protection
Costa
of
Rica
its citizens.
se une a
Costa
este
Rica
frente unificado
unites
contra la
with this
violación de la
front
Carta de las Naciones
against the
Unidas,
violation of the
contra
UN
la
Charter,
transgresión de valiosas
against the
libertades,
transgression
contra
and
la guerra
violation of various
psicológica,
freedom.
contra la
We
violencia, la
unite
violación de la
against war,
integridad
violence, and the
territorial
violation
de
of the
cualquiera
territorial
de los
integrity
Estados
of
miembros.
any UN member state.
Iniciemos votando porque el proyecto
Let
de
us
resolución que se
vote
propone
so
y
that
que va
the draft
siendo
resolution that is
patrocinado
being
por una
proposed
creciente
and
mayoría
that is
de
being
esta
co-sponsored
Asamblea.
by a growing majority
Unámonos
of this resolution
todos.
can
Muchas
be
gracias,
passed. Let
señor
us all unite. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece.
Thank you. Mr. President, Secretary General, Greece allies to the statement delivered by the EU and wish to add the following in its international capacity. I will repeat what has been said time and again in this chamber. The UN Charter is clear. All states must refrain from threat or use of force. This is the guiding principle underpinning the UN Charter and all states should abide to it. Greece strongly and unequivocally condemns Russia's unprovoked attack against Ukraine. Greece remains steadfast in her staunch support to the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This attack is challenging fundamental concepts of international law, the inviolability of borders and the very right of sovereign states to choose their own orientation. Respect of international sovereignty, integrity, and independence of all countries are fundamental principles of international law and the main pillars of Greek foreign policy. Violations of international law, no matter who they target, are threats to us all. This is why we can make no exceptions and must maintain a consistent stance across the board. Russia's aggressive military action constitutes a serious threat to the established rules-based international order. As such, it demands a unified response worthy of its magnitude. Revisionism is the main threat to world peace and will not be tolerated no matter where it comes from. We are particularly alarmed by Russia's raising of the nuclear alert level. We cannot stand idle as the spectrum of nuclear destruction is looming. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to return to the previous alert level. We stand by the side of the Ukrainian people who are currently being faced with this tragic turn of events and are courageously fighting an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression by Russia. We are already counting a tragic toll of innocent victims, among which Greeks, injured people, internally displaced people, and refugees. Mr. President, these deaths are unnecessary. This suffering is unnecessary. This attack is unnecessary. Attacks against all civilians in Ukraine must stop immediately. International humanitarian law is seriously challenged. Protecting and meeting the urgent needs of innocent civilians is of utmost importance. A centuries-long established Greek community of around 100,000 in Ukraine, concentrated mainly in the area of Mariupol, is already mourning victims. The brutal Russian attack against civilians in Sartana and Bugas towns near Mariupol resulted to the death of 10 members of the Greek community and left many injured, including children. Our consular authorities in Mariupol and Odessa remain operating in support of people in need. We strive to save lives. Greece, as an active member of the international community from the very beginning of this crisis, has mobilized in coordination with its partners and allies in order to project a unified and effective response. Our reactions and declarations condemning the Russian attack were loud and straightforward. The adoption of unprecedented sanctions which will hit the Russian economy in the substantial way has been swift. At the same time, together with our partners, we remain committed to address the grave humanitarian crisis that is unfolding in front of our eyes. There is no doubt that we are at the beginning of a new era and that the geopolitical turmoil that will ensue will have major consequences. But the price of freedom for which we must fight is very high. This Assembly has a historic responsibility to address the current attack. This is the only way to save the international rules-based order, to save the principles that unite us all in this room, the UN Charter, to stand for the cause of peace. Greece counts 201 years of independence, and in the struggle for freedom, our country has always been on the right side of history. We will continue in this direction. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Greece. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President,
señor Secretario General,
Secretary General,
Excelencias,
Excellencies,
en la noche
in
del
the
23
evening
de
of the
febrero
23rd of February
del 2022,
2022,
presente en la sala del
sitting
Consejo
in
de
the
Seguridad,
Security Council chamber,
órgano principal de las
the
Naciones
Security
Unidas,
Council
cuyo
being the
principal
primary
responsabilidad
organ of the
es el
United
mantenimiento de la
Nations
paz y seguridad
that has the
internacionales,
primary responsibility for the
el Ecuador
maintenance of
recibió con
international peace and
sorpresa y
security,
decepción
Ecuador
la
learned
información
with surprise and
de que se
disappointment
iniciaban mediante operaciones
news
militares la
that
invasión a Ucrania,
military operations were
lo que
beginning.
rompía los
The
más
invasion of
importantes
Ukraine was
principios
beginning,
de la
and that was
Carta
a violation
de las
of
Naciones
the
Unidas.
most fundamental principles of the United Nations
La
Charter.
decepción se debió
Our disappointment
a que, como afirmé
was due to the fact
ante
that, as I
este plenario el
stated
23 de
before this
febrero,
plenary on the
al
23rd of
tratarse el
February,
punto del programa
when we were
sobre la
dealing with
situación
the
en los
agenda
territorios
item
ocupados de
on
Ucrania,
the temporarily occupied territories
encontré
of
valor
Ukraine,
en todas
as I said
las
then,
declaraciones
I found
formuladas
value
en las
in
reuniones
all
del
of these
Consejo de
statements
Seguridad
made before
del
Security
pasado
Council
31 de
meetings
enero,
held on the
del 17 de
31st of
febrero
January, the
y el
17th of
19 de
February,
febrero
and the
del 2022.
21st of February.
Estas dos últimas sesiones bajo la
And these
presidencia de la
last two
Federación
sessions were
Rusa.
held under the Russian presidency.
La sorpresa fue
My
consecuencia de esa
surprise in the
decepción
chamber
porque no
was a
pudimos
consequence of
imaginar
that disappointment
que se
because we
produciría
couldn't
un
imagine
flagrante
that
rechazo
what
al compromiso
we'd
adquirido
seen is a
por
flagrant
todos los
rejection of
integrantes
the
de esta
commitments
organización
that all member
de
states of this
someternos a las
organization
soluciones
undertook
pacíficas como
to
único medio para
peacefully
resolver las
solve
controversias.
disputes and to solve disputes using
Mi
peaceful
país ha
means
demostrado
alone.
su vocación
My country
pacífica
has
y ha
demonstrated
emitido
that it is a
desde
peace-loving
décadas
state
atrás
and for decades
declaraciones
has
análogas
issued
a las que ahora
statements
pronuncio,
similar to those that I'm
por
making
ser
before
estas
you
parte
today.
integrante de su política exterior
Because peace
y
is
de
a
su
part
convicción
of our
de que el respeto al
foreign
derecho
policy,
internacional
our
y a los
conviction as a
principios y
state,
propósitos de la
and
Carta de
we
las
are
Naciones Unidas
fundamentally committed to
constituyen
international
el único
law
camino
and the
válido
purposes and
para la
principles of
paz,
the United Nations
la
Charter, and
seguridad
we believe that
y el
these are the
desarrollo
only
de
viable
todos
path
los pueblos
towards
del mundo.
peace, security, and development for all peoples
Por
of
esto,
the world.
reitero que
Consequently,
históricamente
I
se ha
reiterate that
constatado que los
historically it has been
planteamientos
seen
que informan
that
toda negociación de paz
the principles that
deben dejar
inform
la
all
puerta abierta
peace
para que
negotiations
todos los
must leave the door
involucrados se
open
sientan
so that all
estimulados
those involved feel
a retomar el
encouraged
camino del
to
derecho internacional
resume the
para
path
construir
of international
una paz
law
auténtica.
and feel encouraged to
No hay que
produce
mirar
authentic
solamente
peace. To
las
produce that
circunstancias del
authentic
presente,
peace, you can't simply look
sino
at the
las que
present,
serán
you have
inevitables
to look
en el
at
futuro.
what inevitable future consequences of any
Esta
action
sesión
might be.
especial de
This
emergencia
emergency
de la Asamblea
special
General
session of the General Assembly
debe ser precedente
must
ineludible para que
serve as
hechos
a
deplorables
precedent
como los que nos han llevado a
so
reunirnos hoy
that
en esta
the
Asamblea
reprehensible circumstances bringing
de
us together
producirse en
here
el futuro
today
tengan la misma consideración de la comunidad internacional.
Must serve as a precedent so that if such
Por
incidents
otro
do
lado,
reoccur, they are
quisiera
considered
también
with the same
subrayar
seriousness
los
by the international
aspectos
community and the
humanitarios de
General
este
Assembly. I
conflicto.
also wish to point to the
La
humanitarian
guerra
aspects of
es
this conflict.
esencialmente mala
War
porque
is
produce sufrimiento
essentially bad
en el
because
pueblo
it
y
causes suffering
pérdidas
for
humanas
people
irreemplazables.
and claims human
Por
life.
esto se produce un clamor
Consequently,
generalizado para el inmediato cese de
widespread
las
outrage has been
hostilidades,
seen and a widespread
ya que
appeal
cada
has been
día
launched
que
for an
pasa
immediate
nos
cessation of
enfrenta
hostilities
a
because
más
with every day
noticias
that
sobrecogedoras.
passes, we are witnessing more
Y en esto el
horrific
Ecuador
news.
también ha sido claro en sus
Ecuador
expresiones,
has been
pues
unequivocal in
distingue
its
la
statements
responsabilidad
because
de
we
quienes con su conducta violatoria
separate
del
those
derecho
who, with
dan
their
lugar
conduct
a la
that
crisis
violates
y de quienes actúan
international law,
para restablecer
produce-
la norma del
and
derecho.
we separate between those people whose
Apoyamos
conduct violates
la
international
iniciativa
law
que
and
Francia y
those
México
seeking to
han sometido al
solve
Consejo de
disputes. We
Seguridad
support the
en
initiative that
materia
France and
humanitaria,
Mexico have
así
submitted to
como
the Security
todas
Council
aquellas
on
que
in,
la
the
Secretaría
humanitarian
General,
field. And we
el Alto
also
Comisionado de Naciones
support
Unidas
what the
sobre
Secretary
Refugiados,
General has
la
done, as well
Organización
as what
Internacional de Migraciones,
UNHCR has
la
done,
Cruz
along
Roja
with the
Internacional,
IOM, the
entre
International
otros,
Red Cross,
pueden
and
llevar
other
adelante para
organizations.
aliviar
We
la
support
ya
all of these
catastrófica
initiatives
situación
because
humanitaria
they may
resultado
avoid
de este
the
conflicto que
worsening and
afecta
already
a ciudadanos
catastrophic
de distintas
situation which is
nacionalidades.
affecting citizens of many nationalities.
En el caso del Ecuador,
As far as
se ha
Ecuador is
puesto en marcha
concerned,
un plan de
we
emergencia
have launched an
que busca la
emergency plan
seguridad
which seeks to
e
ensure the
integridad
security
personal de ciudadanos ecuatorianos y
personal
que,
protection
con el
of
apoyo
Ecuadorian
internacional,
citizens with
ha
international
permitido su
support.
salida de Ucrania,
This
sobre
plan
todo de
has allowed
estudiantes,
us
y el
to
ingreso a
remove
países amigos
from
como
Ukraine
Polonia,
students in
Eslovaquia,
particular, and we've
Hungría,
allowed them
Rumania,
to
entre
return
otros,
to their countries,
lo que agradezco
including
a nombre de mi
Poland,
país.
Slovenia, and other countries. And I
Concluyo
thank the international
recordando
community
esa
for its support
básica
here. I
premisa
would conclude by recalling
inscrita en una
the
placa
basic premise
que es
inscribed
obsequio
on
del
a
GRULAC
plate.
y que se encuentra en una de las paredes exteriores de esta sala
That's on
de
one
la
of the
Asamblea
walls
General.
outside this General Assembly
Esta premisa
room.
dice
And
que
this
en la vida
premise
de
states
relación
that
entre
in
las
the
naciones,
life of
el
relations
respeto
between
al derecho
nations,
ajeno
respect
es la
for the
paz.
rights of others means
Y en ese
peace.
sentido solicito
With that in
a la
mind,
membresía
I call
que
upon
apoye el
all
proyecto de
members to
resolución
support
que ha
the
sido
draft
sometido
resolution which has
para
been
consideración
submitted for
de esta
the
Asamblea.
consideration of this
El
assembly.
Ecuador es uno de los
Ecuador
coauspiciantes
is one
iniciales de
of
esta
the
resolución
initial
por la paz.
co-sponsors of this
El
Uniting
Ecuador
for
no
Peace
dudará
resolution.
en votar de
Mexico
manera
will not
afirmativa
hesitate to
por el
vote in
respeto al
favor
derecho
of this
internacional,
resolution because of its
los
respect for
principios que
international
sostienen
law
a las
and because of
Naciones
its
Unidas
respect for the
y
principles
por
which
ello
underpin the
los que
United
sostienen
Nations
a la paz,
and the principles
condición
which
básica
consequently
para la
underpin
vida,
peace,
desarrollo
peace being a vital prerequisite
de
for
la
the
humanidad.
security and development
Muchísimas
of
gracias.
humankind. Many thanks indeed for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ecuador. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru.
Señor presidente,
Mr. President,
señor secretario general,
Mr. Secretary General,
excelencias,
Excellencies,
el sistema
the
internacional
international system
que regula
which
las relaciones
governs
entre los
relations
estados
between
y los
states and
pueblos
peoples
reposa en
is
dos
underpinned
principios
by two principles,
que al mismo
which,
tiempo
at the same
son
time,
compromisos
are
imperativos.
imperative commitments.
Primero,
The first of these
la obligación
is
de
the
no agredir,
obligation not to attack.
es decir,
In other words,
del no
the
uso de la
obligation
fuerza
not to
o
use
su
force
amenaza
or to threaten to
en
use
contra
force
de la
against the
independencia, la
independence,
soberanía y la
sovereignty,
integridad
and territorial
territorial de
integrity of
otro
another
Estado.
state.
Y segundo,
The second of these principles
la obligación
is
de
the
resolver
obligation to
las controversias por los
resolve
medios
disputes
pacíficos
through peaceful
que
means
regula
as
el derecho
provided for
internacional.
in international law.
Cuando estas normas imperativas del derecho internacional se violan, se quiebra gravemente la paz por un acto de agresión. Esta es la situación en Ucrania, causada por el uso ilegítimo de la fuerza por parte de la Federación Rusa, que no solo viola la integridad territorial y la soberanía de Ucrania, sino que configura la grave responsabilidad de haber sustituido el estado de paz entre los dos países, aún con serias tensiones evidentes, por un estado de guerra contrario a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y al derecho internacional. El Perú expresa una vez más su enérgica condena a este acto de agresión. La diplomacia peruana, desde la constitución del país como Estado independiente en 1821, ha sustentado sus relaciones externas en los principios de no intervención y arreglo pacífico de las controversias, normas esenciales del derecho internacional americano, a cuyo desarrollo progresivo ha contribuido con su propia conducta internacional. Nuestra posición de condenar con firmeza la agresión a Ucrania y demandar un curso urgente de solución pacífica del conflicto es así una expresión de coherencia con nuestra propia historia. Lo es también nuestra voz firme para exigir el respeto irrestricto, inmediato y permanente del derecho internacional humanitario conforme a lo prescrito por las convenciones de Ginebra de 1949 que protegen a los no combatientes, la población y los bienes civiles. Es indispensable resguardar los espacios para una acción humanitaria neutral, imparcial e independiente. El Perú hace suyo el llamamiento de la Cruz Roja Internacional para atender con inmediatez la situación de los refugiados y desplazados internos y para que se adopten medidas urgentes para preservar las infraestructuras como los sistemas de agua, gas y electricidad que abastecen las necesidades primarias de la población civil. Esta Asamblea General Especial de Emergencia adoptará decisiones históricas, decisiones urgentes, utilizando un pleonasmo del idioma español, decisiones decisivas. La sola existencia del conflicto nos indica las tareas que debemos afrontar de inmediato: el cese del fuego, el retiro de las fuerzas militares de intervención, la protección y asistencia de la población civil y la solución pacífica y negociada. Respaldamos los esfuerzos del secretario general en esta dirección. El proyecto de resolución que votará esta Asamblea Especial Extraordinaria de Emergencia busca estos objetivos. El Perú la copatrocina y respalda en la convicción que la solución pacífica y diplomática de la crisis es el camino que el derecho y la ética social demandan. Vemos con esperanza que el día de hoy se hayan empezado a reunir las partes en conflicto. Esperamos vivamente que puedan establecer acuerdos iniciales imprescindibles como el cese del fuego. La Carta de las Naciones Unidas supone como premisa esencial que todo Estado tiene el derecho de asegurar que su existencia sea en paz y seguridad y a estar protegido, pero ello implica la obligación correspondiente de respetar esos mismos derechos en los otros estados. Esta mutua implicancia de derechos y obligaciones sobre la paz y la seguridad es la esencia del sistema de seguridad colectiva. La solución definitiva del conflicto, que data de 2014, debe fundamentarse en la aplicación de este principio y contemplar las legítimas aspiraciones de paz y seguridad de todas las partes. Permítame, señor presidente, traer a la Asamblea una de las convicciones de Javier Pérez de Cuéllar, que creo nos orienta en la crucial hora actual. Los gérmenes de la guerra deben quedar eliminados en todas las zonas del planeta. El orden mundial de la posguerra fría solo puede fundarse en la paz. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Peru. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guatemala.
Señor presidente, Guatemala es copatrocinador del proyecto de resolución Agresión contra Ucrania, ya que como miembro fundador de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, creemos firmemente en los principios y valores de su Carta Fundacional, la cual contiene los pilares y propósitos fundamentales para los cuales fue constituida, y todos como Estados firmantes nos comprometimos a defender. Mi país reitera que esta organización fue creada hace 76 años para preservar a las generaciones venideras del flagelo de la guerra, para que no se tuviera que repetir el sufrimiento indecible al que fue sometido la humanidad durante la Primera y Segunda Guerra Mundial. Por esa razón, el mantenimiento de la paz y seguridad internacionales es el pilar número 1, dando prioridad al respeto por los derechos fundamentales del ser humano, privilegiando la vida y el valor de la persona humana. Es claro que todos los miembros, sin excepción alguna, estamos obligados al cumplimiento de la prohibición de abstenerse de recurrir a la amenaza o el uso de la fuerza contra la integridad territorial o independencia política de otro Estado. Señor presidente y excelencias representantes de las naciones, como país asumimos la responsabilidad ante diferentes foros multilaterales de coadyuvar a los esfuerzos regionales y globales que estén encaminados en defender la paz. Guatemala condena enérgicamente la agresión militar y la invasión injustificada por las Fuerzas Armadas de la Federación de Rusia contra la integridad territorial y la población de Ucrania. Condena la flagrante violación por parte de Rusia a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, al derecho internacional y al derecho internacional de los derechos humanos. Condena la decisión y acciones militares de la Federación de Rusia que han ocasionado la pérdida innecesaria de vidas humanas, entre ellos hombres, mujeres y niños, y otras vidas que han resultado gravemente lesionadas, siendo todos víctimas por este acto injustificado que continúa amenazando a esa región, así como la estabilidad y la seguridad mundial. Mi país se solidariza con el gobierno de Ucrania y especialmente con su población. Apelamos a las acciones colectivas y gestiones diplomáticas para que la Federación de Rusia cese inmediatamente de toda agresión y uso de la fuerza contra Ucrania y contra cualquier otro Estado, así como el desalojo de los territorios ilegalmente ocupados, para que se respete de manera irrestricta la soberanía y la integridad territorial de ese país. Nos unimos al llamado diplomático para que la Federación de Rusia cumpla sus obligaciones como Estado miembro de esta Organización de las Naciones Unidas y como miembro permanente del Consejo de Seguridad, ya que es su responsabilidad mantener la paz y la seguridad internacionales. Señor presidente, es realmente preocupante que las operaciones militares de la Federación de Rusia hayan alcanzado el lanzamiento de diferentes tipos de misiles en perjuicio de población civil, violentando flagrantemente el derecho internacional humanitario, incluso ante la noticia del uso de municiones en racimo, las cuales han sido internacionalmente prohibidas en virtud de los efectos indiscriminados que provocan. Guatemala cree firmemente que estos ataques son desproporcionados y van en contra de las normas mínimas de toda guerra o conflicto. Mi delegación solicita a la Federación de Rusia que no continúe con su agresión militar y detenga esta guerra, para evitar que este brutal conflicto tenga un impacto en la seguridad del resto de Europa y de la comunidad internacional. Sumado a ello, Guatemala expresa su más ferviente preocupación ante la noticia que la planta nuclear de Chernobyl ha sido tomada por fuerzas armadas rusas, y ante esta circunstancia hace un recordatorio que cualquier ataque o amenaza de ataque en contra de instalaciones nucleares dedicadas al uso pacífico constituye una violación a los principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, al derecho internacional, el Estatuto del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica. Además, Guatemala, en concordancia con su posición de principio, expresa su preocupación por las declaraciones realizadas por la Federación Rusa y el posible uso de armas nucleares. Guatemala cree firmemente que aún estamos a tiempo para regresar a las negociaciones, al diálogo diplomático y terminar el conflicto. No podemos permitirnos repetir la historia. Guatemala se expresa en esta asamblea en favor de la vida, en favor de la paz y la seguridad mundial, con un firme compromiso de dejar un mundo mejor para las futuras generaciones. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guatemala. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Albania.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, last Friday, Albania and the United States of America submitted to the Security Council a draft resolution on the act of aggression Russia has committed and is committing against Ukraine. This act is in clear and blatant violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter of the United Nations, the obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any state. 11 members of the Security Council voted yes. 1 country voted no, the aggressor. 81 states co-sponsored it, cross-regionally. We thank all those states for their support and for standing up to defend the values and principles and norms that make us friends, not enemies, that make us embrace peace, not aggression. We are here in the General Assembly today to continue our efforts and rally the world to condemn aggression and hold the perpetrator accountable. Dear colleagues, we stand in admiration before the courage of Ukrainians, men and women, defending their country, which, with whatever they have in a war that they did not choose. They are in their right, and they will prevail, since they know that never in history did Russian tanks win when they were not welcome. This time will be no exception. The Soviet Union is dead, and nothing, no fantasy, no nostalgia, no war will ever bring it back. We condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine and call on it to abide by its international obligations. As the Albanian Minister for Foreign Affairs stated yesterday, this war is more than just a war for the freedom of Ukraine. It is a struggle for the future of a democratic Europe, for the architecture of security and cooperation in our continent, as well as rules-based international order. Therefore, it concerns us all. Dear colleagues, Russia has been warned. If you go to war, you'll face severe and massive consequences, and it's happening. Albania has joined the concert of nations that has imposed sanctions and other restrictive measures against Russia. We have subscribed to the entire package adopted by the EU. We have closed our airspace to Russian operators, have joined the individual sanctions on the freezing of access of individuals up to the Russian president, which will apply to 654 individuals and 52 entities. Economic sanctions include restrictive measures in finance, energy, transport, and technology. Albania will no longer participate in any sport activity facing with the Russian Federation until Russia ceases its aggression against Ukraine. Also, given the worsening humanitarian situation, we have committed to shelter refugees. Dear colleagues, if we agree, willingly or by indifference, to let what is commonly agreed unravel in front of our eyes, as this act of aggression does, what respect do we have for what we have been building during 76 years since the World War II? What hopes do we cherish that we can continue to defend our rights individually and collectively? What assurance there is that we will not be condemned to be just a nameplate or just a dry number in this room? Instead, if we think and maintain that despite size, might, or wealth, we are equal members and responsible actors of this assembly of nations, truly committed to uphold norms and values of our civilization, working for peace, harmony, and cooperation, we need to show it. Albania has co-sponsored the draft resolution, and we call on all the members to do so. Russia must immediately stop its military actions, withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, and respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence with its internationally recognized border. And I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Albania. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
إن ما يثير التساؤل بشأن عقد هذه الدورة اليوم أنه على الرغم من الأزمات والتحديات الكبرى والخطيرة التي واجهت الأسرة الدولية على مدى عقود ولم يتمكن فيها مجلس الأمن من الاطلاع بمسؤولياته الأساسية بموجب الميثاق في حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين، فإننا لم نرى حماسا لدى الدول الغربية لعقد مثل هذه الدورة الاستثنائية الطارئة، مما يؤشر إلى تمسك تلك الدول بسياسة النفاق والمعايير المزدوجة وانتهاج المقاربات الخاطئة المبنية على المصالح وليس على المبادئ. إن ذاكرة الأمم المتحدة وأدراجها حافلة بالشواهد التاريخية على جملة واسعة من التدخلات الغربية اللا شرعية وأعمال العدوان التي ارتكبتها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وحلفائها في حلف الناتو، والتي قتل فيها ملايين الأبرياء بدءا من الحرب الكورية مرورا بحربها في فيتنام إلى أفغانستان والعراق وصولا إلى سوريا، إلى جانب محاصرتها لشعوب دول عديدة في أمريكا اللاتينية وغيرها للنيل من خياراتها الوطنية. ولم نرى أن هذه الدول تتداعى لعقد مثل هذه الاجتماعات، لا بل كانت تراهن على إفشالها. وفدي يرى بأن عقد هذه الدورة الخاصة الطارئة بشأن الحالة في أوكرانيا يأتي كجزء من الحملة المعادية للاتحاد الروسي التي مهدت لها تصريحات ومواقف عدائية واستفزازية للدول الغربية لإشعال الأوضاع في أوكرانيا وتهديد أمن الاتحاد الروسي وسلامته أرضاً وشعباً. السيد الرئيس، إن الجمهورية العربية السورية التي تحرص دائما على التأكيد على أهمية حل المشاكل الإقليمية والدولية عن طريق الحوار والدبلوماسية ودعم جهود صون الأمن والاستقرار في أي بقعة توتر في العالم، وذلك انطلاقا من إيمانها بأهمية احترام مبادئ ومقاصد ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، فإن الجمهورية العربية السورية تستنكر الحملة المنسقة التي تشنها وفود الدول الغربية وأذرعها الإعلامية ضد الاتحاد الروسي، والتي تتضمن النشر المتعمد لمعلومات عدائية مضللة وادعاءات باطلة وصور وفيديوهات مفبركة تستهدف النيل من حق الاتحاد الروسي في الدفاع عن سيادته وأرضه وأمنه ودرء الأخطار التي تهدد شعبه بالشكل الذي كفله ميثاق الأمم المتحدة. وقد وصل الحد بالدول الغربية إلى إغلاق أجهزة الإعلام الروسية ومنعها من الوصول إلى الأوروبيين. فمنذ الانقلاب الذي وقع في أوكرانيا في عام 2014 تجاهلت الدول الغربية الحقائق والروابط التاريخية بين الشعبين في أوكرانيا والاتحاد الروسي، وبشكل خاص المعاناة المتفاقمة لأهالي دونباس على مدى السنوات الثمان الماضية، حيث غلبت تلك الدول رغبتها في منح الناتو رقعة نفوذ على حدود روسيا على حساب حياة وسلامة المدنيين في دونباس ومعاناة الروسيين في لوغانسك ودونيتسك. وعندما شرع الاتحاد الروسي بعملية خاصة لحماية هؤلاء، شنت الدول الغربية حملة تباكي على ميثاق الأمم المتحدة وعلى ما أسمته المعاناة الإنسانية في أوكرانيا، متجاهلة الأسباب الحقيقية لأزمة افتعلتها هي ذاتها ووقفت وراءها بما يمثل قمة النفاق السياسي. السيد الرئيس، إن التصعيد الجاري بين الاتحاد الروسي وأوكرانيا هو نتيجة لنكوص الدول الغربية بالوعود التي قطعتها للاتحاد الروسي قبل عقود، وتجاهلها للمشاغل الأمنية المشروعة له، واندفاعها عوضا عن ذلك لإرسال الأسلحة والصواريخ إلى أوكرانيا بشكل سخي ودون أي حسابات لعواقب ذلك على أمن واستقرار المنطقة. بالرغم من أن الاتحاد الروسي قد دأب على تقديم مقترحات عملية ومارس أعلى درجات ضبط النفس تجاه كل محاولات الولايات المتحدة وحلفائها الغربيين ومسؤولي حلف الناتو للتصعيد، إلا أن تلك المقترحات قد تم تجاهلها ولم يتم الأخذ بجدية بالمشاغل الأمنية الروسية الواردة فيها. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، مرة أخرى تلجأ الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والدول الغربية إلى سلاح فرض إجراءات قسرية لا شرعية أحادية الجانب تنتهك مبادئ القانون الدولي وأحكام ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، ولا تخدم إلا زيادة الأوضاع سوءا وتعقيدا والإضرار بشعوب المنطقة بأكملها. إن بلادي تدين بأشد العبارات سياسات الحصار والعقاب الجماعي الغربيين على الشعوب وتؤكد بأن الوقوف على الجانب الصحيح من التاريخ يحتم مواجهة السياسات العدوانية للقوى الغربية ووجوب التصدي لها بكل الأشكال الممكنة باعتبار ذلك مصلحة مشتركة ودائمة لكل الشعوب المناهضة لهيمنة واستباحة العالم من قبل تلك الدول. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
Mr. President, India is deeply concerned that the situation in Ukraine continues to deteriorate. We reiterate our call for immediate cessation of violence and an end to hostilities. All member states of the United Nations are not only obliged to follow the UN Charter, but also respect international law and territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. Peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with these principles has been India's consistent position that has stood the test of time. As such, my government firmly believes that there is no other choice but to return to the path of diplomacy. Prime Minister Modi has advocated this strongly in his recent conversations with the leadership of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. In this regard, we welcome the commencement of direct talks between both sides. We reiterate our firm conviction that all differences and interests can only be bridged through honest, sincere, and sustained dialogue. There is an urgent and pressing humanitarian situation developing in Ukraine. The international community needs to ensure free and uninterrupted humanitarian access and smooth movement of all peoples. Keeping in view the humanitarian requirements in Ukraine, my government has also decided to provide urgent relief supplies, including medicines. These are expected to be delivered soon. India is doing whatever it can to undertake immediate and urgent evacuation efforts of Indian nationals who are still stranded in Ukraine. The safety and security of Indian nationals, including a large number of students, remains our top priority. The complex and uncertain situation at the border crossings is adversely impacting the uninterrupted and predictable movement of people. This important humanitarian necessity must be immediately addressed. In this regard, I would like to thank all neighboring countries of Ukraine who have opened their borders for our citizens and given all facilities to our missions and their personnel to evacuate Indian nationals to their homeland. We stand ready to help those from our neighbors and developing countries who are also stranded in Ukraine and may seek assistance. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Señor Presidente, señor Secretario General,
Chile se suma a esta histórica sesión en la que esta Asamblea General deberá tomar acción para velar por el mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacionales. El solo hecho que esta sea la primera vez en décadas que la Asamblea se reúne en este formato da cuenta de la excepcionalidad de la situación y de la frustración de la comunidad internacional ante la parálisis del Consejo de Seguridad en adoptar una decisión en pro de la paz, que es requerida por la actual situación en Ucrania. Tal como Chile lo señaló en la sesión de esta Asamblea del pasado 23 de febrero, mi país se rige en sus relaciones internacionales por los principios consagrados en el artículo 2 de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Y es así que rechaza terminantemente el uso de la fuerza o amenaza de la misma en las relaciones internacionales y que las controversias entre Estados deben resolverse por medios exclusivamente pacíficos, conforme a la letra y espíritu de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Señor Presidente, Chile apoyará y copatrocina también la resolución que se presenta en esta Asamblea General Especial que condena la agresión a Ucrania. Urgimos el cese de la misma, el retiro de las tropas ocupantes, la protección de los civiles y el acceso a la ayuda humanitaria, el respeto a la plena integridad territorial de Ucrania y dejar sin efecto también el reconocimiento de la independencia de las regiones de Donetsk y Lugansk. Por la razón anterior, Chile también copatrocinó la resolución que se presentó el viernes pasado en el Consejo de Seguridad. Destaco que la posición nacional sobre esta situación ha sido expresada públicamente por las más altas autoridades de mi país y en los comunicados oficiales del gobierno. Por otra parte, nos alienta el saber de las conversaciones o el inicio de las mismas entre las partes directas con miras a poner término a la referida ocupación en Ucrania. La comunidad internacional, a través de esta Asamblea General, los observa y está dispuesta a acompañarlos en sus esfuerzos para que prevalezcan la paz y el derecho internacional. Señor Presidente, aún bajo la pandemia y con el incremento de la pobreza y precariedad en tantas partes, además de los desafíos del cambio climático, necesitamos más que nunca la unión y que esta organización cumpla sus obligaciones impulsando e implementando nuestra cooperación efectiva para lograr un mejor presente y un futuro digno para las generaciones futuras. Termino esta intervención, señor presidente, recordando el preámbulo de la Carta cuando nos señala: nosotros, los pueblos de las Naciones Unidas, resueltos a preservar a las generaciones venideras del flagelo de la guerra. Y sigue la cita: y para ello asegurar mediante la aceptación de principios que no se usará la Fuerza Armada, sino en servicio del interés común. Muchas gracias, señor presidente y señor secretario general. I thank the distinguished representative of Chile. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers tomorrow morning, 1st March, in this hall at 10 a.m. The meeting is adjourned.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been here for an hour, so.
Okay.
Well, you probably will get it. People off for TV.
And you'll get some people will get that.
Yeah. Are you?
I'm going to try to find it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know what sound yet.
But you won't be here.
No, just
And do you know about how long it will last?
Camera. Watch.
Thanks, guys.
Ambassador, do you support a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
Thank you.
Yes or no?
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
We will be answering the call from President Zelensky. President Zelensky said, "Don't give me a ride, give me ammunition." And that's exactly what the Australian government has agreed to do. We will be committing $50 million to support both lethal and non-lethal defensive support for Ukraine. The overwhelming majority of that, that's some 70 million Australian dollars, will be in the lethal category. We're talking missiles, we're talking ammunition, we're talking supporting them in their defence of their own homeland in Ukraine, and we'll be doing that in partnership with NATO. I'm not going to go into the specifics of that because I don't plan to give the Russian government a heads up about what's coming their way, but I can assure them it's coming your way. In addition to that, we will be acting to provide humanitarian support, an initial contribution of some $25 million. We're providing in humanitarian support, that's some $35 million Australian, to international organisations to support their efforts with shelter, food, medical care, water and education support. This will be our opening contribution. We expect that over time there will be further requests and we'll be addressing those as time goes on and the needs that are there are better understood. There are some 500,000 Ukrainians that have fled their homeland. There's 160,000 on our most recent reports that I have available of internally displaced people. We have already processed all of the outstanding applications for visas to Australia, and they've all been given visas of one shape, one form or another. In addition, we're receiving around 100 applications a day, which are being processed as the top priority. They're visa applications across the entire migration program. So they're for temporary visas on skills, they're for education visas, they're for family reunion visas, and they're getting the stamp. And they'll be able to come to Australia. And for some of those who are on temporary visas, their intention, it will be different. They will want to come to Australia for a period of time, and I have no doubt they will want to return to their home country. We are also preparing options to support the broader humanitarian effort to have programs like we had for the Kosovars some years ago. We should not make the mistake thinking that every person who is seeking to leave Ukraine does not want to return to their home country. I have no doubt hundreds of thousands, if not more, will want to return to their home country. That's where their family is, that's where their lives are. And we want to ensure that those things are not taken from them. And so where we are able to provide that temporary refuge, then we'll be seeking to do just that with many other countries around the world. But for those for whom that won't be an option, then we'll continue to provide support through our migration program, through the mainstream program, and in addition in the humanitarian area, which at this stage, the demand for that is not very clear. But we will address that in partnership with other agencies when we get to that point. And if that requires supplementing our existing program, just like with the Afghanistan program we're currently working on, then we will. We will meet that demand with our other partners, and Australia has a strong track record of doing all of those things. So with that, I appreciate that was a very lengthy set of issues I had to run you through, but it was a very lengthy meeting, and Australia will stand with Ukraine. Tonight I'll be standing with the New South Wales Premier as we light up the Opera House in Ukraine's colours. That is intended to send a very strong message of solidarity from one of the world's most iconic buildings, that Australia stands with Ukraine, just as we've lit our own parliament up here as part of the vivid events here in Canberra. All of these events send a very clear message, which I know is encouraging the people of Ukraine. They are showing a resilience which is absolutely extraordinary, and having met with so many in the Ukrainian community over the last few days, and I'll meet with more of them this afternoon and this evening in Sydney, we want to say we are with you. We are with you. Peter.
Thanks, PM. Firstly, I want to start just by acknowledging the amazing work of those Army personnel in Woodburn. Today we've seen in Woodburn on display the best of the Australian Defence Force. The Army personnel within the helicopter rescuing 3 people off that rooftop sends a very clear message about the preparedness of the Australian Defence Force to provide support to the Australian people at a time of need. We've seen a number of those events over the course of the last couple of days, not just in Brisbane but now in northern New South Wales. The latest figures that the Australian Defence Force has been involved in the rescue of 74 people, quite a remarkable number, on a number of missions, including in Gatton, in Jimboomba, Regency Downs, right across Clarendon Rifle Range, and now today in Lismore, Ballina, and the surrounding areas. The pilots and the crew really need commending. There's incredible bravery that we've seen on display today, and they've literally saved lives, those 3 lives, but many, many more. And that work will continue, particularly in the clean-up as well. The Prime Minister and I visited Gallipoli Barracks yesterday in Brisbane and went through with the 7th Brigade their response. So in Maryborough, in Gympie, in Brisbane, as the floodwaters start to recede, those mud armies will come together and help in the clean-up, and that will progressively go down the East Coast, as the Prime Minister's pointed out. I want to send a very strong and clear message to Australians, particularly those in New South Wales who are watching these scenes unfold. You need to take additional precautions to evacuate earlier than what you otherwise would have been. This rain cell is, as we're seeing and as bombers demonstrated, has a propensity to stay in place, and the saturation that's already on the ground means that we just don't have the runoff on the water. And we'll see further rescues, and we want to make sure that they are reduced, because it does put at risk the lives of those who are in the helicopters, that are on the ground, coordinating, etc. So please listen even more closely this season than you have in previous years to the warnings that you're getting from local councils, from state emergency services, from the state and federal authorities. Heed those warnings and get out early and make sure that you keep you and your family and your livestock and your assets otherwise safe. That's an incredibly important message. As
remains possible to sustain the recovery and upgrade of consumption and to ensure that consumption plays a fundamental role for economic development. We're going to do the following 3 aspects. First is to ensure good implementation of the policy, to invigorate the market players in the consumption market, especially for those industries where we have physical contact with people, because of the and also sectors where we have a gathering of people. These sectors are most directly hurt by COVID-19, for example, retail, hotel, and
应该说受到的疫情影响的冲击更为明显。相对应的来讲，这些行业这个应该说困难也就更多。这些行业当中的，特别是中小企业，面临着较大的生存压力，所以呢，根据国务院的部署，国务院14个部门联合出台的促进服务业领域困难行业恢复发展的若干政策，对这些行业，特别是中小企业、中小微企业，提出了力度大、针对性强的纾困帮扶政策。这个政策已经发布啊。我想我们首要的就是把这些纾困帮扶的政策落实到位。第二呢是创新理念方式，办好一些消费促进活动。那么去年呢，商务系统组织了一些像全国消费促进月、网上年货节、商品网购节、老字号嘉年华等系列活动。我们也做了评估，应该说对促消费这些活动是起了比较明显的积极的作用。今年呢，我们首先是在做好疫情防控的前提下面，总结去年的一些促消费活动的一些经验做法，继续组织开展系列促消费活动。比如说今天晚上，我们就在北京举办2022年全国消费促进月的启动仪式。在接下来的一段时间里边，有一些活动是通过线上，有一些是通过线上线下融合的一些各类促消费活动，比如说消博会，比如说汽车嘉年华，比如说家具消费季。稳住一些重点商品的消费。当然，我们也会借助北京冬奥会巨大成功所带来的冰雪热、冰雪消费，组织形式多样的冰雪主题的消费促进活动。第三个方面呢，我们就是服务美好生活，打造消费升级的平台，再进一步打造好我们消费升级的平台。 从城市来讲，我们去年推出了这个5个国际消费中心城市，经过1年的培育，我们将要总结提升。同时呢，我们要进一步推进步行街的高质量发展，还有就是开展一些智慧商圈、智慧商店的释放创建，加快建设便利百姓的一刻钟的便民生活圈。鼓励一些新业态、新模式、新场景的发展，特别是去年我也讲，这个很多地方有一些创新，比如说一些特色街区，形成了一些网红打卡的一些新的消费，也支持有条件的地方发展一些手电经济、手发经济，壮大定制体验、智能、时尚等新型消费，发展绿色健康消费，更好地满足人民对美好生活的需要。谢谢。
好，下一个问题，中间第3排这位男士。
谢谢主持人。澎湃新闻记者提问：加快打造面向全球的高标准自贸区网络，是对标高标准国际经贸规则、推动制度型开放的重要举措。请问我国在实施自贸区提升战略、构建高标准自贸区网络方面取得了哪些最新进展？下一步将主要在哪些方面对自贸区建设进行提升？谢谢。
好，谢谢你的提问。这个问题也是我来回答一下。这个你的问题2个方面这个一个是有哪些进展，第2个下一步怎么提升。关于第一个方面，应该说经过20年的努力，我们的自贸朋友圈是不断的扩大，自贸协定内容也日益丰富，水平也不断的提升。立足周边，辐射“一带一路”，面向全球的高标准的自贸区的网络已经初步的显现。就我们这个全球的自贸区网络已经初步的显现。有一些数据。这个我们已经跟26个国家和地区签署了19个自贸协定，我们的自贸伙伴覆盖了亚洲、大洋洲、拉丁美洲、欧洲和非洲。我们跟自贸伙伴的这个贸易额占了我们整个贸易额的约35%，特别是今年1月1日。大家都比较关注区域全面经济伙伴关系协定，也就是我们讲的 RCEP 正式生效。这就意味着全球人口最多、经贸规模最大的自贸区正式落地。这个我们也抓住这个机遇。前不久呢，我们会同5个部门印发了关于高质量实施 RCEP 的指导意见，有针对性的开展培训，因为生效以后，我们要会用这个自贸协定，特别是提升企业利用的能力和能力。我也借这个场合呼吁一下，我们各地各部门，特别是商务部门，包括一些机构，帮助企业加强这方面的培训，帮助他们了解 RCEP 的一些协定。同时呢，我们也呼吁一些企业能够自主的网上去查询，我们在网上有这方面的介绍，有这方面的答疑。如果还需要有什么问题的，也可以，我们也欢迎来电或者通过 email 可以找我们各级的商务部门，包括我们商务部，我们愿意帮助企业尽快的了解这些协定的一些条款，能够尽快的利用使用这些条款，为企业的发展增加新的活力和动力。那么，我想呢，这个特别是 RCEP 实施各方逐步降低关税，尤其我也特别希望企业能够关注到原产地的累计规则。那么这些红利将会逐步的释放，将会获得更多的真金白银的实惠。这个就是关于一些进展。第2方面的问题，回答你就是这个怎么来提升？下一步怎么来提升？下一步我们将坚决贯彻党中央、国务院的部署。提升了从扩围、提质、 真相这3个方面发力，推进实施自贸区的提升战略，有效地连通国际国内2个市场2种资源，为更高水平对外开放提供一些机制性的保障，服务构建新发展格局。大家也关注到，去年我们正式申请加入全面进步跨太平洋伙伴关系协定和数字经济伙伴关系协定，也就是 CPTPP 和 DPA。这体现了我们进一步深化改革、扩大开放的信心和决心，也体现了我国加强全球数字经济领域合作、促进创新和可持续发展的真诚的意愿。目前呢，中方同2个协定的缔约方开展了接触、沟通和磋商，我们也在主动地对标国际高标准的经贸规则，全面深化改革，加快制度性开放，这是2个重要的申请高标准。那么同时呢，我们还在继续推进与海合会、厄瓜多尔、以色列、挪威以及中日韩等自贸协定的谈判，积极地推进中国东盟自贸区 3.0 版等自贸协定的升级。我们也愿意更多的这个经济体国家来共同的探讨商量自贸协定的签署商签问题。同时，我们也积极地参与数字经济、环境保护等新规则议题的谈判，共同来推动去经济体化和贸易投资自由化与便利化。谢谢。
好，大家还可以继续提问。那这边第5排这位外国记者。
谢谢主持人。日本经济新闻记者提问。我的问题是关于 CPTPP。去年9月份，中国申请以後有没有新的进展？有些加盟国认为，中国为了加入 CPTPP 需要解决的问题还是比较多，比如国企、电子数据、政府采购等等。请具体的介绍一下商务部如何跟 CPTPP 加盟国谈判这些问题。谢谢。
好，这个问题我请我的同事王寿文先生回答。
好，非常感谢你的提问，你说的非常对。去年9月份呢，中国正式提出申请加入 CPTPP。中国的这一申请呢，可以说引起了国际社会的高度的关注。国内外反响呢也非常积极，大家认为中国提出申请加入 CPTPP 是中国在新时代扩大对外开放的一个重要的举措。那么在正式提出申请加入 CPTPP 之前呢，我们也对 CPTPP 的条款进行了充分的、全面的、深入的这个分析和研究以及评估。那么我们也梳理了对照 CPTPP 的这些规定，中国自己需要完善或者修改的法律法规，还有一些改革举措，我们都进行了梳理。那么目前呢，我们也按照 CPTPP 加入的程序，正在和这个相关的成员进行接触、沟通和磋商。大家都知道 CPTPP 是一个高标准的国际经贸的协定，但是呢，我特别想强调的是，这个高标准和中国进一步深化改革、扩大开放的这个方向是一致的。那么我们也愿意呢，通过积极的深化改革、扩大开放，来努力全面的达到 CPTPP 的标准。特别我们想提到的是呢，刚刚文涛部长已经讲到，中国已经签署了很多的自贸协定。那么我们要加入 CPTPP， 我们在市场准入方面要做出的开放的承诺，会超过现有的所有的缔约实践。这样做不仅有利于中国进一步扩大开放，推动国内的深层次改革，也有助于实现高质量的发展，同时也有助于 CPTPP 现在11个成员国进一步扩大对世界第2大经济体的市场准入，也有助于这些国家扩大与中国在货物、服务贸易、投资等等领域内的合作。你刚刚提到了这个一些问题，确实呢 ，CPTPP 它的内容非常广泛，有一些条款比另外一些条款更加复杂敏感。但是我们认为呢，总的来说，它是和中国改革开放的大方向是一致的。比如说，国有企业 ，CPTPP 的规则要求国有企业和其他各类企业要公平竞争，这是关于国有企业的一个核心的要求，就是国有企业和其他企业要公平竞争。那么至于我们所坚持的国有企业市场化改革方向是一致的。那么中国的国有企业大家知道，作为独立的这个市场主体，他们的行为也是基于商业考虑，是公平的参与与民营企业、外资企业的竞争，是按照市场化、法治化的原则来进行他们的经营活动的。所以我们认为呢，我们是具备了履行 CPTPP 有关国企规则义务的条件。你还提到了这个电子商务领域内的有关的规定。那么 CPTPP 关于电子商务相关的规定水平是很高的，但是它的这个规制的规定的方向也和中国参与国际数字经济合作，持续优化数字营商环境这个方向也是一致的。大家知道，最近这几年我们国家通过了这个3个法律，就是数据安全法、网络安全法和个人信息保护法。那么现在呢，有关部门正在制定与这个3个法相配套的相关的实施条例或者说实施细则。那么我们正会同相关部门在制定这些实施条例或者细则的时候呢，也结合 CPTPP 的这个规定，来努力达到 CPTPP 规则的要求。所以对 CPTPP 的所有的问题、条款，我们都准备与相关的成员国进行详细的沟通磋商。我们愿意呢与各方共同努力来推进我们区域贸易经济的一体化，为我们区域经济的发展，为世界经济的复苏呢做出努力。谢谢。
好，下一个问题，中间第3排这位女士。
谢谢，我是中国国际电视台 CGTN 的记者。我想请问一下，我们知道在2021年，中国的外贸增长是达到了21.4%，到了39.1万亿元。那么有报道就说，在这么高的一个基数上，那么在今年，也就是2022年，中国稳外贸的这个压力和困难都会非常的大。所以我首先想请问一下，您对此怎么看？然后另外也想请您介绍一下，那么在2022年，商务部对于缓解外贸企业纾困方面会有一些什么样的举措，包括在这个稳定产业链和供应链方面会有哪些安排？谢谢。
好，谢谢你的提问。我愿意回答你的问题。我想你的问题大概主要2个方面：第一，怎么看；第二，怎么办？这个怎么看？你刚才也提到了，我们去年是外贸增长21.4%，达到了39.1万亿。如果我们这是人民币计，从美元计的话，去年我们增速是30%，这个是10年以来的新高，而且我们这个规模呢，是连续跨了2个台阶，就是用美元计5万亿、6万亿，达到了6.05万亿美元，对经济增长的贡献率达到了20.9%，国际市场的份额也创了新高，达到了15%。我们这个也是以美元计，按照这个前3季度，这个来达到了15%。 这个份额呢是1958年以来全球单一经济体的最高的份额。这个应该说我们中国的这个贸易啊，世界的经济复苏和发展注入了新的动力，特别是在疫情的情况下面。去年外贸取得的成绩啊，应该来之不易。这主要根本在于习近平同志为核心的党中央坚强领导，也离不开全国广大外贸企业的努力拼搏。今年就是去年怎么看？今年你刚才说了，就是有报道认为，这个2021年的这么一个高的基础上面，怎么办？我觉得也不是报道认为，我们研究分析也这么认为。今年这个压力非常巨大，形势也非常的严峻。我们的外贸的形势是复杂严峻。中央经济工作会议讲了3重压力：需求收缩、供给冲击、预期转弱。今年怎么看？我就从这3个方面，从需求端来看，需求收缩来看，全球的疫情还在起伏反复，复苏的势头不稳。这样的话呢，外需的市场也面临着一些不确定。一些机构，国际的一些机构，包括 IMF 啊、世界银行啊，这些机构呢，都下调了2022年的全球经济增长预期。世贸组织最新报告显示，全球的货物贸易增长势头是减弱的趋势。这是从需求、从供给来看，就供给冲击来看，我们看到原材料、大宗商品的供给仍然没有恢复正常，换句话说，就是供应链的这一些这个瓶颈还没有得到这个缓解，短期内我们预判也难以得到缓解。那么从预期来看，那些原来所谓的缺柜这个人工缺等等紧缺，你看原材料成本的高企。运价成本现在还维持一个比较高的水平，还有一些用工刚才讲的这个短缺等等这些问题呢，持续困扰着外贸企业，影响企业接单的信心。我们也调查了解，特别是一些中小外贸企业他们有的是这个盈利的状况并不是很乐观。对预期来看呢，也影响了他们的这个接单的信心。所以呢，我是这个3重压力供给端、需求端和预期端。那么在这个基础上再叠加我自己分析，就我们一次性因素的消退我们内部也做了分析，因为去年的高有很多的一次性的因素，包括订单的回流，包括疫情，包括宅经济，我们讲的比较多。那么这些呢是阶段性的一次性因素，这些一次性因素的消退，对我们今年的增长有增加的压力，这是一个叠加，同时在叠加刚才你提问的地方就是综合因素讲，我们去年在30%的基础上，我是以美元计，你在这个高的基础上再要上去，这个坎就很陡了。所以我们觉得今年的外贸来讲，压力还是很大。但面对这些困难和挑战，我们怎么办？我们按照党中央、国务院的统一部署，特别是我们看到了这种情况，党中央、国务院及时部署，我们就政策呢适当靠前发力，主要就是实施跨周期调节稳外贸，这是一个跨周期调节稳外贸。第二呢，就市场的多元化；第三呢，外贸供应链的畅通；第四，外贸创新体制。从这4个方面来保持今年的这个稳字当头。从前2个月来看，我们应该说外贸基本上是实现了稳字当头，达到了我们的初步的目标，就开门稳。我们也有信心 完成全年的目标任务，稳住外资外贸的基本盘。怎么办？主要从以下3个方面：一是做好稳外贸政策的落实和储备，我们将会同各地方各部门共同落实好国务院出台的关于做好跨周期调节、进一步稳外贸的意见。这个政策我们去年年底出台，提早出台，适当这个靠前适当超前发力。把降税、减税降费等政策落实到位，把金融保险等惠企举措用足用好，把贸易便利化等措施抓实抓细，全力帮助企业，特别是中小微企业保订单、稳预期、拓市场。同时呢，我们一直在密切跟踪的整个外需以及外贸的一些形势。加强监测和预警，做好政策的储备。我们储备政策也在研究。第二呢，是保障产业链和供应链的稳定畅通。受全球疫情、地区冲突等因素影响，人员往来和港口运行仍然不畅，全球产业链供应链堵断的问题还突出，甚至还有一些新问题。我们将推进外贸转型升级基地的建设，支持加工贸易稳定发展，培育新一批边民护士落地加工试点，深入推进内外贸一体化，培育贸易双循环企业。我们还加强国际合作，推动国际物流结算畅通，提升贸易便利化水平，促进产业链供应链上下游协作。这主要是从产业链供应链畅通方面发力。第三呢，就是从外贸创新方面发力，促进外贸稳定发展，增强外贸综合竞争力，推动外贸高质量发展。我们需要把创新发展呢放在更加突出的位置。上个月国务院批准了新设27个跨境电商的中试区。今天，新的跨境电商零售进口商品清单已正式实施，清单商品进一步增加，类别也更加丰富。我们要把这些工作做好，同时我们还特别的加大力度支持和发展海外仓，建设完善海外仓网络，推进海外智慧物流平台建设，也培育一批离岸贸易中心城市地区，通过创新来发展这个对外贸易的新业态、新模式，推动贸易更高水平、更高质量的发展。建设我们还将建设这个服务贸易创新发展释放区，打造一批全球贸易数字化的领航区。同时呢，发展绿色贸易。大概从这几个方面，今年要确保稳字当头、稳中求进。谢谢。
下一个问题，左边第一排。
谢谢主持人。南方都市报记者提问。共建“一带一路”也是在持续推进。那么，商务部今年在推动共建“一带一路”高质量发展服务构建新发展格局方面有何新打算？谢谢。
这个问题我请我们部的盛秋平先生回答。
好，感谢你的提问。“一带一路”倡议提出8年多来，中国和相关国家一道坚持共商共建共享原则，这是推进硬联通、软联通和新联通取得了实打实、沉甸甸的成就。如今，共建“一带一路”已经成为国际公共产品和国际合作平台，朋友圈越来越大。去年，在各方共同努力下，“一带一路”经贸合作克服疫情等困难，不但走深走实，为全球开放合作、世界经济复苏注入了新的动力。我国与沿线国家贸易达到了1.8万亿美元，同比增长32.4%，对沿线国家直接投资214.6亿美元，增长15.3%。 自沿线国家吸收外资112.5亿美元，增长36%，增速均高于总体增速。在沿线国家承包工程完成营业额897亿美元，占我总体比重达到57.9%。今年我们将深入贯彻习近平总书记在第3次“一带一路”建设座谈会上的重要讲话精神，准确把握新形势下共建“一带一路”的总体要求，落实好5个统筹，这是推动共建“一带一路”高质量发展重点做好5方面工作。一是持续巩固合作的基本盘，“一带一路”是合作之路，贸易投资合作是共建“一带一路”的重要内容。我们将进一步挖掘同沿线国家贸易潜力，鼓励进口更多的优质商品，持续扩大3方和多方市场合作，促进产业链、供应链畅通衔接。我们将加快建设辐射“一带一路”的自贸区网络，提高贸易和投资的自由化、便利化水平。二是稳步拓展合作新领域，新一轮科技革命和产业变革方兴未艾。各国对数字经济、绿色低碳等领域合作意愿增强。我们将积极培育合作新增长点，深入发展丝路电商，加强数字贸易、新型基础设施等领域合作，推动构建数字合作格局。我们还将推动对外投资合作绿色发展，加强新能源、节能环保、绿色基础设施等领域合作。3是高质量打造标志性工程。这些年来一批重大合作项目和民生项目落地见效，给东道国经济发展和民生改善带来了实实在在的好处。比如，我企业建设的境外经贸合作区，累计向东道国上交税费66亿美元，为当地创造39.2万个就业岗位。下一步，我们将聚焦农业、减贫、卫生、健康等领域，优先建设更多小而美的项目，提升东道国民主获得感。同时，我们将积极推动中欧班列与各类园区联动发展，以跨境电商、海外仓等新业态融合发展，适时更好发挥机制和平台作用。近年来，“一带一路”经贸合作机制不断完善，我们和17个国家建立了贸易畅通工作组，和46个国家和地区建立了投资合作工作组，同多个国家建立了电子商务、服务贸易等合作机制。我们将继续丰富这类合作机制，持续办好国际性、区域性的重大展会，提升各层级经贸交流合作水平，为共建“一带一路”提供更好的服务保障。5是全面强化风险防控。当前，全球疫情仍在蔓延，地缘政治风险加大，单边主义、保护主义加剧，共建“一带一路”国际环境日趋复杂。我们将密切关注全球疫情形势，推进国际抗疫合作，加强各类风险研判和监测预警，指导企业细化工作预案，规范企业海外经营行为，稳妥有序地推进贸易投资合作和项目建设，保障我企业人员和项目安全。总之商务部将立足3个重要新定位，深入推进“一带一路”高质量发展，全面促进更高水平的开放，全力服务构建新发展格局。谢谢。
大家还可以继续提问。中间第2排这位女士。
谢谢主持人。第一财经记者提问：今年1月，我国吸收外资同比增长了11.6%，反映出在海外疫情反复等外部不确定因素下，中国对外资的吸引力不减。请问您对今年全年中国吸收外资的情况如何预判？下一步在稳定外资规模、优化外资结构方面，还将采取哪些措施？谢谢。
好。这个关于外资这个，我愿意回答你的问题。应该说呢，这2年因为疫情的影响以及全球的 产业链、供应链布局的调整。
the impact
这个
of the
全
COVID-19
球的
pandemic
跨国投
and
资应该说
adjustment
波
in
动还
global
是很大
industrial and supply chains.
但是呢，中国
Global
利用外资
cross-border
呢
investment
始终是保持
have seen major
稳定增长。
fluctuations.
我们中国一直是
For
外资
China's
投资
foreign
的
trade,
热
the
土。
foreign investment utilization
2021
continued
年
to，grow
中国吸收
steadily.
外资再创历史新高， 首次突破
China's
了
FDI
1万
inflows
亿
hit another
人
record
民币，
high,
达到了
reaching
1.15万亿，
topping 1
而且
trillion
呢是近
yuan
10年来
for
首
the
次
first
实
time,
现了2位数的增长，
reaching
增速达到了
1.15 trillion yuan.
14.9%。
It
如果
grew
用
by
美元计的话，我们是
14.9%, registering the first
1735亿美元，
double-digit growth in
增速
10
是
years.
20.2%。
In US dollar
2年
terms,
平均是
China's foreign
12.1%。
investment utilization grew by
高
about
技术产业引资占比
20.2%.
首次超过了30%。
The share of
那么
high
今年我们
foreign
看到今年
investment
1月
in
份开
high-tech
门还是
sector
稳的，势头还是
accounted
比
for
较好。
over 30%
全国
for
实
the
际
first time.
使用外资保持2位数的增长，增速达到了
In January
4.6%。
this year, China's utilization of foreign trade continued double-digit growth.
中央经济工作
with
会
a
议
growth rate
强
of
调要加大
11.6%.
吸引外资的力度，
The Central Economic
我
Work
们将
Conference
深入
stressed
贯彻
that
落
we
实，
will intensify
主
efforts
要
to
是
attract
要
foreign
进一
investment.
步的
First,
扩大
we
高水平的
will
开放，
expand
进一
opening
步的
up
优
at a
化
higher
营
level.
商环
At the
境，
same time, we will keep
条例
improving
在
our business environment.
主要发力在
business
一个是
environment.
保稳，一个是
First,
促
we
优
will give
这2个
priority
方面。
to stability,
下
and
面
then we
我
will
就想
give
从这
priority
2个方
to
面，一个是
higher
保稳，
quality. So I
一个是
will
促优。
give
如何保
I will
稳？
further elaborate
就
on
是
these
稳成量，
dimensions.
促
By
增量，
seeing stability, we
成
will
量跟增量
stabilize
都能
investment
够
stock and
能
promote
够稳住，
additional
整个保就保住
investment.
稳定，大
So
盘就
with
保住了稳
combined
定。
efforts in these
外
two
资外保
areas,
的基
then
本
we
盘。
will stabilize overall
那么我
investment.
们主要是一个是进一步放宽这个市场整络。
Will further
近年来
ease
我们已
market
经
access.
持续
In recent
放宽
years,
市场整
China
络，
has
连
kept
续5
easing
年
market
缩减
access
了
for 5 consecutive
全
years.
国和自贸
China
试验区
has
外资整络的
cut
负面清单，
active list
我们全国版的
nationwide
自贸
and
区版
for
的。
pilot free trade
去
zones.
年年底我们
At the end
发
of
布了
last
海
year,
南
for the
自由贸
first
易港
time, we
跨
issued
境
an active
服务贸易
list
负
for
面清单，
cross-border services trade
服务
for
贸易
the
的负面
Hainan
清
Free
单。
Trade Port.
这是一方面，我们把市场整路放
So,
宽。
on the
另
one
一方
hand,
面呢，
we
我
are
们要发
using
挥好一
market
些平
access.
台，
At the same
这
time,
个
we
招
are
商
making
引
the
资的一
best
些平台，
use
开
of
放的一
some
些平台。
platforms
这
to
些平台
attract
有
investment.
21个
These
这个
platforms
自贸试验
include
区，
21
有海
pilot
南的
free trade
自由贸易
zones,
港，
Hainan Free
还有
Trade Port,
230个的
whereas
国家级的经
230
济开发
national
区，还有1加4的服务业的扩大开放示范试点地
the
区。
pilot areas
那
for
么这是一
further
些
opening up
平
of
载体平
services
台，
area
还有一些
featuring
平台，就
1+4.
比如像
And
这
we
个
will
头
also
家会、
make the best
中国
use
会
of such
等一些
platforms like
重
CIFID
大的
and
展会，
Expo Central
吸引
China
更多的
in order
这
to
个项目的对
attract
接
the
和
landing
项目的契约
of
落地。
and the signing of
我
more
们还将
landmark
进一
projects.
步加强
At the same
服务
time,
保
we will
障。
also
我
provide
们有一
more
个
and better
外贸外
services.
资协调机制
We
的
have
重点外资项目的工作专
task
班，
force for
这是定协
priority
专门
foreign
服务工作
investment
专班。
projects and foreign trade and
这样的话
foreign
呢，就有这个
investment
专班呢，就
coordination
效率更
mechanism.
高，
This
精准
task
更精准。
force will provide
这
more
个去年我
targeted
们协调解
services
决了1000多
for
项
businesses.
外
Last
资、
year,
企业
with
和
this
项目反映的问
task
题，
force, we
特别是
have
我
resolved
们也
more
了解
than
到外资的一些
1,000
需求比较
issues
共性的问题，我们推动解决。也受到外资的
for
普遍的欢
foreign
迎，就是
invested
比如像
enterprises
出台
and
保
projects.
障外
For
资企
example,
业平
we
等参与
have
政府采
introduced
购的这些政策。
specific policies
外资企
to
业去年反映，
ensure foreign
那么
invested
我们这
enterprises
个国家的
can
相关部委已
participate
经
in
解决
government procurement on an equal basis.
我们这个专班还将继续帮助企业在稳投资、稳生产、稳经营方面这个加大推动项目早签约、早投产、早达产。我们还将继续各地这个招商引资。总书记对进博会曾经说过，要求要让展品变商品，展商变投资商。这么多的展商来，如何把展商变成投资商，这给我们出了一个课题。去年呢，我们就利用进博会这个 平台，我们推出了进博走进地方系列。今年我们首站是去四川，目前我们了解，像那一次进博走进四川活动，我也去参加了。这个有78家参展商，164名高管参与，推动了一批项目落地四川。今年我们还将持续开展这些活动，特别是推动进博走进地方，向中西部这个一些省份引进这些活动，这是一个方面。第二个方面就是促优。出优主要就是优结构、提质量。今年以来，我国利用外资的结构总体上持续优化。比如说，高技术制造业、高技术服务业吸引外资金额增长了17.1%，3.7%。中西部的引资增速高于2.1%，但是我们也注意到一些问题。特别值得我们关注，也就是制造业的引资的规模和占比。制造业引资的规模和占比出现了下降的趋势。2021年规模比2019年减少了4.6%，制造业的引资比重在全国下降了到19%，这要引起我们的高度重视。我们是制造大国，我们也正在迈向制造强国，那引资的规模的下降必须引起我们的高度重视。对此呢，我们下一步将推动强化对制造业吸引外资的支持力度，修订扩大鼓励外商投资产业目录，引导外资更多投向先进制造业、战略性新兴产业以及数字经济、绿色发展等领域。这是领域。同时呢，从区域角度来讲，刚才我讲了中西部的这个引资的增速啊。At the same time, Central and West China have much to do to further attract foreign investment because they have rich resources, abundant labor, as well as growing capacity to supplement foreign invested projects. In particular, for transport and other infrastructure, they have improved a lot, and 这个面向联通这个内外的一些基础设施，
internal and external connectivity projects, we have also seen remarkable progress, as evidenced by the China-Europe Express train, as well as the New Land and Sea International Trade Corridor. So these will support Western and Central China in attracting more investment with growing cargo transport capacity by air and by railway. So Central and Western China have much potentials to be tapped, including in attracting foreign investment. We will provide more guidance, and we also call for foreign investors to pay more attention to Central and Western China. I believe that such gap in development between Central and Western China on the one hand and China's coastal region on the other hand will provide more opportunities because they will also have growing consumption capacity. So we will implement major regional development strategies as well as the coordinated development strategies between different regions. We will also cultivate new industries and support the industrial relocation of industries from coastal China to Central and Western China. Thank you. Next question.
这边第二排。
谢谢主持人，我是21世纪经济报道的记者。就是1月1号那个 RCEP 正式生效，然后中国与东盟的这个经贸往来更趋密切。想问的是，商务部怎么看待中国与东盟经贸合作的前景，以及下一步有什么样的考虑和安排？
这个问题我想请我的同事盛秋平先生回答。
Mr. Shen Qiuping for his question. Thank you.
China
and ASEAN enjoy close geographical proximity, similar culture, and high degree of complementarity. We are good neighbors, good friends, and good partners.
建立对话关系的30周年。30年来，中国与东盟合作取得了非凡的成就，经贸关系实现了跨越式的发展。去年，双方经贸合作保持良好势头，展现出了强劲的韧性和巨大的潜力，一是贸易规模进一步扩大。中国自2009年起连续13年保持东盟第一大贸易伙伴。去年，中国东盟贸易额再创历史新高，达到了8782亿美元，占中国对外贸易总额的14.5%。东盟连续2年是中国第一大贸易伙伴，贸易结构持续优化，产业链、供应链联系更加紧密。二是双向投资蓬勃发展。截至去年底，中国与东盟累计双向投资总额已经超过3000亿美元。在双方共同努力下，一大批合作项目落地见效。园区合作是一大亮点。中国企业在泰国、印尼、越南等国合作设立的经贸合作区，为促进当地产业发挥重要作用。中心苏州工业园、中马、中印尼2国双园等也成为了合作的标杆。3是互联互通持续深化，双方加强“一带一路”倡议与东盟互联互通总体规划2025之间的战略对接，提升互联互通的水平。双方创新合作方式，共同推进和建成了一批铁路、公路、港口、机场、桥梁、电网等基础设施项目。中老铁路开通议题，中新共建国际陆海贸易新通道成效显著。4是区域经济一体化进程加快。这方面包括你提到的，在中国东盟国家等各方共同推动下 ，RCEP 于今年1月1号如期生效实施。当天同时生效实施的还有中国柬埔寨自贸协定，双方还同意共同推动中国东盟自贸区进一步升级，打造3.0版，提升贸易和投资自由化、便利化水平。去年11月份，习近平主席在中国东盟建立对话关系30周年纪念峰会上，与东盟领导人共同宣布建立全面战略伙伴关系，这是双方关系历史上新的里程碑。站在新的历史起点上，我们将同东盟方一道，全面落实好双方领导人达成的重要共识，推动中国东盟经贸合作不断迈上新的台阶，构建更为紧密的中国东盟命运共同体。一是深化贸易投资合作。习近平主席在峰会上宣布，未来5年力争从东盟进口1500亿美元的农产品。我们将积极推动落实用好进博会中国东盟博览会等会展平台，扩大至东盟进口农产品等特色优质商品，更好满足国内需要。投资合作方面，重点是拓展抗疫、数字经济、绿色低碳等新领域的合作，复制推广成熟的合作模式，共建经贸创新发展示范园区。2是加强产业链供应链对接，我们将与各方共同办好东盟与中日韩10+3产业链供应链合作论坛，共同应对全球产业链供应链的新形势、新挑战，促进区域产业链供应链协同、创新、可持续发展。我们将持续推动陆海新通道建设，发挥好对互联互通、经贸合作、产业链、供应链的支撑作用。3是提升经贸机制性安排，与东盟等各方共同实施好RCEP。 推动协定对更多国家生效，争取年内尽早完成中国新加坡自贸协定升级后续谈判，积极推进中国东盟自贸区3.0版联合可行性研究，扩展数字经济等新领域的合作，争取尽早实现谈判，与东盟合作建设更加包容、现代、全面、互惠的自贸协定。总之，新的一年，商务将深入推动中国东盟经贸合作，构建更加紧密的中国东盟命运共同体。谢谢。
大家还可以继续提问。
Next question.
左边第4排，这位女士。
谢谢，谢谢主持人，我是凤凰卫视的记者，想请问王部长。去年尽管是面临多重挑战，但是中国和欧洲的这个经贸合作迈上了新台阶。那么您如何评价当前中国和欧洲的经贸关系，并且对未来还有哪些期待？
好，谢谢你的提问。
Thank you for your question.
你的提问是如何评价，如何
Your
期待？
question is our views as well as expectation of our cooperation with
全球两大独立自主的
China and the EU are major and two independent forces in the world. I want to stress
有着广泛的战略
that
共识和共同的利
so
益，
we have
作为
broad
重要的经贸合
consensus.
作伙
We are
伴，
important trade
双方的合作优
partners,
势互补，
and we
互利
enjoy
共
high
赢。
degree of
2021
complementarity.
年尽管形势比较复杂
In
严峻，
2021,
但是
despite
我
a
们中欧之
complex
间的
and
经贸合
great
作还延续了
challenges,
快速发展的势
our
头。
commercial cooperation continue to enjoy
我
strong
们
momentum of
这个
growth with
数据来
fruitful
看呢，
outcomes.
应该说，
According to
无论从
Chinese
双边的贸易的量
statistics,
和值，都应
in
该有
terms
了一
of
个提升。
quantity and quality,
我
we
们的
have
量，
seen
中俄之
further
间的这个
improvements
贸
in
易
our
突
trade.
破了
For
8000亿
example,
美
our
元，
trade volume exceeded
创历史
$800
新高。
billion
我们现在是
last
欧盟
year,
的
a
第一
new
大贸易伙
record
伴。
high. China
这
now
个欧
is
盟是我们
EU's
的第二
largest
大贸易
trading
伙伴。
partner, while
我
EU
们第
is
一大，
China's
刚才这
second
个
largest trading
邱平
partner.
先
Our
生已
largest
经
trading
说了
partner, as
东盟
mentioned by my colleague Mr. Shen,
我
is
们
ASEAN.
这个是量，
So
结构方
that
面
is
也持
quantity.
续优
In
化，
terms of trade mix, we have seen further improvement.
不再是单一的原来的一些
So
劳动力阶级啊，
we
比如说
are
纺织
not
品。
our trade
我们在
no
航
longer
空航
is no longer
天、
limited
生
to
物、
labor
光
intensive
电、
products.
电子、材
In
料等领域的贸易
aerospace,
增速
civil
是超过
aviation,
了30%。
by
去年呢，我们与欧盟的
biological
地理标志协定也正式生效。中欧班列，中欧班列现
electronic
在是叫
material and
月
other
行
sectors, we enjoyed
签
trade
列，
growth of more than
年行
30% growth.
班列。
And we
去年的
have
中欧班列是达
tens
到了
of thousands
1.5
of
万例。
trains traveling between China and Europe
双向的投
every
资
year.
也稳
At the
中有
same
进，
time, we
中欧
have
双向投
seen
资规
the
模累
steady
计
progress in
超
our
过了
two-way investment
2700亿
cooperation.
美元。
Our two-way investment
在
cooperation
金融、
exceeded
疫苗研发、新能源、
$270
电动汽车、
billion
物流
in
这些都一些新的领域里
vaccine,
边，
new
还
energy,
是非常的活
electric
跃。
car and logistics. We have seen
我
a number
对
of new
俄、
investment
对欧的
projects.
这个，我对欧的投资保持逆势增长。中国欧盟商会调查显示，60%的受访企业扩大在华的业务，近一半的我们了解到，一半的这个在华的企业，他们的利润是高于全球的平均水平。去年10月呢，我会见了中国欧盟商会主席的时候，他也告诉我，这个企业还是普遍看好中国的市场和中国的未来前景。这个表示呢，他要继续加大有关领域的一些投资。同时，我们经贸交流对接也不断的深入，中欧经贸高层对话等各层级的交流机制持续发挥作用，地方和企业的合作平台更加完善。比如说第2届中国中东欧国家博览会成功举办，有425家的中东欧国家企业参展。自中东进口的采购意向达到了74.6亿人民币。欧方呢，欧盟的一些企业积极参加我们第4届进博会，展商数量、展览面积、意向成交额占比均超过 1/3。爱尔兰呢，去年还担任了这个服贸会的主宾国。今年我们消博会，海南的这个消博会，法国要担任主宾国。这个习近平主席指出，中欧双方要坚持全面战略伙伴关系这一定位，坚持相互尊重、互利共赢的原则，确保中欧关系始终健康稳定的发展。我们认为，我们中国的发展对欧盟来讲是机遇，不是挑战，更不是有些人鼓噪的是威胁，是机遇。我们认为，中欧的合作是大于竞争。当然，我们也认同中欧之间的历史文化、社会制度发展阶段不同，这些不同有一些分歧，有一些差异，并不奇怪，双方可以加强沟通，但这些沟通是促进良性的竞争，而不是对手，更不是威胁。展望未来呢？我们期待愿意欧方一道，落实好双方领导人达成的一系列重要的共识，从战略的高度牢牢地把握中欧经贸关系的大的方向和主基调，推动共建“一带一路”同欧盟提出的全球门户战略的对接，深化一些合作的领域和合作的机制。我们可以在抗疫、在绿色、在数字、在金融、在一些科技方面这些领域方面可以进行合作的务实的合作，推进中欧投资协定批准生效进程，持续为中欧关系注入稳定性和正能量。我们双方还要在这一些国际的一些这个多边的框架下面可以协调合作，比如在 G20、在联合国、在世贸组织，我们推动全球发展倡议，维护以世贸组织为核心的多边贸易体制，共同推动世贸组织改革，朝着正确的方向发展。我想我们要坚持这个开放包容，摒弃零和思维，反对保护主义，深化市场开放，特别是可以中欧之间可以自身合作，还可以加强在第三方市场的合作。这样的话呢，不仅是为双方的经济发展，也可以为整个世界经济的恢复动力、恢复发展做出贡献。谢谢。
好，下一个问题。
Next question.
那这边这位女士，第3排。
谢谢主持人。中新社记者提问：建设自贸实验区是党中央在新时期推进改革开放的重要举措，通过差别化探索和压力测试，为高水平开放积累经验。我想请问商务部，去年在推动自贸区建设方面取得哪些成效？那今年将采取哪些措施推动自贸实验区进一步高质量发展？谢谢。
这个问题要不请我的同事寿文先生回答。
好，谢谢。去年7月份，习近平总书记呢主持召开了中央松改委的第20次会议。在这次会议上习总书记高度肯定了自贸试验区建设的成效，而且对下一步自贸试验区的工作呢提出了明确的要求。
At the meeting, he gave high praise of the achievements of the developing the pilot free trade zones, and also set forth the clear requirements for the work going forward. Ministry of Commerce, as well as other departments and localities, will earnestly implement the spirit of that meeting and to implement the plans of the central authorities and promote the development of the pilot free trade zones going forward. And as Mr. Wang said, that we are going to further expand market access, and China actually last year published the very first negative list for cross-border trading services in China, which is namely the Hainan free port trade
可以说为跨境服务贸易领域内的扩大开放的迈出了重要的一步。第二个积极的进展呢，就是我们进一步压缩了自贸试验区外资整入的负面清单。大家知道这个自贸试验区外资整入负面清单第一章是2013年，那么经过6次修改，到去年是变成了30项限制或者禁止外资整入的有30项。去年我们进行了第7次的修改，把30项又降到27项，这是在投资领域内的进一步扩大开放。第三个方面呢，就是我们出台了一批贸易投资便利化改革的措施，这个专门出台了一个文件，有19条措施，包括提升贸易投资、国际物流、金融服务、这个探索司法等对外贸易投资便利保障功能的这些方面。这个文件呢，也赋予了自贸试验区更大的改革自主权。我们还出台了加强自贸试验区生态环境保护、推动高质量发展、强化公平竞争等等的这些政策文件。第4个方面的进展呢，我们形成了一批新的制度创新成果。自贸试验区不是只是设了为了特定的区域的发展，更重要的，它要是为国家创造出一些经验，用于服务国家的重大战略。去年呢，我们推出了新的一批18个最佳实践的案例。那么自贸试验区已经累计推广制度创新的成果达到了278项。第5项成就就是自贸试验区本身得到了发展。举个例子来说，自贸试验区为外贸、外资基本盘的稳定做出了贡献。去年21个自贸试验区利用外资增长19%，比全国高出了4.1个百分点。外贸进出口增长29.5%。比全国高出8.1个百分点。那么自贸试验区面积很小，但是占到全国利用外资的18.5%，全国对外贸易的17.3%。那么今年呢，我们将坚决贯彻执行总书记的重要的指示提示精神，那么进一步采取措施来推动自贸试验区的高质量发展。第一个方面呢，就是今年我们准备对接国际高标准来推动一些有条件的自由贸易试验区或者自贸港，来推进了制度性开放。刚刚文涛部长已经介绍到，在自贸协定建设方面采取了一些新的措施，包括申请加入 CPTPP 和 DIPA。那么我们将呢对照这些高标准的自贸协定，在货物贸易、服务贸易、电子商务、知识产权这些领域内，要大力的探索来推动制度性的开放。第二个方面呢，我们将出台实施自贸试验区跨境服务贸易的负面清单。刚刚讲到呢，去年我们的跨境服务贸易的负面清单只适应于海南自由贸易港。今年我们在海南自由贸易港实施的经验基础之上，准备要制定适应于所有21个自贸试验区的跨境服务贸易的负面清单，这就扩大了开放的领域，为未来更大领域内的开放呢来积累经验。第三个方面呢，我们将进一步支持外向型产业的发展，为国内国际3循环相互促进做出贡献。我们会有针对性的指导自贸试验区围绕各自的自贸试验区的战略定位，立足于他们当地的实际和比较优势，开展全产业链的开放创新，加强精准招商、产业链招商，完善外贸外资的服务体系，吸引产业链全球要素的资源，来加快优势外向型产业的集聚，使得我们自贸试验区呢在发挥高水平开放示范方面呢能够起到一个引领的作用。第四个方面呢，我们还将进一步形成新的一批
可复制、可推广的这个经验。我们将指导自贸试验区发挥首创精神，加强差异化的探索，总结形成更多可复制、可推广的制度创新的成果。这些制度创新的成果，首先我们要求要在他们所在的省里面要先行先试，只有在省里面先行先试有效果，我们才认为它条件成熟，然后呢形成我们的第7批改革试点经验，报国务院批准以后呢，在全国推广。谢谢。
好，时间关系，我们最后一道问题啊。
To be rolled out across the country after the state council's approval. So that will be, now we have the last question.
谢谢主持人。国际商报记者提问：我国现役人口超过8亿人，消费潜力巨大。2021年，商务部会同有关部门启动了县域商业建设行动，指导各地因地制宜、分层分类开展工作。目前取得了哪些成效？2022年还有哪些重点工作？谢谢。
好，这个我愿意回答这个问题。坦率地说，这个县及县以下的商业网络呢，是我们整个国家的流通体系当中是个短板和弱项。所以呢，去年在党中央、国务院做出了一个部署，我们会同16个部门启动了县域商业建设行动。对你刚才提问当中讲到的行动，主要就是为了补短板、打通堵点、完善网络、丰富业态。去年啊，这个应该说1年来有哪些成效？你刚才问的，我们大概归纳一下，这几个方面。首先呢是建设了一批商业网点。我们去年新建或改造县级综合商贸服务中心834个，乡镇的商贸中心1858个，春季的便民商店3.69万个，就是一批商业网点我们进行了改造。第二呢，我们就提升了一批物流的配送的设施，我们加强供销这个物流、邮政物流，还有一些物流企业还电商所衍生的物流，进行了资源的整合和优化，完善了3级就县乡村3级的这个流通体系、配送体系。那么去年呢，累计改造了县级的物流配送中心1112个。春节电商快递服务站14.8万，目前来讲，应该说98%的乡镇，应该说快递是覆盖的，80%以上的行政村是覆盖了。应该说，网购商品进村到付更加快。当然，这里边也有一些问题，毕竟只覆盖了80%，还有一些村毕竟是以行政村呢，可能有一些自然村可能就难以到达，这大家也可能会理解。首先，这个过程，再有一个我们国家这个地域广阔，而且各种的地方这个差距不平衡性还是很大，有些山区的覆盖，这难度就比较高，它的成本就会比较高。第3个方面，我们就优化拓展了农产品的流通渠道，在全国范围内升级改造农贸市场、农产品批发市场是1018家，农产品批发市场的交易量同比增长8.4%，达到了11吨。我们还加快补齐农产品的冷链物流的短板。这方面是短板当中的短板，冷链。第4呢是加强了电商创业就业的带动效应。我们以电子商务进农村综合示范为载体，继续扩大农村电子商务的覆盖面。去年网络零售呢，农村的网络零售是超过了2万亿，达到了2.05万亿，2.05万亿。增长是11.3%，全国的农村的网商 网店，到去年年底我们统计了，网上网店农村的有1635万家，35万家，带动农村地区大概要近3000人的这个就业和创业。但是我们也感觉到短板啊，还是坦率说，我说是短板，而且短板当中还有短板，比如说人力。这短板体现在什么呢？这个农村商业体系的拮据效应不够强，市场主体存在着小散落，这些现象没有根本改变。还有一个就刚才我讲的，因为地域啊等等这些关系，物流成本高的问题比较突出，农民兄弟的反应相对比较集中。全国各地发展水平差异比较大，就拿我们的县域行动来讲，这个发展基础较好的地区，这个县域的商业设施啊，与一些大中型城市的差距在缩小。一方面差距在缩小，一方面融合在扩大。变成一体化。那么一些数字赋能啊、业态创新啊等等这些方面有进展，当然跟发达的城市当中还是有差距，城乡还是有一定差距的，这个要承认。但是呢，差距在缩小，融合在扩大。但另一个方面，就是一些欠发达地区、基础条件较差的这些短板弱项、堵点难点问题就比较突出了。比如说刚才讲的物流成本高，快递的覆盖率不高，我说全国80%到新农村，但有些地方它可能的覆盖率就一个地方来讲。可能它的覆盖率低于80%，全国平均是80%。那么这方面反应就相对来讲就比较集中，这个难以满足当地的生产，特别是生活的这种需求。我们呢不断的在改进，坚持以问题导向以问题导向来加强统筹县域商业。压查推进各项工作，持续加大对商业设施、物流、农产品流通和冷链等领域的支持力度。主要简单的说，主要就是从这一句话4个方面发力，一个上行，3个下沉。一个上行就是农产品上行，3个下沉就是供应链、物流配送和商品服务下沉，来推动我们将从这个一个上行3个下沉时间关系我就不展开，来推动我们的这个县域商业这个行动呢走深走实。谢谢大家。
好，那今天的发布会就先到这儿，感谢3位发布人，也感谢各位媒体朋友们，大家再见。